number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it. Am Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say Am Israel high. Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. Am Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say Am Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Biker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy New York. New York, ladies and gentlemen, the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Welcome to New York. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast, and it is a beautiful day here in New York. That was Brilliant Drink delivering Am Israel high to us on the ones and twos once again. It is Saturday, October 25th, 2025, and it is actually 11:39 a.m. Pacific time, but 2:39 here in New York time and Eastern time. And I'm live from the Istanbul of America, ladies and gentlemen. And boy, do I have some news for you. It's 60 degrees and cloudy here in cloudy New York, New York. And not great. However, lighting is so good it's almost making me like that again. Wait, really? Oh, hell yeah. That makes me very happy because this is the most like slapdash, haphazard, jerry-rig put together with ticker tape setup that we can do. Shouts out to March for putting it together in such a short period of time with the limited confines that we have. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're live from New York, as I already said. And there's a lot of news to cover today. But before I get to all of that, obviously, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And you might be wondering, Hasan, where are you? Did you buy another mansion? And the answer is yes. Yes, I did. I bought yet another mansion, this time in New York City. Just kidding. Oh, we have a 35% off gift sub token going on in the chat. Let's freaking go, fam. Hell yeah. I wish it wouldn't unlock only when I'm just beginning the broadcast. Why'd you support a Blackwater mercenary? Mass murder running for office? Brother? I'm Mills Mafia. I am Mills Pill. It's the Mills Pill. You should take it. Anyway, we're live in New York. New York, baby. You already know what's up. You already know what's happening. You already know. Boom, 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 boom. Has the Sharia law been implemented yet? No, unfortunately not yet. We have not implemented Sharia law yet, but I'm here to do that. I'm the mujahideen. I'm the fedayeen that will be a part of the Sharia brigade, you know, the decency, morality police. That's what I'm here for, obviously. So, folks. Oh, open presidents, goddamn, with a banger. With a 25 slot. Treasure train, level 4 achieved. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Going to New York in December. Can you make a quick trip there by the 22nd? Me and my girlfriend would love to go jihad in New York. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. So, where was I? So, yeah, last night I ended the broadcast. And I got ready to go. I got ready to fly out. And I basically brought one set of clothes and my IRL backpack just in case, and my desktop so I could keep streaming every day because I'm a goddamn freak. But we got on a red eye, but the flight got swapped on me. Woe is me, 1%er privilege. You guys know that on long red eye flights, normally you get business class, and those are lie flat seats, so I can actually sleep, right? But we had a last second swap out due to technical failure, okay? And unfortunately, due to that technical failure, we went from a wide body flight, a wide body plane, to a narrow body one, okay? And that narrow body plane did not have live flight seats, so I couldn't sleep. I could not sleep at all, unfortunately. Kareem was on my flight as well. Shouts out to Kareem, Subway Takes. Did you play Superhero Telltale Dispatch on Steam Deck during the flight? No, I did not. I did not do that. But that seems like a fun game. I would never play a Telltale game on my own. I will play with the stream. That's like what's fun about it. It seems like a dope game. Anyway, me when the red eye flight I booked is a red eye flight. No, the problem with the red eyes is flights is like, yeah, I set it up in a way where I can at least sleep. But if I can't sleep, then I'm cooked. It just like breaks everything, you know. And so I couldn't sleep at all. And then the reason why, yeah, the cystic acne is back, chatter, I know. The reason why it was a problem is because early in the morning I had a big profile interview that I was supposed to do. But basically what ended up happening is I got off the flight, I got to my hotel, and I passed the fuck out. I insta-locked the bed, okay? I insta-passed out. No question. Boom, boom, I'm out. Right? And then, while I'm dreaming like a baby, I'm getting calls non-stop, and I'm just blowing through it. I'm blowing through all the calls. Until finally my hotel room telephone rings, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? I wake up to the call, look at my phone, my entire team is blowing up my phone, being like, dude, you gotta wake up, you got a fucking profile, you got a profile. Like, you have an interview, I was 30 minutes late to the interview. But luckily I made up for it, and I spent a long time, much longer time than normally we would conduct the interview. I sat there from 10:30 all the way until like 1:30. I apologize profusely. Real diva shit, you know? Real diva shit. Plus it's like, you know, 20K per interview, as you guys know, so you already know what it is. 20K per, so you don't pay the money for these interviews, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, sometimes they might have to wait, right? Your echo is still on, dummy, fix your shit. Wait, what do you mean my echo is still on? that chatter just making stuff up? What's happening? Yeah, is there a late fee on top of the 20K? Yeah. Ego classic. I mean, yeah, El Ego boys. I'm meaning. It's my least favorite thing on the planet. It's like being late to interviews. It's so unprofessional. It's so fucked up. I hate it. I hate it so much. So, you know, but we patched it up. It was fine. Lots of Hasanabi heads in New York City, by the way. God damn. Like, I'll be honest. Lots of Hasanabi heads everywhere. At the airport, on the streets in New York, I'm getting interviewed. There's Hasanabi heads passing by being like, oh, what's up? Hasanabi heads dining in the location, unofficial mayoral run. You already know what it is. Which is shocking, because if you were to ask Andrew Cuomo, I'm supposed to be persona non grata, public enemy number one, the biggest op of New Yorkers of all ages, of all different backgrounds, right? It's just so strange because he's been sending these fucking mailers. He mentioned me again? Bro, ain't no fucking way, bro. This guy is out of his dang mind. He's out of his dang mind. Hassan, I love what you do and I support you. That being said, I think it's important that you take the time to watch this at some point regarding the recent criticisms, the art of fencing about Foreign Fridays. What's that? Is that, is this about the Grand Platner stuff? Is that what it is? Foreign Fridays and Elliot sang again? What is it? Can we not do criticism yet, please? No, I mean, I think a lot of this stuff is just a lot of this stuff is stuff that I addressed already. I don't have an issue with the criticism. I already covered it. But yeah, bro, do not watch that. Yeah, I think a lot of the videos and the think pieces that came out. A lot of the videos and the think pieces that came out about the black people, the hard B black people, and the Sudan stuff came before I addressed all of it. So I think, you know, I think that people were responding to the previous stuff. But like I said, I think these are reasonable critiques, so I don't have a, you know. Take accountability over it. Did someone punch you in the face? What happened? Oh man, I got punched in the face with cystic acne. But yeah, please react to this meme I made about you and ZOHRAN. What is this? Zohran Afghani refuses to denounce Tom Piker, who is close ties to the founder of fascism, Benito Mussolini. Your chat is anxious. Watching you take criticism positively might be good medicine. I already accounted for it. I already talked about it. I think that the criticisms are valid. We got to do better. I got to be better, and I got to make sure that the community is better as well. Anyway, we'll get into that in a second. Personal news-wise, that's pretty much it. Honestly, there's not anything else going on in my life. I'm just out here, and I spent the entire morning napping and almost napping over the thing I was gonna do, napping over my interview time, and so I didn't have much else going on. IRL today, I don't know. I didn't like prep anything because there's been so much shit happening that I honestly didn't prep any IRL streams. I'll be honest with you guys. I wasn't even planning on streaming today. I wasn't planning on streaming today. I wasn't planning on streaming tomorrow. I was gonna take the weekend off to focus on like New York stuff that I need to do. But I what do you call it? Wait, hold on, let me see. Hold on, let's see. Maybe I can. You are addicted? Well, I mean, I'm addicted, sure. So IRL tomorrow confirmed? No, it's not. It's not confirmed. I mean, we have the credentials. They're expecting us to do it, but it's like I said before, it's entirely dependent on the timeline. Because like, I quite literally have an event that I'm here for, that I'm in New York for, at pretty much at the same time. So it's gonna be. It's gonna be something that we figure out on the spot pretty much. And no, I'm not gonna be going over to Sam and Emma because it's the fucking weekend and they don't stream on the weekend. What is happening? I'm going to both. You have no excuse. Yeah. Okay, chatter. It's a little bit different when I'm speaking at these events, or I'm supposed to be streaming the event. Don't you think? But wouldn't do an IRL, not the backseat, but wouldn't do an IRL in New York be a little dangerous for you right now, considering Cuomo being insane? Nah, it's fine. I think both myself and Andrew Cuomo are so no motion, that so low motion that like it would be more dangerous if I was like doing an IRL with ZOHRAN like we did last time, or you know, last time I was hanging out with ZOHRAN, than anything else. But where was I? What was I talking about? What the hell was I talking about? Why don't you take the weekend off and enjoy the weekend? Man, because I love my job, okay? I take it seriously. I take it seriously. Pink Panthers did a ZOHRAN collab. Yeah, ZOHRAN's famous now, bro. So he's done. He's already moved beyond. He's moved past us. Let me blast off and let's get it. Okay, we got a lot to cover, and I don't have a super long. I don't have a super long timeline here because I got an event that I must attend. I'm doing my terrorism insurance. Okay. Remember, this was a event that the New Yorker festival thing that I'm doing. Jewish Insider and the ADL was very pissed off about. They were like, "How dare you?" You know. So. Subway take? Yes. Yes, Subway take Kareem. Anyway, you're a clown, cuz. Thanks, man. Well, welcome to the clown show, you know? Yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Here it is, we're blasting off, we're live and alive. I'm in New York City, LATAM, war on NARCOTERROR, government shutdown, ice raise, ZOHRAN, tags WORSEN, Trumpinasia, and FUNDAY, question mark. Boom, boom, boom. Incorrect, clowns are funny. I try to be funny. I try to be funny to the best of my ability, okay? That's crazy to say. I might not be, but I try to. What is this? Drama bait avoided? I wish. you're young? He said young because you're cuz rather than aunt? Oh, that's true. Do you see Bannon on a third Trump term? Yeah, I covered it. I posted about it too. Thoughts on this? Socialist run and capital political party. Some Pikers boss moment for Grand Planet. No, I don't have any thoughts on it. It's because I don't think this would be a productive use of anyone's time. I'm a firm and committed advocate. I'm a firm and committed advocate to exhausting all options. That's it. You might have a difference in tactics, you might have a difference in methods, but as long as you don't have a difference in the overall goal, let me do my thing, you do yours. This is the socialist tradition. That's all socialism is. Are you worried your subway takes video will just like Kamala's was? That's so funny. I'm not doing I don't have enough time to do a subway take video with Kareem this time either, but it's if I were to do one, you think I would have a bullshit ass subway take? Are you kidding me? I have so many flaming hot takes. That's not my issue. My issue would be my takes would be too spicy for people to handle. My career is literally made off of spicy fucking takes that at first are very polarizing, and then people agree with it, and I receive the vindication, but it's far too late by the time that I receive said vindication, because most people just remember how angry they were at the time. One of those takes, of course, is being posterized over and over again by Andrew fucking Cuomo, as you guys know. Okay? But I'm like a fine wine in that way. The tannins, they hit you. Maybe they hurt your throat at first. You're like, damn, this just slapped me in the freaking face. What the hell? But then, experience, with a refined palate, you learn to appreciate it. You feel me? Just walk through Washington Square Park, there's viral TikTokers waiting for people to pass like Pokemon trainers. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Pretty crazy. Tell me one person who agrees with your no music take. Probably other autistics. The Democratic Party isn't socialist and never was and never will be, so advocating for supporting any Democratic candidate is ineffective and a waste of time. Yeah, I think you fundamentally misunderstand my position if you think that I think the Democratic Party is a socialist party or will ever be a socialist party. And that's precisely why I always say that people misunderstand my position. No music, still have Wrecking Ball stuck in my head. Talk about Larry Silverstein, who used the 9/11 insurance to make Citigroup. Wait, what the fuck? Are we unearthing? What is happening? Is that like going viral again or something? Oh my god. We're back, dude. Those are some... First of all, you think I'm gonna entertain anything related to 9/11 right now? Right before the fucking New York mayoral election, where Andrew Cuomo is trying to tie me directly to 9/11 as though I did it myself? Are you out of your dang mind? That's a old ass fucking conspiracy too. very resourceful 8-year-old, true. In any case, we covered the Irish presidential election, socialist, anti-Zionist, curb stomp, the establishment, largest share of the first preference votes in our history. Wait, you mean to tell me Conor McGregor won? Are the rumors true that you bought a house? Dude, everyone keeps asking me when I'm moving to New York. Listen, man, sometimes I say things in the heat of the moment, not realizing that, like, it's not that I didn't believe that ZOHRAN could win. I always did. Okay, millions of dollars of property is socialism now? What? Millions of dollars of property? $1 million of property? Bro, what are you even saying? Are you trying to say socialism but house? Is that what it is? Are you trying to do that? That's like 15 drama cycles ago. Yes, yes, it is. The socialist goal is everyone having a shelter, a roof over their heads. Permanent shelter, permanent roof over their heads. Okay, buddy? That's my goal. And one day I hope we can achieve it. I hope you can get it for yourself as well. Okay? I don't control the housing market. Are you doing a stream with Felix? Maybe. We'll see. Socialism is when you're a permanent renter and you keep giving money to a landlord as opposed to owning your own home. That's what true socialists are about. That's what it is. Anyway. You know what socialism is about? Getting featured at Pink Panthers That's crazy. That's awesome. And the people go nutty over it. Look at that. The crowd goes fucking wild, bro. That's so sick. The socialist shit ends once I touch a bag. Yeah, well, I've been touching many bags. Shouts out to the Hasanabi heads. Shouts out to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Shouts out to all the subscribers. I've been touching a bag for quite a while, and this socialism shit is very much not over for me, contrary to the popular opinion of all my haters. So, you can do it too. Shouts out to the glorious nation of Qatar, the crown jewel of the Gulf nation state. That's so frightening. You are the Antichrist. The rapture is coming soon. Upcoming soon. Do you sound very defeated? Are you okay? Nah, man, I'm just kind of tired. Guys, I'm a human being. I know, contrary to popular opinion, I am actually a human being. I'm not a stream bot, right? So obviously, as a human being, I do have, you know, sleep deprivation to worry about, things of that nature. It just happens, right? Open presents with a hundo spot. God damn. But it's funny. This kind of content, I can never tell. This kind of comment, I can never tell if this is like sincerely someone going through like a mental health episode, or if it's just someone beaming. Oh, he's beaming. Be careful, everyone. Socialism is ending if he touches the bag. Never mind, he is beaming. Halo's coming to PlayStation, a true sign of the end times? I know. While loving the grind is absolutely a blessing, so is balance, brother man. It's alright, time to self-care. Yeah, I'm gonna do a short stream today. That's the balance I've found. MRM 21632. Thank you for the 25 banger. My CSGO inventory vanished and now I'm giving socialism a shot. Yeah, for everybody that has For everybody that lost all their monies on the fake CSGO skin market after Gavin just for funsies decided to tank it, give socialism a shot. A lot of you are sitting pretty with those goddamn knife skins that you have, thinking you got a treasure trove in your fucking back pocket. Meanwhile, some of you experience major losses all of a sudden. Turns out, you know, unverified assets such as that one that are tied to absolutely nothing can very quickly go away. Gavin can come out. Gavin can sometimes come out and be like, listen, dog, we don't want to turn this into another fucking, we don't want to turn this into another goddamn bank situation, okay? It's gone far too long. Those skins were tied to almost the same underlying assets as today's money. True. The confidence that people had in Gavin. The confidence that Gavin literally betrayed for fun. Yeah. How, you know how Xi Jinping said homes are to live in and not for speculation? And popped that shit? Gavin said CSGO knife skins are to play with, not for speculation. It's not a speculative asset. Gavin, I didn't want to do it. I didn't have to do it. I wanted to do it. There's a specter haunting CSGO. It's the specter of socialism. Welcome to NYC. Sorry we don't have better. Oh yeah, go vote. Oh, go vote for Hasan for Streamer of the Year. No, vote for me for just chatting as well. We'll do the Streamer Awards nominations, which apparently are out. God damn, dude. There's a lot popping off on the Streamer Awards stuff. Valve isn't responsible for people's speculation. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do the Streamer Awards nom in a moment. Post a link for votes mods or Hasanabi, please. Yeah, we'll do that. You gonna ride the LIRR, bro? Embrace our beautiful trains. First of all, I love the Long Island Railroad. Okay, I've talked about this before. I think it's goated. And a lot of people are annoyed with it and they hate it, but I've always had a good experience with it every time I've been on it. And no, I will not be riding it this time, because what the fuck would I be going up to like Montauk or some shit? I'm only here for like a day and a half barely. Ride the newest sellers if you can. Maybe. Not this time though. Bro hates trains. Don't even fucking start with me, dude. Alright, well, let's get it popping. We're gonna start off with the attacks that ZOHRAN's been facing. Okay, and how aggressive they have become. What the hell, Yante, is this? My U.S. Cabinet, President, Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, surprise, surprise, Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Health and Human Services. Wait, is that just like he's... Is he the Secretary of HHS because he's hot? Are we going with the RFK method? Secretary of Education, Administrator of the EPA, Press Secretary, Social Secretary, Luigi Mangione. What the fuck are you doing there? Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the donor. The Trump backer Timothy Malone identified as donor of the $130 million for U.S. troop pay during government shutdown. Reclusive Republican billionaire is descendant of Gilded Age industrialist and former Treasury Secretary Andrew Malone. Bro, how crazy, how reclusive of a billionaire are you that the only photo that they have to pull up is from 1981? That's crazy, man. That's actually nutty as hell. Like, we got so many goddamn billionaires out here in America that, like, there's billionaires that are just, like, secret billionaires. What the hell? What the hell, bro? The only billionaire doing it right, it seems. Brother, if you don't think this is an alarming incident, I don't know how to explain it to you. We got secret reclusive billionaires paying for the military. It's literally illegal.
He has been offensive.
It's literally illegal. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a second when we get there, okay? What is this? Oh, here's a recent photo. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't use that one. Timothy Malone. Bro, you want the American army to be fucking funded by billionaires? What are you, crazy? We're just cutting out the middlemen at this point? It's cyberpunk, dude. It's literally just straight up cyberpunk. We are living in Arasaka. We're living in the cyberpunk Arasaka dystopia. The hell? What the hell, man? These are warning signs, brother. This is not a good moment. This ain't a good moment. This is a bad moment. This is a terrifying moment. I'm terrified, positively disturbed by this revelation. Corporal military is incoming. Anyway, but we were talking about ZOHRAN. First, I'm going to start off with ZOHRAN. I don't know if Tomasi is slapped on that playlist here or not, but would you have Cuomo on the stream? Yes, I would love to have Cuomo on the stream. Oh, yeah, here is the playlist. Nice. Yeah, early voting starts in New York City and New Jersey key elections. We're obviously going to talk about that. Obviously the last week has been an escalated line of attack. An escalated line of attack from Andrew Cuomo, who has run completely out of options and has decided to pull the age-old trick. Hey, guys, I know you don't like me. I know you keep calling me Andrew Cuomo cop rapist. I know you keep saying I'm responsible for the death of more New Yorkers than Muhammad Atta with the COVID, grandparents, the boomer cost that I did. Okay? But I'll have you consider that my opponent is a brown man, a Muslim man, a Mohammedan. He will bring about Jihad Sharia. Allahu Akbar. Okay? Allahu Akbar. He will make it so that you can only eat halal food and that pork will now be relegated to the black market. Have you thought about that, New York? Have you thought about that? Bet not. Bet not. You didn't. Now, of course, he's been doing that. And in the process of him doing that, ZOHRAN came out and was like, enough is enough. Cut it with this racist nonsense. Now, I don't know how that will be received by New Yorkers broadly. I hope that New Yorkers will look at that and go, this is reprehensible. This is fucking disgusting. Man, Andrew Cuomo, you suck. Right? But obviously the media, which always has a penchant for drama, has decided to take Cuomo to task as well, because they're like, bro, you keep saying your opponent, you agreed with a conservative radio talk show host that said that ZOHRAN Pumdani would cheer on another 9/11. Right? What the fuck is going on? And Andrew Cuomo's just still doing the same shit. He's like, well, he hung out with Hasanabi. That's what he says. Like, it sounds unbelievable that I would be brought up this much in the fucking New York mayoral race. But here we are. I love that he's like, listen, you think that I'm Islamophobic? Well, guess what? Here's another Muslim guy that I think did 9/11. Excuse me, how dare you call me Islamophobic? It's not one but two Muslims I am attributing to 9/11. Excuse me, sir. And there's another third secret Muslim there too, which I'm attributing to ZOHRAN Mamdani with the last time, before 9/11, in the 93 World Trade Center bombing. These guys all hate the World Trade Center. Mandandi, he's gonna do another one. And it's so funny because, like, he makes it seem as though I'm like the secret puppet master pulling the strings. Or he acts like I'm running against him for some reason. Anyway, let's take a look. Started with division. The main issue he campaigned on was Gaza. Literally not true. This is so fucking stupid. ZOHRAN Mamdani straight up barely talked about Israel, barely talked about Palestine, okay? He had in the past when he was doing his activism. His entire campaign revolves around affordability. Here, for those who didn't hear it, I'm gonna turn it up more.
The entire campaign started with division. The main issue he campaigned on was Gaza. And
that's not true. As a matter of fact, it was you who literally kept bringing the conversation back to it because you kept saying, because you thought that people would actually ride for you aggressively. You old bitch. You're the one who kept talking about Israel. You're the motherfucker who kept the conversation staying on Israel. If anything, ZOHRAN constantly was like, hey guys, I'm not running for mayor of Tel Aviv. I'm trying to be the mayor of New York. Can we shut the fuck up about this? And everybody knows it. If it wasn't the most viral moment from the last primary debates that unironically played a major role in ZOHRAN breaching containment and cutting across the crowded primary as a singular force, because of that one moment where everybody's like, I will go to Tel Aviv, I'm gonna go to Israel when I become mayor, I love the Holy Land. And ZOHRAN was like, I'm not going to Israel, man, I'm the mayor of New York, I'm chilling here. Okay? It's so funny that they were constantly being like, well, what about Israel? What about Israel? And ZOHRAN was like, guys, I don't know about the affordability crisis in Israel. They're doing a genocide. That's it. Can we please talk about New York now?
Israel and being pro-Palestinian. Let me ask you a question. You know how tense that issue was. You know how raw the feelings were.
It's so funny. He's just trying to angle it in a way where he doesn't offend the majority. He is trying to find a way to talk about it like he didn't literally say he would be Benjamin Netanyahu's lawyer, pro bono lawyer on his fucking ICC charge. International Criminal Court investigation into Benjamin Netanyahu being a war criminal. This dumb fuck literally came out and thought, I'll be a free lawyer for you, baby. Like, he straight up thought that was gonna be a banger. And everybody was like, why the fuck would I care about this? Like, why would I? Ew. Clearly, in terms of the New York mayoral race, most people don't give a fuck. Like, that's not the consideration. That's not the top priority. Israel's not the top priority for the New York mayoral race. And as a matter of fact, the reason why Zohran won the primaries was because he was like, I'm running for mayor of New York. Everybody calm down, okay? But the ones that do care about it, well, guess what? The New Yorkers that do care about Israel, maybe not as a top priority, but as an important priority nonetheless, the majority position was that they don't fuck with Israel. And that's the reason why he has to turn around and be like, well, Zohran was constantly bringing up Gaza. He was talking, Mamtabi was talking about Gaza all the time, and it was a time when tensions were hot. He shouldn't have said anything while looking as brown as he does. I'll have you know, my opponent, ladies and gentlemen, is a Mohammedan. He is a secret Shia 12er, dividing the Sunni, not following the true Islam, which is the Sunni Islam. Allahu Akbar. We will all do takbir now. I am the true Salafist. And as a true Salafist, I have reverted to Islam. And we know that we cannot be run by a Shia 12. New Yorkers say no. They say yes to real Islam. They say yes to the restoration of the real caliphate. They say no to the Shia. They warn about the Shias. In my head canon, ISIS Cuomo, Salafist Cuomo is what the real method is, okay? That's what it was. This entire time, we misjudged him. This entire time, we thought Andrew Cuomo was like, oh, you know, I love Israel, whatever. It turns out he was actually just a Salafist who thinks there is a real ever-present danger within the mindset of the Shia.
About the Middle East situation on both sides. What does Gaza and Israel have to do with running for mayor of the city of New York? Am I missing something? Is the mayor a member of the United Nations? Is he part of a negotiating team? What?
Wait, bro, it's so great. I feel like I'm losing my mind, bro. Brother, you literally signed on to offer pro bono legal counsel to Benjamin Netanyahu. Zohran didn't do any of that. Hello? That was his argument. You can't be taking that argument at the last second. His argument was like, bro, I'm the mayor of New York, okay? I'm just gonna follow the law. Can we please just chill out?
Why? Because he wanted to use it for political purposes.
Oh my God. What a time. What a sign of the times, by the way. Fucking amazing. Guy who signed up to do pro bono legal counsel for Benjamin Netanyahu, who spent the entire time yelling at Zohran over Israel when he clearly wanted to focus on affordability, now asks why was Israel's main point of contention. guy who signed up to do pro bono legal counsel for Benjamin Netanyahu, for Netanyahu, and spent the entire time yelling and throwing over Israel. When Z clearly wanted to focus on affordability. Now asked, why was Israel a main point of contention in the New York City mayoral race? I wonder why, man. Is his dumbass brother campaigning for him, Chris? I don't know what he's up to. I think he's just doing a meltdown. It's like, you lost, man. You should have fucking dropped off. You should have dropped off. You should have saved yourself the dignity. Don't know why people convinced you. Don't know why people fucking convinced you that this would be a bar and that you would be fine, you know? You think we won't ever have to hear from Cuomo again after this? Oh no, it's over. I think Zohran's gonna win and then Cuomo's done. I mean, his political career is over. He got ritualistically fucking humiliated by...
6 years ago.
He got ritualistically humiliated by an underdog candidate, even though he represents a last name and a brand that is now forever tarnished in New York. So like, for guys like Andrew Cuomo, one of the worst things that you could do is basically destroy your familial legacy, right? And while Mario Cuomo is like a revered figure, a respected figure overall in New York politics, which he literally, Andrew Cuomo and Chris Cuomo ate off of for many, many years, both the Cuomo brothers have become a stain on that reputation and have unironically destroyed the familial legacy. And that is perhaps the worst thing you could do. I don't know about that. No, I think they're so disgraced after this because, look, listen. The sex crime or the murdering of the boomers by way of sending them to the death camps during COVID. Those qualities, like those things can be overlooked if you're a winner. You got a killer instinct. Because politics is a disgusting game. It's a very cynical game. People do not have morals when they're conducting themselves in the political arena. But the one thing you can't do is all of those, all the things that you did, and also fucking lose. You cannot, in the eyes of the political arena broadly, you can't have all of those blemishes and fucking be a loser. You just can't do that. Because the entire worldview that these guys have designed around themselves is, yes, you can, Trump did. What are you talking about? Trump won twice. What do you mean? And when he lost the second time around, there was a major major restructuring. But then he won again. He won within he won the hearts and minds of the primary audience. And then he won again. Are you kidding me? He is exactly what I'm talking about. Trump is literally the method that I am pointing to. He is the example that I can present to you as a guy who wins no matter what, that ends up forcing the rest of the people to play ball. Do you think that after the 2020 defeat, the Republican Party didn't actually try to desperately restructure everything and get rid of the Trump scourge? The problem was the alternative was not someone that the base actually received positively. Ron DeSantis. They tried to stop Trump. They tried to stop the Trump train in the 2015 primaries. They failed. He took over by force. He lost in 2020. institutional Republicans thought this is our opportunity, Mitch McConnell included. They thought this is our opportunity, we need to find an alternative. The alternative was little Rhonda, little meatball Ron. And he was risless. He was so risless that he had all of that institutional backing, and he still experienced a spectacular defeat in the hands of the Trump train. And we're back at it again. Trump motion, choo choo. What are we talking about? That's it. Anyway, this is also another reason why this fucking dipshit keeps losing, because he has horrible instincts.
Across the board. And probably, from my opinion, the most widespread attack on New Yorkers is when he refuses to denounce Hassan Piker. Who is Hassan Piker? Hassan Piker said America deserved 9/11. America deserved 9/11.
It's so funny that he keeps saying America deserved 9/11 because it brings out so many bangers, like Vika's Music made one.
How many thousands of New Yorkers have died in 9/11 and still dying because of 9/11 illnesses? And he will not denounce Hassan Piker?
He said it way more than me, bro. You kidding me? Yeah. Who's Hassan Piker failed the bus driver test in spectacular fashion. And I don't know why he keeps hitting that over and over again. Like, someone at his corner needs to be like, hey, I feel like someone in his corner is doing this because he's like, well, if we can't take out Zohran, maybe we can, like, tarnish Hassan's reputation somehow or something. I mean, he's like a big anti-Israel op. Like, come on, do us one good thing, Andrew. You're gonna fucking fail anyway. It's just like, it's just not, it's so dumb. Once again, I cannot stress this enough. New Yorkers, by and large, that are going out to vote are not voting on whether or not Zohran hung out with Hasanabi Piker. They're voting on a bunch of issues, right? Affordability. If they like Zohran, they're voting for Zohran for that reason. Maybe Israel, they're fearful that Zohran is going to be a threat to Israel or something somehow, as the mayor of New York. I don't know, whatever kind of hysterical shit that they believe, or because they're conservative and they're fearful of what Zohran might do to the interests of the real estate developers or the Wall Street or whatever, okay? But what they are not voting on is Hassan Piker, because New Yorkers, especially those who are going out to vote, don't know who the fuck Hassan Piker is. They don't know who I am. And the ones that do, like me, the majority of the New Yorkers who know who I am, the majority of the New Yorkers don't know who I am. But the majority of New Yorkers who do know who I am like me, as opposed to those who don't. And the thing is, the ones who don't like me, we're never going to vote for Zohran anyway. If you are that invested in American politics, so much so that you know who I am, you're probably reading a lot of pro-Israel outlets. You are probably very pro-Israel, okay? This is correct. I pulled 2 New Yorkers and 100% of them like you. Hell yeah. It's not about you. He uses it to make it look like Zohran is a Muslim terrorist. This is why he says, who is Hassan Piker? Hassan Piker said America deserved 9/11. He just says your name in the intro of the combo. I know. I understand that. Except it's not going to work because there is no direct association with Zohran Mamdani. Do you understand? There's no direct association. Like, I don't know how else to describe this to you guys, because this is an extremely online community, so it's a little difficult. It's a difficult thing to bring up on the right side, like on the right-wing side, because anything that I bring up, any person that he's affiliated with that I bring up, you're probably going to know. Except for, I guess, maybe Sid Rosenberg, right? None of you motherfuckers know who he is. And he is also a right-wing commentator. If I were to pull all of his fucking quotes, and then be like, he went on Sid Rosenberg's fucking show, and this is what Sid had said in the past. I think he got fired for was it the Don Imus saga? Didn't he get fucking fired for that? He's probably a more known figure amongst New Yorkers and a more reviled figure amongst New Yorkers than I am. A lot of you don't know him, but a lot of people in New York know him, like a lot of older people in New York know him, because he got fucking fired for saying racist shit. He told us we don't know who he is and then asked us why he got fired. Exactly. That's what I mean. That would be a silly line of attack. Donnie is making his kids cry, yeah. Anyway. And as I've said time and time again, this line of attack is even remotely sticky, at least in his mind. Because my name is also Hasan, okay? That's it. Because as I've repeated over and over again, if ZOHRAN had went on Bill Maher's show, okay, in the lead up to the election, and Bill Maher famously said much more wild shit about 9/11 right after 9/11, as a matter of fact, and he even got fired for it. It was a much bigger incident. And he was like, he went on Bill Maher's show, and Bill Maher famously said the 9/11 attackers were brave. You know what's not brave, he said, continued, lobbing Tomahawk missiles from thousands of miles away. Why won't ZOHRAN condemn Bill Maher? It wouldn't work. No one would even think about it. They would even think less about it, because this is not a thing that people are thinking about right now anyway. It's true. Look it up. Bill Maher did say those things, okay? Way back in the day. Right after 9/11, as a matter of fact. A week after 9/11.
You will offend 9/11 families. You will offend every New Yorker. Because 9/11 was an attack on all New Yorkers. And it traumatized all New Yorkers. So no, he's not the victim. He is...
That's so fucked up too. Dumbass. He was literally a New Yorker when 9/11 happened. He was first victimized and traumatized by 9/11 happening, and then he was further traumatized by the fact that he was a little Muslim boy in the aftermath of 9/11. What the fuck are you doing? What are you saying? God damn, this shit is so fucking annoying. He is not a victim of 9/11. What the fuck do you mean? He was literally a New Yorker during 9/11 as an 8-year-old. If all New Yorkers were traumatized by 9/11, then yeah, of course ZOHRAN was also a part of the group that was traumatized by fucking 9/11. This is the unconscious bias that I try to explain to people, okay? And it even happened with my statements on 9/11. I wasn't in America at the time. I was in Turkey. But when I said Americans are 9/11, I followed that up with, we did. We deserved it. We totally deserved it, okay? I was talking about blowback and also saying I'm a part of the in-group. But the unconscious bias in that regard is that if you're Muslim, you're not a part of the in-group. You can't be victimized of this in any capacity. okay? That's it. That's the fucking point. Do you understand? Yeah, that's the reason why they come for me and not the Chapo or the Blowback guys. Like, ZOHRAN went on the fucking Chapo Trap House podcast and got endorsed by Nick Mullen of Cumtown fame. There's a reason why people don't give a shit about any of that. Well, partially because they're not as, I would say, like, there's no brand visibility for someone like myself either, but there's even less brand visibility for them overall. But they're also not Muslim. And therefore, they haven't had their big media blow-up moment on an issue such as that one, even if they obviously agree with it.
Offender, and he has done a great deal of damage. Now, is it unusual to see people playing politics by trying to divide? No, he has been offensive across.
Yeah, this is a horrible line of retaliation. It's a horrible line of retaliation, and this is a more in-depth approach to ZOHRAN's speech from yesterday, talking about the attacks that he received that have escalated in intensity in these last couple of weeks, especially this past week.
Ago, shortly after I announced I was running for assembly, a well-meaning Muslim uncle pulled me aside, smiled softly, and looked at me with care. In a quiet voice, he told me I did not have to tell people I was Muslim. His eyes kind, his beard proud, and his face heavy with the implication of the unsaid. I had not learned the lesson that he had been taught, time and again. It is the lesson that safety could only be found in the shadows of our city. That it is in those shadows alone where Muslims could embrace the fullness of our own identities. And that if we are to emerge from them, then it is in those shadows where we must leave our faith. These are lessons that so many Muslim New Yorkers have been taught again and again. And over these last few days, these are the lessons that have become the closing message of Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, and Eric Adams. Yesterday, Andrew Cuomo laughed and agreed when a radio show host said that I would cheer another 9/11. Yesterday, Eric Adams said that we can't let our city become Europe. He compared me to violent extremists, and he lied when he said that our movement seeks to burn churches and destroy communities. The day before that, Curtis Sliwa slandered me from a debate stage when he claimed that I supported global jihad. And every day, Super PAC ads imply that I am a terrorist or mock the way I eat. Push polls that ask New Yorkers questions like whether they support invented proposals to make halal mandatory, or political cartoons that represent my candidacy as an airplane hurtling towards the World Trade Center. But I do not want to use this moment to speak to them any further. I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of the city. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt, who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab. I want to speak to the Muslim city worker, whether they teach in our schools or walk the beat for the NYPD. New Yorkers who all make daily sacrifices on behalf of the city only to see their leaders spit in their face. I want to speak to every child who grows up in New York marked as the other, who is randomly selected in a way that rarely feels random, who feels that they carry a stain that can never quite be cleaned. Growing up in the shadow of 9/11, I have known what it means to live with an undercurrent of suspicion. I will always remember the disdain I faced, the way my name could immediately become Muhammad, and how I could return to my city only to be asked in a double-mirrored room at the airport if I had any plan of attacking it. And since I was very young, I have known that I was spared the worst of it. I was never pressured to be an informant like a classmate of mine. I have never had the word terrorist spray-painted on my garage as one of my staff had to endure. My mosque has never been set on fire. To be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity. But indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does. since I announced my candidacy for mayor 1 year ago yesterday.
I'm not doing IRL today, but Felix Biederman will be making an appearance in a little bit. So that's the secret guest for the day. So get fucking stoked on that shit, okay? That's right. Long awaited, the return of the prodigal son. You feel me? Finally needed some vapor. Yeah, I got you.
I've sought to be the candidate fighting for everyday New York, not simply the Muslim candidate. I've carried these indignities with me each moment of this race, doing so all the while as the first major Muslim candidate for mayor in New York City history. I thought that if I could build a campaign of universality, I could define myself as the leader I aspire to be, one representing every New Yorker, no matter their skin color or religion. I thought if I worked hard enough, it would allow me to be that leader. And I thought that if I behaved well enough or bit my tongue enough in the face of racist, baseless attacks while returning back to my central message, it would allow me to be more than just my faith. I was wrong. No amount of redirection is ever enough. In doing this, I have told the wide-eyed young boy in Jackson Heights, or the first-time voter in Parkchester, that they too should remain in the shadows. I am becoming that same uncle who took me aside. No more.
He's kind of owning his own uncle, not gonna lie. I don't really think about it like that. I guess technically when I've talked about my grandfather and his exact, like, the same talk that my granddad had with me, saying, Hasan, don't tell people you are Muslim. Don't tell people your name is Hasan. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Turns out we were just dunking on our relatives, you know? Use your middle name. Dogan, it sounds Irish. It's not 1-to-1, but as a gay guy, elder gays gave us the same talk, just a safety thing. Yeah, no. Ireland just voted in an independent left-wing female president. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, the baby Huey Vance, JD Vance said that, yeah, according to Zohran, the real victim of 9/11 was his auntie who got some allegedly bad looks. Like, you guys understand what's going on, right? Like, you can't on the one hand be like 9/11 victimized all New Yorkers except for the Muslims. Okay, you're proving the fucking point. If 9/11 traumatized all New Yorkers, that also includes Muslim New Yorkers. They're fucking New Yorkers, dipshit. And then they got additionally traumatized because they were seen as the other that was responsible for 9/11 all of a sudden. It's so fucking stupid. Pisses me off.
The dream of every Muslim is simply to be treated the same as any other New Yorker. And yet for too long we have been told to ask for less than that, and to be satisfied with whatever little we receive. No more. For as long as we have lived, we have known that no matter what anyone says, there are still certain forms of hate acceptable in this city today. Islamophobia is not seen as inexcusable. One can incite violence against our mosques and know that condemnation will never come. Elected officials in this city can sell t-shirts calling for my deportation without fear of any accountability. The consequences are stark. More than 1 million Muslim New Yorkers exist in this city only to be made to feel as if guests in our own home. No more. We stand on the precipice of an election, but that is not what today is about. We know that in less than 2 weeks, we will say goodbye to a disgraced former governor in our current indicted mayor. The bigger question is whether we are willing to say goodbye to something much larger. It is whether we are willing to say goodbye to anti-Muslim sentiment that has grown so endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were said by a Republican or by a Democrat. We know only that it was spoken in the language of the politics of this city. In an era of ever-diminishing bipartisanship, Islamophobia has emerged as one of the few areas of agreement. And while I appreciate all who have rushed to my defense over the past 2 days, I think of those Muslims in this city who do not have the luxury of being the Democratic nominee, who do not have the luxury of being deemed worthy of solidarity. While my opponents in this race have brought this hatred to the forefront, this is just a glimpse into what so many Muslims have had to endure every day across the 5 boroughs that we call home. And while it would be easy to say that this is not who we are as a city, we know the truth. This is who we have allowed ourselves to become. A question lies before each of us. Will we continue to accept a narrow definition of what it means to be a New Yorker that makes smaller the number of those guaranteed a life of dignity? Will we remain in the shadows, or will we together step into the light? There are 11 days remaining until election. I will be a Muslim man in New York City each of those 11 days, and every day that follows after that. I will not change who I am. I will not change how I eat. I will not change the faith that I am proud to belong to. But there is one thing I will change. I will no longer look for myself in the shadows. I will find myself in the light.
It's a beautiful speech. And it is, it's a beautiful speech, it's a worthy speech. And yet, I still worry, man. I worry that there's gonna be a bunch of motherfuckers who hear this and go, oh wow, now you're making it about yourself. You know? It's frustrating that it needed to be said at all. Like, it's just ridiculous, but it's the same dynamic that I always describe to you. It's the same dynamic that I described to you from my own personal experience over this last year, as people that I previously said were my friends, people that I previously saw as, at worst, co-workers, partners, coming out of the gates swinging, constantly screaming about how I was a terrorist, Islamist fundamentalist, anti-Semite, a million different slanderous statements, right? And on top of that, a lot of silence from my other colleagues as well. Not a single person turning around and being like, hey, maybe we should not do this. You know, maybe we shouldn't be so comfortable. Maybe we shouldn't feel so comfortable calling a prominent progressive Muslim political commentator a fucking terrorist over and over again. And yet every step of the way, when I even brought it up or tried to talk about it, the very same people who called me that, they would turn around and justify it by being like, no, but you don't understand, you are a terrorist. You are a terrorist. Here's why. And they made jokes about it. Two fucking years, every single day. 2 fucking years, and it still goes on. Not a single person, that's so untrue. Okay, fair. I'm talking about the broader community, not this one, and not the streaming space in general, but I'm talking about influencers who in the past would have probably taken on at least a little bit of that, right? Of course I have allies, but they themselves oftentimes were in the crosshairs all the same. That is, I know what you mean. People have emotion and how much booze. Look, that is just the reality and the calculation that you make. That is just the calculation that you make all the time. Nobody in this space cares about shit except for the bag man. I know. Why do you allow them to get away with it? Why not report them? Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Why not report them? What are you talking about? This shit is so institutionally permitted that a prominent candidate, a former disgraced governor, can get away with doing it every day on the timeline. The fuck are you talking about? If it takes the leading candidate in the mayoral race to call it out after being on the receiving end of it for the entire election cycle, what makes you think I have motion like that? Yeah, let me call the manager of racism, dude. We're literally in the process of talking about how this is institutionally permitted, okay? Look at Randy Fine. Randy Fine has said heinous shit about Muslims, heinous shit about congressional representatives, other politicians in Congress, his colleagues that are of Muslim background. And what has happened to Randy Fine? Was he censured? No. Nothing. This is the point. And it's so the point that even bringing it up is a woe is me moment. People reach out, people respond with, oh, here we go again, constantly fucking chirping. There was one representative who got censured, Rashid Tlaib, for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And that was met with mostly silence from her colleagues, who also agreed with the Republicans. Why do you still act cool with influencers who throw you under the bus or don't speak to your defense ever? I don't know, man. Because you have to make nice and play ball. I think some of you don't understand that reality. You're drama farming. That's just what being a fucking adult is like, okay? Wake up. That's just what it is in the fucking real world. Alright? It's quite literally a part of what this conversation is about, which is why I thought it was a little bit funny that I was getting a shit ton of fucking heat over understandable concerns that black and brown chatters had, because despite my pale, pasty white skin and my perceived white status, my self-perceived white status, I too also eat it every fucking day. So I have a very unique experience with the exact same thing that a lot of chatters were complaining about, which were valid. Yeah, Omar almost got censured too, but it failed. gotta eat it sometimes. There's just nothing you can do. Anyone that has ever experienced what I'm talking about, and many of you have of some sort, already know this. You've already made this mental calculation in your mind with amongst your coworkers. You know? You've made it around your family, potentially. You've made it around loved ones because you don't know. You don't know how they'll respond. Sometimes it's worthy of calling out, but even when he's calling it out, because it is actually absolutely valid to do this, you're gonna burn some political capital in the process. Do you understand? You're burning a little bit of political capital. Because there's always gonna be people that go, what does this do for me? I don't give a fuck about this shit. Maybe they were right. You're being selfish talking about this shit that doesn't matter to me. What's this woke nonsense that you speak of? You know? When you internalize, you just have to eat it, even when it's necessary for survival. You risk negatively polarizing yourself against people who can or won't eat it, who are pushing for change. Man, shut up. I didn't say you should be Uncle Muhammad, okay? Calm the fuck down. What do you mean you risk negatively polarizing yourself against people? But yeah, there are people who take it one step further and become loyal servants of this same racialized structure. That's not what this is about. My point is, sometimes you gotta play a little bit of ball. It's a give and take. You have to work within what people perceive as normal. But I do think that the Islamophobic attacks that ZOHRAN has been experiencing has been abnormal. Like, it's been perhaps the only fucking thing that he's been receiving as a line of attack. Nothing else. And this is what I tried to explain to a lot of chatters when chatters were getting mad, right? When they were like, oh, he's betraying the anti-Zionist position, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, man. He's just trying to fucking pick and choose his battles, okay? And even I've called out when I think he has made a misstep. But this is something that people know. This is something that people experience. This is something that people have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. And it's very different if you're running for office, right? That's the reason why he just kept his mouth shut up until this moment. Because, can you imagine if he had done a video like this early on, when he had the opportunity to do so, then the entire conversation would revolve around this. And that would be a waste. That would be, lol, you're such a bad person. Why? Please explain. Stop lying about your dog. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. Do you understand? Do you understand what I mean? Because if ZOHRAN had come out of the gate swinging with like Islamophobia, even though he was, instead of eating it, even though he had a valid concern there, right? Then the rest of the campaign that he perfectly centered around affordability and the policies to reach as broad of an audience as possible would be centered around something hyper-specific. Something hyper-specific. Islamophobia, and it's dangerous. And only 1 in 8 New Yorkers are Muslim, okay? And even Muslim New Yorkers worry about affordability. So sometimes you gotta play this song and dance. Sometimes you gotta make sure, even if you are victim to these kinds of smears or attacks, you just play ball, you just eat it. As someone in the public eye who has to speak convincingly on these issues, I understand this delicate balance, right? Can you imagine if every day, instead of talking about the atrocities that are taking place in Gaza, I woke up, turned on the broadcast, and was like, here's another person that is calling me a fucking Islamophobic, anti-Semitic terrorist. Here's another person that is calling for my deportation, a person that's like lived in my house. At a time when the government literally has its crosshairs on someone like myself. Woe is me. People would just go, after the 11th day, people would go, all right, dude, fucking move on to other shit. That's the point. The reason why I'm hammering this in to the best of my ability right now is because, one, ZOHRAN is obviously putting his foot down and responding to it. But the other reason why I'm hammering this point in is because this is why the quote-unquote drama that took place in terms of like black and brown community members, or even people who have been on my broadcast who are Twitch streamers themselves from these sorts of backgrounds, the concerns that they were bringing up and the responses that they were getting felt a lot like what I'm talking about when you bring something up and a lot of other people perceive it as a microaggression. And a lot of people have the same attitude that I sometimes have in my short fuse moments when I also treat it as like a sinister line of attack. Okay? It might come across silly, but a lot of people have a hair trigger towards this stuff. Okay? And that hair trigger you develop over years and years of having to eat it. So when you come into a community where you feel relatively safe, but I always say it's not a perfectly, completely safe space. But when you come into a community where you feel relatively safe, and then you start feeling relatively unsafe, and you bring that concern up, and then I'm short about it, okay? I'm short about it, and then other chatters also feel like they can be short about it as well. Well, the thing is, the people that are voicing those concerns don't know if you're black, don't know if you're white. They don't know what your background is. They don't know what your perspective is. They're just seeing anonymous accounts getting inundated with anger. And they see that as a reflection of the community and a reflection of my commentary as well. So, which is why I take ownership over it, as I did yesterday. Feel me? So it's a little push and pull. To those who experience like microaggressions and whatnot in this chat, you gotta know sometimes you gotta eat it a little bit, as I do on a daily fucking basis, right? We're moving on from this in a second, hold on. But especially for those who come in here and also repeat the short fuse reaction and the retort that I sometimes have, you can't be doing that. Because you have to remind yourself, like, people on the other side are not aware of it, are not aware of your background, are not aware of your perspective, and to them it just looks like, we gotta eat the microaggressions? Yes, sometimes. I do it every day. So yes, that's what I'm saying. It is a unfortunate byproduct of trying to reach as broad an audience as possible. Okay? That's my point. But having said that, those who actually are committed to broad, sweeping, justice-centered initiatives that want to build solidarity also have to understand that they have to be extra careful. They have to be extra careful in the way that they disparage people's valid concerns. Do you understand? It's not just a give and take from one side. It's a give and take from all sides. Okay? And it's especially important for chatters who do engage in pile-ons to remember that we can't be doing that. More so than I demand people take on the task of emotional labor or eat the microaggressions every now and then. Okay? You are a spoiled lefty. Thanks. I will say, after the last 2 years, I would much rather go back to, I don't think you realize that the saying, to eat it, you're enabling those bad actors in your community to spread increasingly racist, harmful over time. Those microaggressions about to get macro. Oh my lord. My point is, the perceived slight is more valid on the side that is on the receiving end of microaggression. Okay? My point is that there is a balance to it. Welcome back to the city. Are you here to illegally vote? Hell yeah, baby. To restore the Islamic Caliphate. Yeah. I'm gonna go watch the Agro much better stream. Yeah. This is a stream where I can drink water without having to chase it with a soda. If that's like a unique experience for you, and you find that to be superpower, then this is not the stream for you, my man. I also take showers daily, the one just before the broadcast. All right. Early voting starts in New York City and New Jersey. Key election
is over. Polls are now open in New York and New Jersey for early voting.
Some voters obviously eager to get to the ballot box as things continue to heat up on the campaign trails. John Diaz joining us live from the Upper West Side with not only the excitement to vote early, but what you need to know in order to do so. John?
Yeah, good morning, both of you. We're going to get you right out here and actually show you a live look. They just opened the doors about a minute ago. There was about 20 people waiting outside, maybe, 24 people waiting outside this polling place here, right by West 79th Street in Columbus area. They are heading in now to cast their ballot early. Those polls now open, and they will remain open until 5 o'clock this evening here in the city. Both New York and New Jersey will hold 9 days of early voting until the general election on November 4th. After months of political ads, debates, and rallies, it's all winding down. With early voting starting today, many eager to get it done and make it count.
I think early is better because it's not as much of a crowd as it is on day up.
I do early voting. I think it's just easier to beat the crowds and get it done and feel like okay, I did my part. It's done before the day up.
The race to lead New York City is in its final stretch, with candidates from all sides still vying for the job, including Republican Curtis Sliwa. Even as polls suggest a win is out of reach, he is making it clear he will not drop out.
Because it ain't happening.
After Mayor Eric Adams endorsed Andrew Cuomo this week, a last-minute endorsement for Zohran Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, getting off the fence and giving his backing, while not on camera, only in writing, saying Mamdani has focused on addressing the affordability crisis, that there will be areas of agreement.
This was such a funny Hakeem Jeffries moment because it made everybody mad. Like, there was not a worse way to arrive at this position after so much hand-wringing. Because now you got all the fucking ultra-Zionists chirping at him, saying, like, I saw people posting, being like, we're never giving another dollar to the Democrats ever again. Like, it probably would have been better to just not say anything at that point, you know what I mean? Just, you're not on the fence at that point, okay? You're off the fence. You've chosen your side. If you're gonna wait until the very last moment to deliver this, like, shitty ass, like, oh yeah, I guess, you know, I'm endorsing ZOHRAN. He won the fair and free election. Like, he's talking fair and free election like we're talking about Venezuela or something. A very frustrating thing being a reason of not enjoying most oppressed class of people and being brown myself. I found myself in many situations defending any enjoyment or content over perceived slights and prior incidents. It's really annoying to have the mindfulness of, I watch this guy speak clearly and truthfully, yet he's accused of this insane shit that I just don't see. And it makes me lose my shit every time. The greatest solution to that is to get people to tune in. That's it. I'll do the talking for myself. And if not, podcast appearances, and if not, a specific YouTube video that addresses whatever concerns that they might have, because there is a major industry of fuck Hasan content, right? There's a major industry of fuck Hasan content out there, and if people have these sorts of concerns that are oftentimes born out of like the invalid concerns, and it's very difficult for a lot in this community, a lot of people in this community to perceive and sift through what is valid criticism and what is invalid criticism. And I also, once again, take ownership over that. It makes it very hard for me to also figure that out sometimes, because a lot of the even valid criticism can start from someone who is overtly racist, for example. This last round of people, specifically the TikTokers and black content creators who have said he hit the hard B, was a buildup born out of valid concerns that black and brown chatters had in this community, but the tipping point was brought about in the aftermath of the Hasanabi dog scandal, and also pushed for by bad faith actors who obviously have a litany of heinous moments as it pertains to black people, right? So, even though it was manufactured as a point of outrage from a bad faith perspective, there was good faith critique in it. So we can't be all, we can't all be super aggro. We gotta be kind every step of the way if you're promoting this stuff. You said the slur? No, dude. I said black people, but put an emphasis on black. And people didn't like it, especially with the way that the clip is clipped out. There is no, would the heart be enlighten me? No, just, how the fuck do I explain it, dude? I think a lot of times the shitty people exploit the perceived weakness in the community. Instead of becoming what the bad faith people believe we are, we can just strengthen our weak spots so they have less and less to go off. Yeah. Also, I think it's important for me to address it regardless, because I don't want people to fucking think that this is not promoting safe faith black and brown chatters anyway.
And areas of principled disagreement, and that they have an obligation to push back against Republican extremism.
When Congressman Jeffries gives this endorsement, it means a great deal to the Assemblyman's campaign right before early voting. So I never thought he was going to take the risk.
And in New Jersey, the gubernatorial candidate sat down for a forum before early voting. Republican Jack Ciattarelli and Democrat Mikey Sherrill took questions from the audience about issues that matter to families. One question posed to the candidates was if they support the expansion of charter schools, which are prevalent in Newark.
Every time there's a lottery here in Newark for the new charter school, the demand keeps supply, which meant some folks went from home heartbroken. They went back to their family school system. So we have to provide choice. We also have to try like that to fix the public school system.
I'm supportive that the state is going to run a really good charter and hold all schools equal. We do, I think, have to be very careful because the majority of students across our state get educated in traditional public schools.
early voting sites can differ from election day polling sites, so do keep that in mind and check before you head out. For now, we are live this morning from the Upper West Side. John Diaz, CBS News, New York.
All right, John, thanks very much. And do stay with us leading up to Election Day for all of full voter's guide. You can head to our website, cbsnewyork.com.
Socialists don't always win. Recently in New York, though, a charismatic young socialist, supported by both DSA and working families, running on a platform of affordable housing, publicly owned grocery stores, and more mental health responders instead of cops, actually won the Democratic primary. In a firmly blue city, in a firmly blue state, that's usually the end of the story. But then, in November, India Walton lost the general election. Back in 2021, Buffalo, New York re-elected centrist Democrat Byron Brown as the mayor. After losing the primary to a DSA candidate, Buffalo's establishment freaked out. Millionaires, real estate moguls, Republican donors, all terrified by the prospect of a politician they hadn't completely bought and paid for running a major city, formed a united front basically overnight and swept Brown into office on a write-in campaign and a mountain of establishment money. Despite losing the Democratic nomination, Brown won the general. And there are a lot of reasons this upset happened. For starters, while Brown quickly got to work outspending India Walton and pretending he suddenly wasn't a Democrat after 30 years with the party, the top party brass like Chuck Schumer took their sweet time endorsing the candidate actually running on their ticket. Some, like Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state.
This is a comparison that I've brought up quite a bit in the primary, especially leading up to what might happen with Zohran and then a concern that I raised right after Zohran's victory. If you recall.
Never even did. There was no vote blue no matter who mass mobilizing like we see every 4 years for the presidency. The party left Walton out to dry, and that meant that even though Brown was notoriously corrupt to the point the FBI was looking into his entourage, that poverty in Buffalo was going up, and that the racial wealth and homeownership gap was one of the worst in the country after 15 years of Brown being mayor, or even just the fact that he simply filed too late and couldn't legally be on the ballot, and so he needed help from the district judge, the brother of one of his top donors. None of that ultimately mattered. Buffalo got bombarded with Brown ads, door knockers, mailers. Meanwhile, Walton's life got put under the microscope. And the best the media could come up with, by the way, was that she did $300 worth of food stamp fraud at 21, 18 years before the election, didn't show up to court one time because her summons was sent to the wrong address, and at one point posted a, frankly, really good Facebook comment. Compared to a corrupt...
This is another reason. The broad positive reception for Zohran, in spite of similarities, is also another sign of the times. What I talked about in my Graham-Plattner analysis was this. While the establishment tricks remain, it seems that the voters have changed. Partially due to the fact that those establishment tricks have consistently yielded failure after failure. It's been a long time. I do think now there is more momentum in this alternative.
A pro-oligarchy guy making life more expensive for regular Buffalonians and doing nothing about inequality and city water being a glorified lead distribution network. Come on. But the Buffalo elite wanted Brown. Brown...
Dude, Brian Brown is such a fucking piece of shit that he literally left halfway through the job after to go work for a fucking casino that he literally ran specifically so that he ran as mayor specifically so that he could finish the gambling contract for the casino, and then left halfway through the job. Spoiler alert. I'm sure he's gonna bring it up, but it's really fucked up.
What they got. On December 31st, he was sworn in and got an extra 3 years as mayor of New York's second largest city, until he resigned to be CEO of a horse betting company or something. But if it wasn't obvious already, this isn't a video about Buffalo. We're talking about ZOHRAN. ZOHRAN Mamdani is not running to be mayor of the second biggest city in New York. He is a candidate in the race for the biggest city in the country. The rich came for Walton's head in Buffalo, but ZOHRAN's in the financial and cultural capital of the world. That's not going to cut it. They're going to need him to be obliterated. Before we get to the rest of the video, I want to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for our Patreon. If you're not interested or you're unable to support the channel, feel free to skip ahead to this time. I'll get straight to the point. Content like ours is not rewarded by the YouTube algorithm. This is a corporate platform. We're outspokenly anti-corporate. Because of this, YouTube ad revenue represents a tiny and shrinking sliver of our channel's income. The vast majority comes from grassroots support on Patreon, from people who believe in our cause and are willing to directly fund Second Thought and keep us afloat. Because of the generosity of people like you, YouTube could completely demonetize our channel and we'd be able to keep producing these videos. That being said, people's financial situations change, and with how the economy is looking right now for the average person, the Patreon has definitely taken a hit. If you're in a position to chip in a few dollars a month to support the channel, we would greatly appreciate it. As a little show of that appreciation, every patron, regardless of pledge amount, gets early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server. We've got everything from a book club to a recommended reading list to educated users ready to answer whatever questions you have about socialism. I even try to do a live Q&A every now and then. It's a really great place to hang out, and I hope you'll come check it out. So, if you'd like to support the channel, join the Discord, and get early access to every...
Maybe sometimes white boys can get hit with a Dominican ray and become good. JT has been hit with that Dominican ray, okay? And in the past, we just knew about Jeff Bezos getting hit with the Dominican ray. We saw Mark Zuckerberg get hit with it, and they became worse. Second Thought, on the other hand, has only gotten better.
Video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. Your support really does make a huge difference. Okay, back to the video. There is, I think, a real fear among the rich and powerful that a whisper of socialist success here could be a warning shot for their way of life everywhere. Just look at them freaking out. Our goal is anybody but Mamdani. Fighting Mamdani is expensive, but allowing him to win will cost you more. This tragedy is not just a moment of mourning, it's a call to reject policies that would make our city even more vulnerable. Every single one of his plans will hurt the very people that he thinks it will help. If he's the cure to what ails the party, then cyanide is the cure for a headache.
Look, it's blatantly obvious that the field needs to narrow or Mamdani will win. And I think that's a disaster for the city because we are the capital of capitalism and we need to remain that way.
Next week in New York, there's a chance that socialism could actually, finally win big electorally and make daily life for some 8 million working class people actually bearable.
Actually, Zohran Mamdani's not the first socialist mayor. I forget what his name is, but there was another openly socialist mayor of New York in the past. Also, many prior famous New York mayors, even though they didn't call themselves socialists, you could still consider to be quite open-minded towards social democratic expansion of safety nets, like Bill de Blasio and even LaGuardia. It was Bloomberg, I think. Yeah. Mayor Bloomberg was the first.
It's exciting, but there's...
Social democracy is not socialism? Yeah, I know. Except nothing in Zohran's platform is socialist. Everything that Zohran is advocating for is modest expansion of pre-existing social safety nets.
This little voice in the back of my head that's scared because this story is looking just a little too similar to what we've seen before. Shock upset in the primary, centrist with the worst track record still fighting after losing badly, top Democrats taking forever to endorse the winner or mobilize voters. Meanwhile, random dirt about petty bullshit like stolen tables and college applications.
Thank you. Yes, it was David Dinkins.
Just makes the rounds in the media. They are trying to run back the Walton strategy, but it's not going to work. And I think they know that, and I think that's making them more desperate. As of writing, just about every poll is showing a Zohran win. This one even shows what could happen if everyone but Sliwa, everyone but Adams, and everyone but Cuomo drops out, and they all unite behind one guy. In every single hypothetical, Zohran comes out on top, no matter what everyone else does. We're editing this script after Adams dropped out for real, and still Zohran is in the lead. And then there's clips like these.
I was a bit hesitant actually to take this interview because I didn't want to be seen wearing this shirt. I don't particularly support Cuomo. I don't think he's a righteous guy. I think he's a bit of a morally reprehensible person. But for me, I think, you know, even though he's a bad guy, he's paying $200 a day, and even if it is like blood money from like billionaires and super PACs and, you know, not righteous causes, that guy's gotta get money. I'm sorry.
So who do you support instead?
Personally, I kind of stand behind Sultan Mamdani.
I don't think anything, any poll, is going to explain how cooked everyone else is better than this. Actually, you don't even need a long explanation, just these 3 seconds. I think these clips, these polls, this primary, they prove something. Zohran showed Democrats that there is a path to victory, and that path is real working-class politics. From a guy that's actually invested and doesn't just talk about vague stuff like rising together.
So let's rise together.
Right after Trump's victory, Zohran showed us that he's ready to give average people real consideration and power. Going to places in New York that flipped red. He didn't stick to some consultant script. He didn't appeal to vague positivity. He gave people the mic to talk about the stuff that actually matters to them. Rent, groceries, childcare, Gaza. But he didn't stop there. Instead of carrying a message of hope without substance, like so many Democrats do, Zohran's policies actually materially address those problems.
I'm so glad I was there early on, because for years I've said, if you run a campaign like Zohran did, for years, I said, if you run a campaign like Zohran did, you will fucking win. And for years, Democrats never listened to me. And now, it's so easy. I could just point to Zohran. There it is. I gave it out for free. It was free ball, baby. Like I said, over and over again. Free ball. You don't know you, little bro? True. For a guy who don't know me, he's kind of stood by me more than I expected, I'll be honest. I thought he would have fucked me by now.
Healthcare is expensive. Rent is too high. Immigrant and LGBT rights are being stripped away. Here are the solutions. Easy to find, easier to understand. And all under a simple slogan. New York is too expensive. Zohran will fix that. With over 50,000 volunteers, 1.6 million doors knocked, and more votes than any other primary candidate ever, all this, it works. But for all that positivity, that voice in my head is still there because I sort of skipped over the biggest parallel with Buffalo. It's not the lack of party endorsements or the hit pieces that killed Walton's bid. The key to Brown's victory is money. In just 4 months, Brown went from not real...
Cuomo's career assassinating you at the mainstream media level to prevent more future Zohran-like candidate collabs in the future? Yeah, except because it's an abject fucking failure. What does that show us? Also, I'm perfectly fine not fucking linking up with candidates, Zohran or not. Oh no. What will I fucking do? The reality of the matter is, look, I don't flex too much, but like in a lot of circumstances, the candidates need me more than I need them, okay? A lot of you have no idea what kind of conversations take place behind closed doors. Let me tell you, Democrats are desperate to get on this platform for good reason.
Leading a campaign to raising $850 grand, mostly from the rich and powerful. And when the general election came around, his sudden vote boost didn't come from working class neighborhoods. It came from the rich. And in New York, the anti-Zohran money isn't what's missing. It's coming from the same crowd we saw in Buffalo. Democratic cowards, Republican staples, and most predictably, the ultra-wealthy. Sometimes all at once. But the scale is just different. If 850 grand in 4 months in Buffalo sounds insane, New York's a whole different ballgame. You might have already seen the campaign finance statistics. Cuomo got about 5.3 million in donations. Adams nearly 7, and Mamdani almost 4. Big gaps and huge sums of money, but public matching has sort of evened things out. The difference, though, is that Zohran's campaign got to almost 4 million with 54,000 people donating. The other two can't even get to 10,000 donations. Their average contribution is in the hundreds of dollars and 10 times more than Mamdani's, meaning it's coming from people with a lot more money to spend. But that's not the freakout money. The freakout money isn't out in the open like this. It's in the new super PACs that keep popping up as the rich scramble for ways to shoot Mamdani down. You probably know this already, but super PACs are groups that can legally spend unlimited amounts of money on elections as long as they're not making direct contributions to the candidate and they aren't explicitly coordinating with the campaign.
Super PACs are a disaster, they're a scam, they cause dishonesty, and you better get rid of them.
The reason super PACs can spend unlimited money is because they can get unlimited money in donations, including from completely anonymous donors like 501c4s and 501c6s, what you might have heard called dark money nonprofits. These amounts aren't limited the way campaign donations are, caps on individual donations and spending, which is why when you look at what a candidate gets, you see a lot of $2,100 donations. But when you look at what their super PAC gets, suddenly it's a wall of multi-million-dollar receipts. And that's a different scale. For the primary alone, for example, Cuomo spent $22 million through his super PAC to fix the city.
Oh my God. And still took that fucking L, baby. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters, and the emperors out there, interest Democrats that still watch. It seems your time has passed. You might say, sure, Cuomo was an exceptionally vulnerable candidate. But the very fact that even a weak Cuomo couldn't fucking unseat a unknown 34-year-old Muslim socialist. Oh my God, in the primaries, In the closed primaries of the Democratic Party in New York? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm telling you, man. Lib voters, by and large, are not playing by the old rules anymore. This is good. They are no longer playing by the old rules. They're no longer as susceptible to the electability arguments, for example. Bro, always getting full truth.
This is an insane amount of money to have spent and still lose. But he's not done. And they're up to 27 million as of writing. Just to give you an idea, the 2021 election, the most a super PAC had spent on the primary was 6.5 million. Already you have an idea of just how scared the rich are. The thing is, Fix the City is just one player in a sea of new PACs that are all attacking from different angles and courting the same donors. Take a random one. This guy, Jeffrey Gurl, a real estate investor. If you look at his donation record, you can see he gave Cuomo like a couple $100. Nothing crazy. It is until you look at his donations to super PACs. This one guy gave 25 grand to Cuomo's PAC in the spring, and then another 25 grand to Adams in the fall. That's just one guy, and 25 grand is nothing. Cuomo got like 8.
It's so fucking crazy. I think anyone to the left of center that wins in spite of these odds is overcoming legendary hurdles, man. Yeah, I got a cheesecake. Look at that. I'm in New York, baby. New York City. Cheesecake. Cheesecake capital of America. We got figs on the side, too. I don't know why they wanted to get fancy with it. Who gives that? Dessert at 4 p.m. is crazy. Wait, what? Is there a time that is allowed? Is there a time where it's appropriate to eat a fucking dessert? Nighttime? Gatekeeping the timeline of when a man can consume a delicious dessert, a delicious piece of cheesecake is crazy, bro.
$8 million from Michael Bloomberg alone, another $1 million from DoorDash, and then just pages of 500K, 250K, 100K donations. Let's zoom back out. Right now, there's at least 7 big super PACs on the anti-Mamdani train. For Cuomo, we've mentioned them already. You have Fix the City, but also Local Economies Forward NY. Basically just DoorDash's super PAC, and Housing for All, super PAC that's just for landlords. Before he dropped out, Adams had Empower NYC and Protect the Protectors. Both of them are expected to have raised millions. Empower specifically has said they're hoping for 15. And then on top of that, there's the general anti-ZOHRAN super PACs not affiliated with a single candidate, like Affordable New York, which is Airbnb's super PAC, and New Yorkers for a Better Future, who said they'll spend an extra $20 million against ZOHRAN and are already raking in $500,000 donation pledges. I'm explaining campaign donations to Americans right now, and literally the rich guy is called Mr. Burger. I want to kill myself. But don't worry, hey, Mamdani has his own super PACs too. One has yet to report raising any funds, and the other has gotten a whole 700K since the primary. Not rigged at all. It's bad, but at the end of the day, I don't actually think that all this anti-Zohran money is going to be enough. He's popular. His policies are popular, and that shouldn't be surprising.
The point that he brought up on the Andrew Schultz pod flagrant was so good. And it's one that I think about all the time with any kind of left initiative. Zohran said Bill Ackman and billionaires are wasting more money against me on this election than I would actually tax them, right? And what's really interesting about that is this is something that moneyed interest does, right? Instead of offering a modest pay raise in the aftermath of collective bargaining that takes place because the workplace unionized, companies would rather dump 10x that money in the short term to labor union busting law firms just so they can nip this in the bud. Because they see it as a long-term threat. In this instance, billionaires are scared that the finance capital could be controlled by a socialist. What does that say about other places? It makes them fearful that if Zohran is popular and successful and wins the race, other people are also going to run. That it could inspire others to also do the same. It's this. Yeah. I love this video. It's great.
Yeah. Lower. Hey, Hop. Go away. That's fine. Then I won't tell you my idea. Look, it wasn't even my idea. It was Axel and Loco's. They talked fancy to me. I got confused.
Guys, order another round because we're staying here.
Wait, when does he get to the fucking one ant? Oh, right here.
There was that ant that stood up to me. Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boy, they're puny.
Puny?
Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant.
Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this?
If you let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back.
Does anybody else want to stay?
He's quite the motivational speaker, isn't he? Let's ride!
Fucking let's watch the whole movie. This is the most formative piece of anti-capitalist work. Okay? Throw away, burn your copies of Das Kapital. Okay? No more Lenin, no more Marx, no more Engels, no more Trotsky. It's just a bug's life. Okay? The Lego. Anyway.
Popular politicians in the country are socialists. I don't think he's got this in the bag, but it's not like this money's doing much. And that is scary in a different way. If Cuomo loses at the polls, after the rich threw everything they could at the wall, he could go for the nuclear option.
ZOHRAN Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist ZOHRAN Mandami?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
All semblance of democracy is gone anyway. Trump said he'd get involved in the race if it looks like Mamdani will win. He's already threatened to arrest, deport, and denaturalize him. He wanted Cuomo or Adams. Either. I don't think he cares. They're both getting money from his donors anyway. He personally stepped in to get Adams cleared of federal corruption charges and is taking calls with Cuomo, who he's had a long-standing relationship with for decades. They're tight.
He also slammed it with a fucking DOJ case so he can dangle his freedom over his head in the same exact one-to-one way that the previous criminal indictment against Eric Adams was utilized by this admin. Okay? It's so transparent. It's not like these guys are dick riding Cuomo. They want him to win because they don't want ZOHRAN to win. They want him to win. They want Cuomo to win because they can control Cuomo in the same way that they controlled Adams.
While neither of them wanted his endorsement in a city of Democrats, they both get that this is a transactional relationship. They're representing the people scared of ZOHRAN and telling Trump what he wants to hear to get rid of him. That they want to work together, and they wouldn't really get in the way of ICE taking over the city. They're not saying that to us, of course. Voters are getting a centrist-friendly message that Trump is going just a little too far. But at business meetings, these private calls, they're making sure that Trump knows they won't put up a fight. With Adams gone, Cuomo is playing his part in the fascist takeover. Capitalists want to stay in power. They're spending like their life depends on it. And until recently, they had two guys willing to let Trump run wild on a city of 3 million immigrants. That doesn't matter to them. It just means they keep their taxes low and city rents up. And look, I don't know how this election will go. I don't know if ZOHRAN's going to be able to get all this great stuff, all these things that he's promised, done if he wins. I do know that there's still a strong candidate for head fascist lackey in the race. A guy who is more than ready to make New York yet another hellscape for immigrants, for working class people, and for everyone else whose rights are being stripped away. A guy cozying up to landlords at Wall Street and Trump, and ready to completely fold while more and more people are thrown in the back of a van and shipped off to some black site on the other side of the world. This is cheesy, but if you live in New York and you haven't voted early, make sure you get out there. Winning the...
Wow, why is this... This guy's betraying the Leninist revolutionary sentiment. I thought this guy was a tanky, unsub.
I come from our...
I thought that guy was a fucking tanky, unsubbing now. Okay? Unsubbing now. You understand? He has betrayed the revolution by endorsing phony-ass ZOHRAN Mamdani. He's clearly a filthy revisionist. He is clearly a filthy revisionist. He is no longer abiding by Marxist orthodoxy. Everyone knows that the purest distillation of Marxist-Leninist principles is to avoid elections entirely, is to avoid the mass movements entirely. Okay? You're joking, but it's true. I'm not. I'm not. It's not true. Okay? chat, what is Hasanabi going on about? No, I'm talking about the silly leftists who actually relitigate left-com positions that were addressed by the GOAT, Lenin, a century ago. You're a silly leftist? Okay. Sure. Shitting on the left? No. This is no different than when I make fun of anarchists. Sometimes it's appropriate. Gray bars are back. Can you please explain about what you mean avoid movement? Lenin said run in our own parties, not do liberal entryism. Lenin quite literally addressed reaching people where they're at a time when liberalism, just like now, was on the precipice of demise, was on the precipice of destruction. Which it did implode entirely, and of course, fascism, specifically in the country that Lenin was addressing, Germany, fascism actually took root. What Lenin wrote about extensively in Left Communism and Infantile Disorder was liberalism, whether we like it or not, is a mass movement. To cast aside liberals as inherently reactionary and to assume that they cannot be brought to our side by exhausting the parliamentary structure whichever way you can. And in the absence of a third-party viability in the country, the United States of America, in the year 2025 of our holy Lord, I always say exhaust all options. Bro, this is the same argument as the ACP saying MAGA is a mass movement. Oh. How many cancellations can you take? I mean, this is utterly irrelevant. Like, this type of cancellation from leftists who say, I am a sheepdog. I'm a sheepdog for the Democrats is not, you know. Is utterly irrelevant. I like that you also bring up what Lenin said specifically in Western Europe and in America at a time when there was at least some semblance of a trade unionist movement, a communist movement, a socialist movement at its inception, when the productive forces and commodity production was done at the point of the assembly line and not the completely fucking destroyed, gutted labor union that currently exists in the ascetic fashion that it does. And that by and large, most of the working class in this country are participating in acts of indentured servitude in the gig economy. And then also on top of that, there is a two-tier labor system in this country specifically designed to have a permanent labor underclass on top of the masses. Of course, it's a little different now, don't you think? In the absence, and this is what I factor into my analysis all the time, in the absence of a viable alternative, you work within the platforms that you can. Okay? Especially at a time when one of the two major parties is unfathomably weak, and many of its base that self-identify as liberals are becoming more and more sympathetic to socialism. This does not mean that the Democratic Party is the end-all, be-all. But for the time being, in the absence of a viable third party with the structural hurdles that remain, why not use that to continue raising broad awareness? This conversation is kind of useless. It is, but I still like having it. You are making the same mistake of the German Revolution. It's so funny. There is no comparison to the failed German Revolution. Where is the socialist Navy brigades that are uprising? Where is the viable KPD equivalent? We do not have the masses, let alone a mass line. We have nothing. Perhaps that is the reason why initiatives to build separate parties have been abject failures, as opposed to initiatives to work within the existing confines of the duopoly have been at least somewhat successful. My board against politics is a real movement. Remember, we're not existing in a time when, like, socialist movements are fairly, like, relatively new, and then there is, like, a potential fascist alternative that can also masquerade as a counterbalance to the scary hierarchy-destroying socialist movement. This is a post-World War II universe, okay? This is a nuclear-armed universe, and it's also a world where liberalism by force, liberalism alongside communism, destroyed the fascist mobilization of the fascist movements by force, and then liberals very quickly aligned with the remaining fascists to turn around and fucking hold on. That's right. We have a very special guest. Prodigal Son returns, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. I'm going to go over there, and then I'm going to move the couch so we can both sit on it. I hope it's not going to be too short for us, and we'll look stupid. Yeah. All right. Phone, text. Where the frick was my... Oh, noise gate. Alright, the noise gate is now inactive. You're going to hear a lot of mouth noise that I don't want to fucking hear from you. I don't want to hear about how annoying it is that you hear mouth noises, okay? You're going to hear it. Actually, you know what? I should keep it active while Felix is still in the bathroom. I don't want you guys to hear him by accident. What is that AI hotel R? I don't know. But hold on, I'm going to move stuff around real quick. Everything is so heavy.
you know, like 2,000 pounds a night back before they totally obliterated the British pound, but it was because it was during our EU tour, and it was because the place we were staying at in London was for sure a human trafficking day. And I had such a bad experience in London, I thought, I can't sleep here. I have to sleep in a real place.
Yeah.
They had a hardwired, like, Ethernet connection.
That's awesome.
I played Counter-Strike there. It was great.
I will say, this is the first time. Like I've been to many hotels at this point, and this is the first time I'm staying at a hotel where like I came in off the flight, and they fucked me. The flight, well not the hotel, the flight swapped out on me due to like the engine failure of the previous like chartered flight ahead of time. So they did a flight swap, the airplane swap. So we went from a wide body airplane with lie flats to no lie flats on the red eye.
That's tough.
It cooked me. It cooked me so hard. I passed out. And when I got here, I mean I couldn't sleep. And then I got here, I passed out, and I had a profile that I was doing with this journalist, and she was just sitting in a restaurant waiting for me for 35 minutes.
Oh.
It's the worst, dude. It's so embarrassing. But it's also one of those things where it's like, not only is it first world problems, but it's like immensely privileged rich guy problems as well.
Yeah, but I feel like ever since JetBlue and everything got shittier in about 2000, really it was COVID. I would say that everyone in the world suffers about the same. It's about the same amount of suffering.
Yeah.
When JetBlue was better, I would absolutely say there's stratification, like wealth and comfort. When it really took a shit, I used to fly JetBlue from New York to Vegas, and this is how great 2017 was. I had an entire road to myself, unlike the red eye.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't happen today. Wouldn't happen today.
I remember I could just like finagle my way into getting an emergency row seat, because I would walk up before the flight and I'd be like, hey, can I please, like I'm kind of tall, like I have a hard time fitting in the seats, and they'd be like, of course, we'll put you in the emergency row. And then they financialized it. They made it payable. It fucked me. It was bullshit. I cannot. It's so annoying. Let me see.
Wait, what do you mean they?
Back in the day, you could get the exit row seat for free if you just asked for it. And then they made it like a payable thing.
I never did that.
Yeah, and this is before like premium economy and stuff anyway. Like back in the day, you could just get the free extra leg room. Good thing you're rich and pay for a big seat. I mean, exactly. Yeah, so get your money up, not your funny up. Speaking of getting your money up, how hard have you been hit by the CSGO skin market? People are asking.
Luckily, I had like, longtime fans will know that I had a profligate gambling enterprise. Not profligate for me, but during COVID. During like the first few months of COVID, because the gyms were closed, there was nothing to do, Bernie was losing. I played 15 hours of Counter-Strike a day with my friends at a office job, and I got really into this skin gambling, and I think to this day my biggest illusion is that I'm like positive for the times I gambled on CSGO. Like I think I made a profit, but I recently, like in the last 3 months, I offloaded my butterfly knife, which was the last like big ticket item.
Oh, so you got out. You got out beforehand. Gavin let you know.
Yeah,
You're the Paul Pelosi of the skin market.
Kind of. Kind of. I mean, like I spent a little bit on a bayonet knife just because I like those. I don't want to resell it, but there was a part of me that was thinking like, okay, how much longer can this go on?
Now we have...
Oh my god. Onapixel checks his new CS2 inventory value after market crash.
Yeah, this is a guy realizing he's going to have to work until he's 90.
The actual value, boys. This is already minus 40K. What? Oh my god! Because we invested into the right things! I'm telling you, bro! 4.5 mil! And something to those. Refresh prices. 1.5 million to...
Oh.
That is incredible, dude.
Oh.
That is...
Oh.
I mean, it's just like... There's a lesson there for cryptocurrency addicts, I think.
Yeah.
Something to really consider.
I mean, it's a lesson for people who own any asset that isn't like a commodity that can actually do something, like oil or something. Really, I would say most equity now. But so I haven't been following this super closely. I do know that like I would have, I probably would have also lost like 90% of the value of my butterfly. I probably lost like 90% of the value of the bayonet anyway, but that was way cheaper. What? So, did they just like ban third party?
I have no understanding what happened. I just heard that the market just tanked in its entirety and all the values crashed. But I'm sure someone knows. What was the chatter?
I'm very curious because
they changed the economy. They made it so you can trade up reds for gold.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. It used to be that there were a lot of reds, so like the red was like the highest rarity of like a non-glove or knife weapon skin. Yeah. And you could trade up 10 of everything to get one of the next color value, but you couldn't trade up 10 reds to get 1 gold, famously. Because there are a lot of reds that are worth like $3 that are really shitty. And theoretically, you could get a ton of reds, which anyone who's been playing for a long time might. You would have like 20 chances to get to basically roll for a knife that could be worth 20,000. And presumably they probably like quintuple or sextuple like the amount of like knives and gloves in like a second probably.
So everybody had these worthless reds, or like low value reds, and then they increased the value of the reds, and they made it so that you can trade it up. Therefore, all of the supposedly invaluable items lost a tremendous amount of value in the process because now they're more attainable.
Yeah.
So they try to fix the artificial scarcity by introducing this new market factor. Why did they do that?
It's 2008 all over again.
I don't think it's the worst thing. It is like, if it kept going up like it was, you would get to a point where like the only people who would have knives are people who've been playing for like a decade, or people who, like the owners.
Arab sheiks.
Yeah, the owners of the biggest Steam wallets.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen that video about how there's that one guy who they think is either
MBS?
Yeah, it's either MBS or an Emirati.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would only be. There's also been like cartel guys who stash money in the skins.
That's awesome.
But it would get to a point where it's just like, the only thing you could get if you were like a normal person would be like the butt plug knives. And even those have become like $5,000.
Guy who becomes a socialist after the gamer skin market crashes.
And that's the next Grand Platinum. he's gonna like have an Adam Waffen tattoo like on his forehead.
Yeah, what's the Blackwater equivalent? Like he was a hedge fund guy.
Yeah.
He was a hedge fund guy that like shuttered orphanages.
And his scandal is until like in the middle of the campaign, he'll be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I just realized I'm still employed by Palantir. I just quit. I am so sorry."
Oh man, the Atomwaffen skull tattoo.
It's like on his forehead, like that Caleb video.
No, he just walked around and shaved it for all of his life, and then one day they were like, hey, you you have that on your head. What does that mean? And he's like, what?
Guess you just got kicked out of the primary. That's right, for being anti-establishment.
Except the proletariat, the masses, the proletariat is more stupid than ever before, it seems. And the Mainers literally either don't give a fuck or like it.
This is a Maine, like, have you ever been to Maine?
No. Or once, I think. I was supposed to go and meet up with Graham Plattner initially, way before any of this stuff. And my primary concern at that time was like, why did you join Blackwater in 2018?
Yeah.
Which is not a concern for the average voter at all. It's just like, that was my own, like, I was trying to understand what the fuck was going on there. Because on paper, his candidacy, like, comes out of the gate swinging, left populist, Bernie crat, whatever, right? Like, looks good. And then you look into his background and you're like, what the fuck? Like, how did this happen? And I had these concerns. I wanted to talk to him about it, and then all of this stuff happened. At first, the Reddit stuff came out, and I was like, okay, this is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like, how did you go from 4-tour machine gunner in the Marines to Blackwater in 2018 to by 2020 being like, I hate white folk.
Yeah.
I hate the stupid white chuds.
Yeah. Which is like, that is so for him to say. That's so, who's it? Steven in Django Unchained. That's what it's like.
It's awesome.
But it's like, I had the same thing where it was like, we could have interviewed him. I was like kind of against it because really like the only thing you could ask, like we could ask if it would be kind of interesting would be like, okay, so you were a mercenary, like what the fuck? And after, presumably he has like a slick answer for that, or maybe not so slick, but after that, what do you really have? I mean, I think his entire candidacy, I do get people that are backing to the hills because after Brandon and after Brandon 2, Trump 2, all these dementia-addled candidates, people lying their ass off for like Fetterman. It would be great to be able to do that for someone who is like halfway good, right?
Mm-hmm.
My thing with him is like, I always thought, before all of this too, especially with the Blackwater stuff, if his line on like, if he was willing to be like more, I'm not going to say out there with foreign policy, but more, not sort of like state sock-demi.
Yeah.
Still what I
yes. When I looked at his platform, the thing that actually stuck out for me is like when he was like, "Oh, we just got to do good wars," like not, which is like, okay, that's the Marjorie Taylor Greene position.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Like, especially with your background as a fucking machine gunner, you could very easily just be like, "Look, I did some heinous shit, and it was really fucked up. It wasn't just fucked up for me and my buddies when we got the totem cop tattoo.
Yeah.
But it was also fucked up for the people that we were brutalizing without any sort of repercussions whatsoever." And in that situation, it's like, that's an entirely different conversation to be having. Maybe in the best case scenario, psychedelic trip, Michael Jamal Brooks, Majority Report fan, and he does feel that way, but he can't say it out loud because he thinks like, oh, we got to moderate a little bit on the war stuff, potentially. But like, I was just trying to parse through all of that, and it just didn't.
Yeah. I don't even have need for him to use the terminology or framing that I would prefer, just as long as I was like, as I could be, if I could be assured that he would be like a 100% reliable, like anti-interventionist, guy who could potentially, like, I don't know.
But even then, you gotta think, it's less of a John Fetterman and more of a Tulsi Gabbard.
Right, exactly. And the fact that he's not, this, if you are looking to really like, completely obliterate all the norms and not do any of the shit that previous generations felt was necessary in a Senate race. Well, this is the time where he would get a little bolder with foreign policy.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not.
Especially right now, if I'm working on his campaign, the thing I would be hammering every fucking day would be, why are we going to war with Venezuela?
Yeah.
Why are we going to war with Venezuela? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you moving the aircraft carrier to Latin America? Why are you trying to turn our direct backyard into an Iraq-style situation? That's what I mean. It is the most opportune time to be a guy like that.
Yeah.
This is literally, in my opinion, this is basically what I felt when I was trying to tell Democrats to like scream about Israel a little bit, when I would like hold them down at the DNC and be like, you have to address this. It's like not only unimaginably inhumane, but people are frustrated by this, and your inability to address it is going to cook you. And this is exactly like that.
Yeah.
Why have we killed like 70 fishermen?
Right. I think someone put it this way: you're a terrorist because we kill you because you're a terrorist.
Yeah.
But like, that is fucking insane to have. Not just to do that, but to have the vice president out there like making funny jokes. Oh, don't go fishing out there. Okay, so you killed like a dozen people for no fucking reason?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's where we're at. I just like, it's so hard to look at the situation and not feel like this is, we are the Nazis.
Oh yeah, no.
Like we are 100%. Like this is, yes, it's a post-nuclear proliferated world. It's the dynamics a little bit different, but like we straight up are the fucking, this time we are the Nazis.
I mean, if the Third Reich officially won World War II.
Oh yeah.
Ursula von Leyen's the Third Reich world looks a lot like ours.
That's why you say, what's his name? Gunther is the spiritual successor.
Yeah.
He likes Albanians too much though.
Yeah, he's like one of the like a weird you wouldn't call it an Orientalist, but I don't know what you would call it.
Yeah. No, not Gunther Eagleman, the OG Gunther.
I know. Oh yeah, I
forget what his last name is.
Palinger.
Yeah, Gunther Palinger, who fuck, what was it? He got fired, right?
I don't even think he had like a bullshit job where he worked for one of those Euro think tanks,
He's Mr. NATO. He loves NATO. He's always like, Israel needs to join NATO now. He wants to balkanize Russia, and he loves NATO. Every country needs to join NATO.
My favorite thing that he does, and that he's like a true Austro-Hungarian, he wants to balkanize like every country he doesn't like.
Yeah.
He even, when he felt that Israel was, slightly on the wrong side of NATO and something, he was like, okay, fuck it, ex-Israel. Let's go do through state over here. Haredi super state over here.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, you know who else had that opinion? No Opinion. When he came out with the brilliant take, before he learned about BDS, after reading one Isaac Chodener interview with a settler, and was like, wow, we gotta boycott these guys. What's that about? Before he came up with that conclusion, he had said, I have a new idea. It's called the 4-state solution or something.
Oh, God. Everyone is up at the beginning of time. People should try that line out. My favorite Noah thing was when he was like, well, I've been going on walks recently, and turns out I can get erections. That was all. I love that. It's just so shocking to me because this is really showing my age. I always thought, like, when I was a kid, I thought the amazing thing about the internet is that you completely control what information people know about you. You can really, all the things that you perceive as embarrassing to you can totally leave out. But it's just, none of us would have ever found that out, but he was like, well,
Yeah.
It turns out I wasn't asexual, I just had gas. He thought he was, like, totally asexual for, like, 20 years, and then he, like...
I mean, even peak internet, you have Tony DeCoppel talking about we got an adult circumcision, so... You know, there were still moments like that, or Jake Tapper's brilliant work that you recently...
Well, that's, I mean...
That's in the halls of the greats. The GOAT poster.
You know, I've never seen... I would say,
What is this? Come on, Gunther, you know the Serbs are going to choose genocide, NATO, or Russian genocidal axis? Is that just rage baiting counter or an unironic R word? He goes, I don't even know how to explain Gunther to someone who doesn't already know who he is.
Yeah, he's a man out of... He's a true Austro-Hungarian.
Yeah. He just loves... He loves NATO. I don't know how else to describe it. He loves NATO so much. And you know he loves NATO because he never stopped posting about NATO. And when all of the Ukrainian flag and the bio accounts quietly dissipated. Like, there are so many examples of, like, prominent, quote-unquote, pro-Ukraine accounts that, like, when the leadership exchange happened, and they were like, no more U.S. aid, we're actually taking a different tone, even though they're not really taking a different approach that much, but they're just, like, they're doing away with all the soft power initiatives and all the PSYOPs and whatnot. Everybody was like, all right, we're done posting about Ukraine, I guess. Except for Gunther.
Oh yeah, no,
he's a real one.
Every cycle, there's like a few guys who are like, they're true. Bilal Kareem is one of those guys.
Bilal Kareem? Wait, do I know him?
He was like one of those. You remember how there used to be the exact same thing for guys who wanted American intervention in Syria?
Oh yeah.
American intervention.
Yeah.
All those guys, of course, like moved on. Were like, I'm an Israel expert.
That's true.
I'm a
Or
Venezuela
Iran guy. A lot of them became like Iran is. There's a new momentum I'm seeing a lot now. I think like the Iranian regime is like kind of de-escalated from the morality stuff that they were doing with the hijab. Like there's a lot of imagery coming out of parts of Iran that normally where normally you wouldn't be able to so openly roam around. And they keep posting videos like that, and now I've noticed that all the Iran understanders, some of them are saying, oh, it's because the regime is weak, they've lost their power, and then others are saying, no, these are actually fake, they're still arresting everyone.
Yeah.
They're fighting amongst themselves, they haven't been able to get messaging discipline on this issue.
This is sort of like an unprecedented moment for the Islamic Republic because, world famous barber shop just opened its first location in the Middle East.
Oh, God.
And it's it's actually the first all naked haircut. It's not in Israel, it's in Iran.
Wow. They should be posting that.
Yeah.
Just like the Hosmer accounts that are like, look at my titties, like I'm in Israel. Like, you can't do this anywhere. It's like Lebanon is right there.
Yeah.
Like that's so crazy.
I can't believe people are still doing that one.
I know.
Like, is it 1983?
Due to Israel's genocide, a lot more people became acquainted with the region. So a lot of the Hasbara lines don't work anymore because they're like, what do you mean? Like, look at Lebanon. They're gay as hell over there. That shit doesn't work. Plus, that's not even a metric for liberty anyway. You guys are fucking doing genocide.
It's also so weird because the countries that have like the most comprehensive laws and legal enforcement of modesty laws and everything were the Gulf states that Israel had either an official or working relationship with.
Yeah.
Of course, like the Gulf states it's not as extreme as it was maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
No, they're going super woke now, dude. That's the other. Yeah, no, Saudi Arabia. Well, all Gulf states except we're not talking about the crown jewel, Qatar, of course.
Everything.
Our goats.
Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
Perfect amount of woke.
Yeah.
Perfect amount of. Well, I would not.
Perfect amount of a little bit of religious modesty.
Traditionalism.
Yeah. Traditionalism.
Yeah. They're in the Goldilocks zone. I love them.
Yeah, they should have been the ones that bought EA. Why leave it up to Saudi Arabia? They they're gonna fuck it up.
I legitimately think that Qatar, like they would, someone in there, someone in the Sane family, there's someone there who's like, I really like Splinter Cell chaos. Let's bring this. I really love chaos theory. I know this could be solved with not EA, but let's bring back the stealth shot. Or
yes.
Or let's make this Battlefield 6 campaign get better because that is EA.
Yeah. No, I agree. They could do that. Or, fuck it, buy CNN. I mean, put a bit out there before fucking David or Larry Ellison gets their grummy little paws on it and just come out of the gate swinging. Al Jazeera 2.0.
Yeah.
Buy CNN. Buy CNN. Qatar, I'm begging you, buy CNN. Think about the dreams that you could accomplish. Okay? We could fully implement the Islamic Caliphate in America.
I would work there in any capacity.
Oh, me too.
I don't want a salary. The plane that I want, you could probably give it to me at cost. I believe that Qatar has Eurofighter. I just want one. I want a single seater. You don't have to buy me like a, $200 million. I don't want that. I want something that can go Super Cruise. That's like Mach 1. They that bullshit company that's like, we're making a new Concorde. It's any day now. Like maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't really believe them, but they did just get Trump to issue an executive order where it says civilians can break the sound barrier as long as it's a quiet boom. Which,
how does that work?
Well, there are NASA has like it has to do with like the shape of the aircraft. NASA has achieved it overseas. Probably kind of hard to do with a jet that size, so anything's possible. I wish that company wasn't completely like made up though. I always. No,
they're gonna do it with AI.
Yeah,
I believe it.
Yeah.
They're gonna get the best, the top minds. They're gonna get all the people that post on Twitter about how hard they're working in San Francisco to fix it, to build it up.
That's why I think that it's never coming, because it's one of those companies where they're like, no, look at all the jets in our office. I hate that stuff so much.
Everything is getting so much shittier every day. Everything is pretty ass. So what can you do? I would game if Qatar. Would you game if Qatar said you needed to? Yes, I would do anything. If Qatar asked me to do it, I would do it. Okay. I already said this. It was awesome when they gave Donald Trump the $400 million jet.
We love that.
Yeah, I was on board. Okay. If they are, dude. Oh, I brought this point up because Andrew Cuomo has been going crazy over your boy. And by that I don't mean Zohran Mamdani, I'm talking about myself. He's been talking about me every day.
Yeah, it is sort of like, is that his next thing? I just, is he going to kick after this?
I don't, he's a drama, he found out that there's a robust market for being a drama slop tuber.
That would be his great career. Okay,
it's like,
okay everyone, so there's some really cringe news.
Yeah. It's crazy because like he talks about me like fucking Ethan Klein or some shit, you know what I mean? Where it just I suspect that he must have some kind of like I mean, I know for a fact that he has like a bunch of Hasbro guys on his team, and I assume they're the ones who are like, no, really hit this live.
Yeah.
And I can't tell if they unironically think this will hurt Zohran, or if they've just completely given up on hurting Zohran because he's gonna win, inshallah. And they're like, okay, well let's get something out of this. Let's just try to tarnish the reputation of this other guy who we also hate.
I think you're right. I think yeah. You know that one guy who works on his campaign?
Everybody in Israel thinks I'm a gay guy.
Isn't it so fucked up how this guy's name is Zach Fox? And there's like another Zach Fox.
Yeah, the evil.
Like cool.
This is the evil Zach Fox.
It's so.
That's
I feel
true.
so bad for like the talented Zach Fox. It's like, can you imagine? Can you imagine if this guy had your name?
Let's see. Let's look at this fucking dude again. Zach Sage Fox.
Yeah.
With the fucking. Oh God. Like, how can you look so fucking annoying in just like with the first interaction?
Okay.
ZOHRAN Mamdani canvasser.
Hearing ugly rules. Wasn't that like a 2020 thing?
I'm a Pearl advocate, but it was a big thing. I still wear it every now and then, to be fair, but it's just not working.
Yeah,
it works with some fits. That's you from 2014? That's true. Oh God, I definitely did do this, but like in 2014.
It looks like a uniform on him, though. You know, like like this is like the uniform you wear to show to like Miriam Allison to be like, I'm young. I know young people.
Oh shit! Peep the canvas lead vid. Look at that. John Brown Hunting Club. That's my merch. Dispatch from the Upper East Side. Across the 5 boroughs, tens of thousands of volunteers are meeting their neighbors, building community, and winning this election one door at a time. I texted this to Will after, but after the primaries, I was like, do we have motion? Like, what is that? Do you think do we have motion?
I agree with what Josh at the Chairman said before the primary, that like, this would be like a great show if we no one, not even ZOHRAN TV, like expected a blowout like that.
Yeah.
It is not insignificant. I don't know. After the tenure of the attorney during the Brandon Wright, I am not, I wouldn't say reticent, but I am. There has to be some kind of mechanism to make sure that doesn't happen, or if it does, that there is some price that is paid for that.
Yeah.
But I don't think I mean, it's totally different kettle of fish for a municipal election. I don't know. I think that electorally we're way more in the game than we would have expected a year or two ago. But I think we need to spend more time considering the events of Brandon Wright.
I thought you were considering the Grant Plattner saga. No.
Well, no, that's out of my hands.
Yeah.
That's stupids are doing their own thing. It has nothing to do with. I can't affect. If I could affect what stupids do.
We need a mass line of stupids. But no, what I was gonna say with the Grant Plattner stuff is what I've realized, and maybe I'm being a little too optimistic about it, but I keep like repeating this over and over again until it sticks. In the past, the establishment Democrats could cynically weaponize identity politics, cancel culture, things of that nature to their left flank. When there was like any sort of viable candidate, they could be like, oh, this guy's racist, this guy's sexist, don't vote for him, he's not electable. And I think liberals broadly agreed with that, right?
Yeah.
And they would, of course, show none of the same considerations towards Hillary Clinton, for example, who had her own long track record of racist remarks and racist policies she advocated for, right? And I think liberals, by and large, some who might even, if they read into it, might even self-describe as like way more progressive or even socialist or whatever, right? I mean, just don't really care about this stuff that much and just go, I'm liberal, I'm progressive, I'm voting for the Democratic Party. Those people care first and foremost about the harm reduction narratives and the electability narratives, which has always been a major hurdle in the primary structure. And I think now with what we're seeing with the Grant Plattner situation is that line of attack doesn't work for the left flank anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that can only be attributed to the waves of defeat, specifically the most humiliating one being Trump twice.
Yeah.
With the similar, we have to move to the center narratives, and the subsequent inability to address any of the things that Trump is doing has caused liberals to go, okay, fuck this. I'm down with whatever the left populist message is. It turns out I think this is more viable.
No, yeah, no, I think that's definitely the case. The thing though is, on one hand, it is impressive, right? Because going back to like November, December 2024, this is such a strong position for the broadly like Bernie candidates, big race candidates, right? But the other side of that, to me at least, is go back to November, December 2016, or 2020 for that matter. The events from October 2023 to November 2024. Back in 2016, you could not describe a better scenario for like broadly at that time our type of campaign.
Yeah.
You know, the greatest way to the greatest illustration of the rot party and the greatest on-ramp for our type of whatever.
Yeah.
However, because, you know, like it or not, the elected faces of that movement marry themselves so tightly to Biden and to the party, they could have written out something. They could have either actually started a party that is actually kind of viable in congressional races, or maybe even subsume the party. I don't know. And instead, I mean, it's not the absolute worst case scenario for them because somehow, some way, AOC party can really retain all the Biden standing. But it is the bounty is just so much lower than what it could have been, out of a lack of foresight and I would say courage. And I don't know what the solution is. Like, you know, how do you make sure that the next iteration of people you get in there have the wherewithal and the grit to, you know, to do a melon and go, no, fuck you. I will be hated by this contingent of electorate for like a year. This thing shows itself to be a farce and then reap the reward.
Yeah. I mean, I think like there is no viable third party alternative as it stands now.
Yeah.
And there are too many structural hurdles to even overcome that. And like the closer you achieve to the closer you arrive at that is like what, the Green Party, I guess. And they like I'm not usually one of those guys that's like they play the role of a spoiler, and I don't think that in general. I think that's not how democracy works. But like, if there was a group of people that like actively tried to play the role of the spoiler, I would say it's the Greens in this country. Like it just they only come around every fucking 4 years, and they will identify like one left issue that is objectively populist, and they'll hammer it, and then they'll fuck off right after. Yeah. Like I think PSL is more respectable because they're always on.
Right.
Sure, they focus more on organizing and they focus more on less on campaigning or building like a real party structure, but at least they're there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Green Party is just. I generally.
There are the Green Ride or Dies. They go. They're literally in 80 plus local elections. You liar. There's a lot of. I have some of them in here.
No. There are like they do run in congressional races. My whole thing with the Green Party more so is I think it's kind of outmoded. I think it's like a posture and a mission statement that makes a lot more sense in like 1998 than the I could also say
to be fair,
for,
I'm not talking about the UK Greens. They're kind of popping off.
Yeah,
they're kind of.
I do not like the guy in charge. I do not trust him.
I just interviewed him. I just got interviewed by him, and he's a big Hasanabi head, actually.
What does he? I mean, what does he say? I know he's addressed it, but like, how does he explain his role in the Corbyn anti-Semitism?
Wait, he did do that?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I had no idea.
I mean, he wasn't one of the main promoters. I'm not going to discuss it. But he wasn't one of the main promoters of it. But he was like pretty into it at the time. Granted, he wasn't like a huge figure, but that is recent. I mean, I get it. Like 2018, 7 fucking years ago.
He says he regrets it now. That's what he said. I mean, but he's had a pretty solid approach in this last election cycle. It feels like, but I don't know.
I mean, I was one of my friends from there told me about how well they were polling in a lot of races, and that is exciting. They do have some good candidates, which is him as the guy. I would have this, you know. When someone says something like that, oh, I regret my mistake. Okay, well, how is your thinking or your approach to things or your media rate? How does that change so that you're not going to just fucking fall to the next?
I do think about that a lot with people that do stuff like that in general.
Yeah.
Like, are you saying that you feel bad now, but you felt strongly at the time? Or have you tried to figure out exactly what caused you to fall for this, if this was like a genuine concern and not like cynical?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think, I'm really not in favor of forever. I've seen tons of people like legitimately, you know, really sit down and think, okay, why the fuck did I think that? And there are tons of people who I think have legitimately really undergone like a change in their thinking such that I don't think this would happen to them again this way. With him, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it would, but I just, you know, I would have to know more about it. I would have to see more, I guess.
I feel like being a Jewish anti-Zionist is so OP, especially in a place like England. I feel like in London they have like, in the UK, UK is so philo-Semitic. I feel like they just, I don't know.
I mean, it's weird though, because it's like the opposite, where like the vast majority of English Jews are, you know, vote conservative.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it seems to be way less of them. So I don't know. There is the one place on earth where I would say that they're even more insane about philo-Semitism and Zionism than ours is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to beat ours, but they're pretty fucking nuts over there. I don't.
I wouldn't even say Americans are like philo-Semitic. It's more so that the most like anti-Semitic people also just fucking, in a weird way, believe that like Jews have to be in Israel. So
I don't know what else you would call it though.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not like a copy of the Talmud in every Korean library or some shit. Like I feel like that's more a firm commitment to the notion that like Jews are magic money people, or the Japanese philo-Semitism.
That's different. That's great. But I mean, like, what do you call it when the only like now functioning part of the Department of Justice, civil rights enforcement armed is for like, you know, Hillel kids who are in Hillel.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, you know, I get it that it is like expressly for Zionist Jews, but I still don't, like, what do you call that if not philo-Semitism?
Yeah.
At least in my opinion. I think it's an identifiable. That's always the thing that like bugs me about the things people say where they go. well, you don't know the vote sign in America are fucking evangelical. Numerically, yeah, sure. But they're not. There's always a follow-up where people go, who are anti-Semitic? No, have you ever talked to those fucking people?
No,
they think Jews are like above. Like they are the only people besides my dad who thought that would read Lord of the Rings and go, the elves are supposed to be Jews. The only two groups of people. My dad, I don't know why he thought that, but it was him and evangelicals who thought that.
No,
was true.
but evangelicals are weird because they do think that Jews are the chosen sons of God, but they also will literally say like deeply, like they will say shit that under normal circumstances like the ADL would sharpen you over, for sure. Because like it's, have you watched the evangelical Christian Rapture series?
Oh, Left Behind?
Left Behind, yeah.
Yeah, but those are always like...
Because like they're both simultaneously like powerful and secret magic people, but they're also kind of evil.
But those are like... I mean, yeah, I guess. But those are always like... They've kind of like... I guess this isn't so much with evangelicals, it's more mainstream now, where they go like, oh, there's like base Jews, and then there are like like depending on the guy, are vote Democrat or want the occupation of stuff. Like that Sean McGuire guy from Sequoia Capital.
Oh my God.
Like that. I guess in media it's a different story, but I mean like on a personal basis and their broad perception of it. Granted, it has been a while since I've watched Left Behind. Wonderful movie.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, but it was very like, it was weird because you look at the evildoers, and the evildoers are like Jewish United Nations.
Yeah. It's weird though because it's like, yeah, they have, like they'll have in that broadly in that type of media, because I've seen a lot of like evangelical media. Like a secular Jew will be a villain, but also like a kind of like a sort of like Nick shit kicker Zionist Israel Jew will be a hero.
Yeah.
I mean, one could argue that they have just become like because that's the same thing those people do.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tend to think that like anti-Semitism as like a thing that like structurally impacts people's life. That is, I don't think that's really a facet of their that much.
A facet of their what?
Of the American event.
Oh yeah.
I just don't think that's the thing at all. So I don't know. I mean, like my fear for what I find offensive is wrong. Because I think that Dan Fujita book is. I think they should teach that.
What is it, Dan Fujita?
Dan Fujita, doing business the Jewish way.
Oh.
Or whatever the fuck you call that book. If I was on Ron DeSantis' electoral commission, I would be, signing that. I think it's a great book.
We need to. That's what it is. The real Chinese war must be done the Japanese way, where we reinstate the Jewish protectorate of Manchuria.
Yeah, in that book.
Think about if the Japanese had won. You could have been Chinese automatically.
I mean, I don't like it would be at the cost of someone else, unfortunately. But then, I think I might have told this on the street that there were a bunch of Jews that like fled Europe. They wound up in Japanese administered China, and there were like a few thousand of them, and Germany obviously wanted the Japanese to send them back. And the Japanese officer in charge, he had some rapport with like rabbis. Why did they hate you so much? Like, what are these Germans? And the rabbi, smartest thing anyone's ever done, said, they hate us because we're Asian. Like, he really pulled that one out of his ass. But he worked. They made it through.
It worked. What is this? Speaking of China, even RAND, the Pentagon's think tank, now says the U.S. should accept coexistence with China. As I reported this week, the U.S. is hitting real material limits in the Cold War with China and turning its attention to the regime change war in Venezuela. I feel like that's also a continuation of this, though. I suspect that in a nuclear world, it's just going to be a sequence of like endless proxy wars where one world power attacks like a non-nuclear armed nation, and then another nuclear armed nation offers material support.
It's so weird too because like it's not just this here's proxy wars, this here's proxy wars between like two powers that are not just like economically intertwined, but like one is the more bellicose one, significantly more bellicose one, is much more dependent on the others, and the others dependent on them. So there still is like some it's so fucking weird. Like that. I forget who said it. Some I think diplomat or journalist in China said it's people in China do not understand like the saber rattling for a country that was such an immense volume of trade.
Yeah.
And economic.
I don't understand it either.
It's insane.
It's like if 30% of your manufactured goods are directly coming from, if 30% of your manufactured goods are directly coming from this quote-unquote foreign adversary, like what are you supposed to? This is the major reason why you can't relitigate the Cold War like you did with the USSR. Like you just can't do it. They trade max way too fucking hard. They've become a prominent and permanent fixture in the global marketplace.
Yeah, it just, I mean, they rightly think it is the most insane thing in the world.
Yeah.
It's like,
It also, I mean, it also, I guess like the way I look at it, the way I look at it is like, I say America is like stress testing the limits of xenophobia, or like a reluctance from all of the countries that are under the security umbrella of the United States, like how far they will eat it.
Yeah.
Until they go, okay, maybe we should just, have better relations, or at least try to leverage our relationship with China in the same way that like India is doing, right? Or in the same way that like all these other countries are doing. Even if they're not like completely going to cut ties with America, like what would it take? Like how much, like when Ruta comes in and says Daddy Trump, like doesn't that, I ask this to my European chatters all the time, where I'm like, doesn't that just like hurt your soul a little bit? Like you used to be a nation. Like Europe used to dominate. European monarchies used to dominate the entire planet, and now they just have to come and genuflect and kiss the ring of one of the most sloppy, objectively stupid people on the planet.
What have they said?
No, I mean they hate it, but they're in here, so I don't know. Some people try to, the European liberals will always be like, well, they have to play ball. They have to be, they know it's stupid, but they have to do it.
I don't get how people are still doing that, because it's like, yeah, this administration has shown anything. It's great to make a deal with America.
Yeah.
Especially
look at
like
South Korea. Look at South Korea when they're like, okay, we'll build facilities. I'm sorry, and then they were like, yeah, we're gonna arrest every engineer. That was one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Like, did the wires get crossed in that situation, or was Stephen Miller like, no, you don't understand. I hate Asians too. Like, it's only white only. White only utopia.
It's so weird. I mean, like, you would figure like absolute unmitigated catastrophe for America if even like like, 5 major member states of the EU if they respond to like Canadian.
Yeah.
But
I mean, all it would take is for like maybe 1 or 2, I think, major European players to start reconsidering things. Like not Spain, but like, I mean, it would never happen, but like a Germany.
Yeah.
If it was Germany, then it's over. But like that would never happen, I don't think.
No, yeah.
Like where is the pan-European supremacist value? Where is it? That's what I don't understand. Because I know all the far right, they fucking are dogs.
Oh yeah, no.
Like every expression of fascism in the countries that literally invented fascism is now the Americanized hot dog McDonald's burger version of fascism.
Is there like in any of these countries, is there like any like electorally relevant contingent that's like,
Mélenchon is the only one in France, 100%.
Yeah, like you would figure that like, again, you would see like a little bit of a repeat of Canada, like a little bit somewhere. I don't know. I don't follow EU electoral politics very closely, if at all. But I'm curious if there's any indication of that.
China released the recommendation for the 15th 5-year plan 2 days ago. I think it will be good content to read. The official translation is not out yet. This is a small English bullet point of the plan. What? China said the remaining global economic anchor under next. Okay, so they just hold fast. They just hold their current approach. Didn't this used to be 15-year plans? Am I crazy? Am I wrong about that? It was always 5-year plans?
You mean with China or like
with
general?
China. I thought with China they used to do 15-year plans and now they're doing 5-year plans? Or was it always 5?
I think you can do both.
It was always 5? Okay.
But like you can do both. Like you have a 5-year plan for one type of thing and then like a 15-year plan for like, something like a broad spanning industry.
Turning to China isn't really a choice for here because they're both big exporters. The U.S. is a big importer. It's like 2 tops and 1 bottom. China's exports to Europe compete with Europe's manufacturing in a way that isn't desirable to them. Sure. But how does India do it then? Like there are countries that do both. And also the European market is a major importer market as well. And I do think that there is a way to leverage that relationship regardless.
I would also just say to that chatter, wait till Turkey's currency reaches true intrinsic value and replaces the euro and becomes destroyed. Then they will become like the most big exporters.
Yeah. It's gonna happen. I believe it. I believe in it. Erdogan.
Yeah, Erdogan, the Turkish lira and the Argentine peso are going to have a huge year, I think. There's still like a month left in the year.
Dude, you heard about the Scott Bessent like friend connection with the bailout, right? One of his homies straight up invested in the Argentinian debt. And is
Paul Singer?
Yeah, and is the reason that like, I mean, I don't know, this is speculation, but like even the Financial Times was reporting on it.
Oh no,
saying that like he is literally the reason why they're getting not 20 but now $40 billion.
Paul Singer has been like long on Argentine debt for like 30 years or some shit. He bought the debt for pennies on a dollar. A long fucking time ago. He was a big Romney 2012 guy because Romney.
He's a big parent.
I mean,
he must have. He believed.
I forget who issued the debt, the original debt. I mean, it's could be that old, but like he was a big Romney backer, and if Romney won in 2012, he was going to try to do something like this for Singer's benefit. It's really fucking. I mean, we talk a lot about how private equity should be illegal. Absolutely should. But like that strikes me as like a fucking insane thing to be able to do. Like not the idea of buying a sovereign nation's debt, but like he bought sovereign debt that Argentina had already negotiated some level of forgiveness. They weren't going to pay that full amount. That Singer had bought all of this for like a small fraction of the original incentive amount, and that like you can through like decades and decades of lobbying and threats and doing, you can eventually make this other country make you whole on this thing you paid, like, again, pennies on the dollar for.
Yeah, but when I buy Iraqi dinar, I get fucked.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Hey,
Republicans, rise up.
Why is this allowed? Like, for a guy to have an investment fund where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we don't make any money unless we convince the American government to put in whatever amount of it, tens of billions, to whatever fucked up country I invest in.
Wait,
how is that allowed?
Paul Singer seized an Argentinian Navy ship over their dead? What the fuck?
There's a lot of Paul Singers. Oh, that's like their first Navy ship.
Okay.
Yeah.
You made it seem like they had like a bigger, more modern ship or something.
Hey.
This is not. Oh, they can't see it. I just realized this is the ship, guys. It's like the Pepsi plant. Well, even Pepsi got better stuff.
Yeah, Pepsi got much more contemporary shit.
Yeah. Way cooler shit. That's dude. He could have had the fight.
Yeah.
Like that one guy who almost had it. He believed.
Well, you know, Argentina had a bunch of they had a bunch of carrier capable fighters, and then they couldn't afford to maintain a carrier anymore. There's all these things that are like, you know, if I was born a decade early, I could have gotten it.
Yeah.
It is just like, out of all the things that like should be an illegal way to make money, just like international, like, this isn't even loan sharking, because he's not even loaning money. He's not even like putting that much in.
Yeah, he's putting nothing in.
He's putting basically nothing in, and the only way that it makes money is like, oh my friend is the government again.
Yeah, even the Gulf nation state that purchased the Chicago meter system gave a decent, like a sizable sum, so they can retain the rights for 75 fucking years. Did you know Chicago has to pay whichever Gulf fund? I think it's the Emirati one that purchased the Chicago meters. The Chicago local government has to pay them if they do street closures.
Oh yeah. No.
It's fucking insane.
We had a really bad meter deal during the last year of Richard M. Daley's administration, and I to this day, I'm an election truther about Rahm Emanuel's election. I really think...
Yeah, he should have won by a wider margin.
If there's ever been a fixed election, besides Ohio in the 2004 presidential election, besides Florida...
Besides 2020, where Joe Brandon stole it.
Yeah. No, we no matter what happened, Emanuel could get it. But one of Emanuel's selling points was, hey, you may think I'm a piece of shit, not like me, but don't you want me renegotiating the shitty meter deal that everyone hates? The meter, we should have seen that as a sign of things to come, because the meter deal, it was not just that it was like we were hemorrhaging money for no reason and privatizing the privatizing. It also necessitated the get like this shitty card that like never worked.
It's still shitty.
Yeah, no.
I parked in the Chicago meters, and you have to get an app now.
Yeah.
They've advanced.
There was nothing wrong with Porter.
Yeah. Or even some have Apple Pay now.
We used to have something even worse called the Venture card. This was, I should have known, in like 2008, 2009, Chicago was like, that was the petri dish of democracy for what everything was supposed to be like. Everything would become privatized, more expensive, and less reliable. And necessitated like a new type of card and app that you fucking hated.
Oh, by the way, have you seen this thing? Mr. Malone? A private donor gave $130 million to the United States military so they can continue working and get paid. Where is this? Yeah, and it was Trump backer Timothy Mellon, identified as the donor of the $130 million U.S. troop pay during government shutdown.
That is, what's the mechanism for donating to the U.S. military?
It's illegal, so there is none. Like that's not. This is like quite literally one of the more illegal things that the Trump administration has done. Like this is not like a violation of the hashtag style thing that like everyone just overrides. Like it is a psychotic precedent to set.
Yeah.
But it's also one step closer to like a Metal Gear universe or a cyberpunk one.
Oh, you've been to Senator Armstrong.
Yeah, this is like, it's so fucking crazy.
I guess, but it's just like, how does that work? Like how,
what does he get out of it? Like, it's just 130, no money, I mean, nothing in return. There's 0% chance that there's nothing in return.
Right, but I just like, I'm sure the Army has bank accounts, but they have like a main checking account. Like, how the fuck does this work?
He just sends it to the Pentagon and it just implodes. No one can find it ever again. Also, 130 bones is like, is that much? For the, like, how many days can you keep the doors open with $130 million?
I thought that too, because how many active duty enlisted do we have? Like a million.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really not that much when you break it down like that. It's what, like 5 million people?
No, it's 1.5 is what someone was saying.
1.5. Yeah, that's real. It's not good.
Yeah, what are they gonna get? Like what? They can buy a sandwich. Like the aircraft carrier that they're sending to Latin America's like burn rate daily is like 10 million a day, probably, or more than that, I assume. Isn't it?
They could finance like, okay, the F-35 per flight hour.
Yeah, 1.3 million active duty military troops. He doesn't want publicity.
So $100.
Yeah.
Give everyone $100.
Yeah. It's like an Amazon voucher. Yeah. The U.S. military spends $2 billion per day, so 130 million can run it for 1 hour only.
Yeah. An F-35, a flight hour is around $50,000, let's say. In a work week, you had 8 hours, 6 hours. Yeah, you could keep like one squadron of F-35s flying.
Like, what's really frustrating about guys like this is like, if you were to create a tax initiative that required him to pay $130 extra million, he would kill you.
Yeah.
Like he would drone strike. He would hire the Pinkertons to kill you at your house.
If like Ron Wyden was like, okay, everyone, sorry for raising my voice, but I'm gonna raise the marginal tax rate to 0.075% so we can pay for a new Fox observatory or some bullshit. He would like you would wake up in the middle of the night before Ron Wyden is a pedophile, kill him, flashing in your mind. Like he would invent like a brainwave. He would give you Havana syndrome until someone kidnapped him.
Yeah. I just don't understand. Yeah, like a QAnon guy who's like, oh, I just realized he was the one. He was the one I had.
Message, Mr. Villain.
Yeah, they would find another. Yeah, they would find another. What's his face? The one that shot Trump's ears.
Yeah. Another Thomas Crooks.
Yeah, another Thomas Crooks. Indecipherable politics. We found this guy with no social media footprint, and he was a real Graham Plattner situation.
Yeah. We found this guy who donated to Jim Webb in 2016, even though he was 9 years old. Fucking Paul Phelan. He volunteered for Paul Phelan in Wisconsin.
And he just happened to be the guy who assassinated Ron Wyden.
Yeah.
Oh man. See, that's like that's where the intelligence community is at its best. They know their guys. They got their guys.
The Crook thing is so weird to me because I don't think it's weird for them to not really have a footprint, or at least not to have like an account with photos of themselves on it, right?
Yeah.
I think that there are a lot of conspiracy guys who make videos that but they often, especially younger people, fall on this a lot, where they're like, oh, what are the odds that someone who doesn't have pictures of themselves?
Or no, my favorite was
pretty good.
He was in like one of those like BlackRock commercials or something.
Oh yeah.
They're like, what is happening? Yeah, dude, BlackRock activated him. But they released the clues early on, ahead of time.
I am so there are some days where I wake up and I'm like, yeah, I would just totally staged just because I want to say that day. But what the evidence I do have about Thomas Crook, it is the stuff he did in his alleged life. It is like authentic stupid guy stuff.
For me,
you know, like you just confused dummy. I think I said this recently, but you know what the number one mark of an idiot is? A true American student. And you were going to see Graham Plattner do this. And this is why I'm not sure about Thomas Crook. The number one thing that a student does in America is rent cars for no reason. There's a year till the primary. Graham Plattner spent $10 million on the primary. I've known all types of stupid, idiot families all over. This is something everyone always did.
He's gonna rent a bunch of cars.
Yeah, and the fact that Thomas Crook didn't rent cars, that's the only thing that makes me think, maybe he was a made-up guy. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Yeah,
dude. I was talking to the journalist who profiled me, and she didn't even realize that the Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel thing is so poppin' amongst the normies.
Yeah.
Such a very significant chunk of Americans genuinely believe Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. It's like, what do you think about that? Because I've heard theories that basically that Netanyahu knew what it looked like to do that, basically do the King Vaughn thing, and actually me and Doug made up behind him. That he knew that it makes him look incredibly culpable. He did it to make people more insane or something.
No.
I think
I don't know. I don't know why he just kept saying over and over again, I did not kill Charlie Kirk. It was are they odd. That maybe they dropped the ball that much on propaganda after fucking the past 40 years of guardrails that they had, that they just literally could not comprehend that the last remaining block of loyal Israel fans could potentially turn on them because they killed Trump's favorite podcaster, who he doesn't even give a shit about, really.
So the rationale they give for Israel killing Charlie Kirk, the more straightforward explanation I've heard is he was turning on Israel, when in reality it was just okay, my job is to connect with like youngish voters, and this is the thing that all young voters hate. Like the idea that he was having like a come to Jesus moment is fucking hysterical.
It's particularly annoying because I was about to debate him on this issue. Like, I was literally, that was my main point of, like, okay, you know, you say America first, like, but look at what fucking Trump is doing with Israel, and you know that your fans also don't fuck with Israel any longer. How do you square that circle was gonna be my primary argument. And the fact that people were like, no, you don't understand, like the guy who said Muslims are a sword to the neck of America, Islam is a sword to the neck of America last week, and was making like gays will get thrown off roofs jokes about Hamas, but I guess there's no more roofs anymore in Gaza.
Literally,
like that guy was actually
laughing at images of like the site of the worst mass killing of the last like 20 years.
Yeah, like that guy was any day now he's gonna turn. I mean, I didn't say too much because, you know, why look a gift horse in the mouth, right? Everyone, they couldn't even do messaging discipline on the Trantifa stuff,
right?
Because of the Israel thing and because of Cash Patel being like a fucking incompetent moron. So I was like, I'm not gonna lean into this too much. Let's take a look at what Candace has to say today. You know?
That was so okay. You know the messages that got put out where he's like, I can't believe this. They're gonna not give me $2 million because I'm gonna have Tucker there.
Yeah.
And that was those were confirmed real, by the way. But those messages were so funny because it was like it's such a good like Rorschach test for people who are just like predisposed or, you know, either deciding that they liked him seconds after his death or are running with this like kind of like Trump is trying to fucking make America great again. Israel's enemy is stopping this.
Yeah.
For those people, it was like, look, he was turning against them. When in reality, it's like this is the most like morally compromised scumbag. He's exactly as much of a fucking scumbag as the guy trying to withhold $2 million from him.
Dude,
they're both.
I know.
Like
I cannot.
Transactional, immoral people.
I cannot understand how, like, those private correspondences do not reveal a public anti-Israel turn at all.
Yeah.
Because Charlie had hammered on the Epstein stuff as well. Also, you know, another Israeli-connected conversation there. And we know exactly what happened when he got the boss call. He said it. He was like, I'm done talking about the Epstein stuff.
Yeah.
You know? Like, he just straight up said it. So obviously, it doesn't matter what his personal opinions were. And I don't even think his personal opinions were anti-Israel at all. I think he was just annoyed at how fucking arrogant and entitled every, like, ultra-Zionist donor is.
Yeah.
When they're like, what do you mean you're going to have Tucker Carlson on your fucking podium? That you can't do that. We're giving you money. Don't you remember, you know, who your daddy is? Like, that's it. It's like Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton talking about how Benjamin Netanyahu is a piece of shit, saying, who the fuck do you think the superpower is here? And then also gladly doing everything for Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like, if you have a, like, deeply held principle, it's not like, oh, can you believe they're making me violate this for $2 billion?
Yeah.
Then that's not a very deeply held principle.
Yeah. It's not, he only had Tucker Carlson on because he recognized that Tucker Carlson was a populist force, and he also recognized that, like, in order to keep this coalition together, you have to fucking at least, like, allow people to let out their frustrations about Israel to a certain degree.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I still, though, I mean, like, back to just how weird Israel was after that. I mean, like, the simplest explanation, right? Netanyahu is what, like 79?
Yeah, he looks very young for his age.
I mean, I think he's the proponent of the William Shatner system.
adrenochrome. He's got
No, well, yeah.
He's got the untapped adrenochrome.
No, I think he does the Shatner thing of, well, obviously adrenochrome, obviously filler, but also gaining like 7 pounds every year you age.
Oh yeah, you fill in the wrinkles.
That's a great trick.
That is actually good. You're right.
Trick. Shatner was like 109 years old and fucking lost people. He'd look a day over 62.
That's actually smart. I never thought about that.
It's a good move.
Yeah. You got the Shlomo Borowitz call? What does that mean? I don't know what that is.
I hope there isn't a real guy named Shlomo Borowitz. I would tell him to change his name. There's Shlomo Viles.
Yeah, there's Shlomo Viles.
Or Viles Shlomo.
My God.
Viles Shlomo is worse because it's like a bloodborne one. Oh no, I fought Viles Shlomo before the Blood Moon.
The Japanese would never do that.
No.
They would never commit such an egregious act of anti-Semitism.
I wonder if there's like a secret, like, good ending to Bloodborne where you like convert to Judaism. Maybe.
Yeah, Tony DeCoppel. Yeah. But yeah, Timothy Mellon has purchased the American military. That's awesome for approximately an hour.
An hour of operation.
Yeah.
Like, the Mellons they've been doing this since like the beginning.
Yeah.
Like can you know, there are some families that have like, they've been trucking forever. I almost like, I love finance history. I think it's really interesting. I love I wish there was less like kooky stuff about Rothschild, because like the real history is actually really interesting. Because they like the idea of they've been doing this for like 500 years, but the Mellons they've pretty much been paying for the 1 hour of military operations, like the dawn of America.
Yeah. All right, well, let's look at this. The Pentagon receives a $130 million donation.
Now, heading into day 25, there's no end to finding a cellmate. In the meantime, the impact is being felt in a growing number of ways, including by those who rely on extra help to make ends meet. Erica Brown has more details from Capitol Hill.
In Southern California, the National Guard is lending a hand at food banks as the government shutdown threatens to delay benefits for families in need.
With the government shutdown, we expect to see a delay in food benefits to over 5 million Californians. And that's...
All right, I'm sorry. I've gone back to watching SVU again. This is not the culprit in SVU, but this is like, I would say guy who finds body. Like season 14 about, yeah. Like he's having a conversation with like a young, like a 14-year-old, like shitty kid. Like, I don't want to volunteer, it's stupid. And this guy's like, come on, Timothy. If you volunteer, your dad will fucking let you play Xbox. And then they wander into a bloody war. And then credits, and then it's this guy talking to Benson. Benson's going, well, that's the most decapitated mom I've ever seen, you know? He really looks like a good Samaritan.
Food that families and kids rely on and resources that they need.
With the stalemate now in its 4th week, the impact on Americans is growing.
Flights get canceled. It takes a while to get through TSA. It's kind of stressful.
Staffing shortages among air traffic controllers during the ongoing funding standoff here on Capitol Hill has caused flight delays and some cancellations at airports nationwide.
They're great American patriots who come to work every single day knowing they don't have a paycheck.
He looks
into the bank account.
That has to be the most yelled at man in America right now, right?
Yeah.
Duffy. He is.
Another.
You thought Pete looked miserable.
Another reality TV guy.
Oh, that's right. He was on The Real World.
Bro, isn't it, dude? What the fuck is this admin, man? It is kind of crazy. It's just, I don't know.
Are there multiple Real World performers?
In the admin, I don't know, but it's just they're all like TV guys. Every single one of them. Maryland is a pro drilling guy. And recent expansion of oil exploration at Anwar is likely due to his part in his influence. Beyond that, Mellon is the primary force behind the left-right convergence strategy that brought us RPA Tulsi Trump axis, which is aligned with Russia. What?
Well, whatever. We're doing Anwar. Trump is. He's Brandon, but he's also Shrub. No one has ever been a group like composed of more Brandon.
Wait, Mellon is obsessed with Amelia Earhart? No. Oh wait. I know someone. I know a major donor is the reason why the Amelia Earhart files were released, but I didn't realize it was Mellon. I thought it was like just her family or something. I thought it was her family.
Does Amelia Earhart like is her family still like digging?
I don't know. I just assumed that it. I assumed that absolutely zero fucking people would give a shit about Amelia Earhart other than her extended family.
This guy, Timothy Mellon's probably deep.
Yeah.
This makes so much sense. I like George Conway. Easy to make fun of, right? But he's not. I don't consider him like a crazy liar. Like I don't see him as like a Les Martin type.
Right, he funded an expedition to find Amelia Earhart's plane. Mods banned him for pushing crazy theories about it, then he sued. He's a poster. He wrote hundreds of posts over many months, some with annotated screenshots of the ocean floor, where he claimed to see the airplane wreckage, personal effects, and eventually bodies. Others tried to explain that he was only seeing rocks and coral, but Mr. Mellon insisted he could discern items he had missed: a banjo, a severed hand. Even a severed hand? Amelia Earhart's severed hand.
Like it would still be like it would be at the bottom of the ocean, perfectly preserved after 75 fucking years.
Yeah.
Where was he banned from?
It was apparent, he said, that the heads of Earhart and her navigator were encased in cellophane bags connected by a hose to a nitrogen tank, and they had committed suicide. Mr. Gillespie, fielding complaints from members about Mr. Mellon's outlandish ideas, eventually limited his foreign privileges. Mr. Mellon sued, claiming his $1 million gift had been unnecessary because the expedition team had already had video evidence of Earhart's claim, but did not act on it.
Wait, what forum?
I need to know what forum.
Was this Amelia Earhart forum? Yep.
An online forum for Amelia Earhart researchers. What? That's a thing?
Yeah, I mean, there used to be all types of forums. You know, between doing this and doing Foxcatcher, this isn't as bad. I guess.
Oh my god. Amelia Earhart does numbers in conspiracy circuits? Why?
Yeah. Can I just take it? Amelia Earhart's Type Mysteries is my least favorite type of mystery. I get recommended a lot of, like, the scariest murders ever type videos, and I love them. But this is the kind I hate. Oh my, what happened to her? I don't know. She crashed into the fucking ocean?
Yeah, like what?
I hate that when people are like, 10 hikers that no one knows what happened to them. Oh, you mean like the mysterious thing that never happened? Like a hiker getting fucking attacked by a bear or something?
Yeah.
Running out of water? Seems like a pretty unsolved mystery to me.
Oh, did you see this? The White House events, major events timeline? I kind of like it, but also it's just so... Like, these are all... It annoys me because the people that are putting this stuff together are LARPing. Like, this is not... They're not real. Like, these are people with, like, Yale... they graduated from Yale, they went to Harvard, you know what I mean? They're libtards. And they're trying to be, like... They're trying to do stuff that would be appealing to the masses, to the MAGA base.
I get... Well, like, I think it's all one guy that, you know the guy who runs the White House account?
Oh, the Asian guy, Stephen Chung?
Oh, no, not him.
That's my favorite. Have you seen him?
He looks awesome.
He's so sick.
That was when I was at my fattest. I looked like.
Dude, he is so like perfectly triangular. Like I don't know, like his body just keeps expanding.
Oh no, no.
It's awesome. I love him. He looks like one of the fish in SpongeBob.
Think about like how resilient he has to be to like look like that and then like work directly under Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, he must be a letting you know. He's letting you know.
Because he always like he has the fucking rotund fat underbelly.
Yeah.
And you can't like stuff your shirt into your pants. And then his legs are like weirdly skinny in the way that it looks. So you know like I imagine him like walking in and it's like you can see his undershirt just like protruding from his like shirt that he tried to tuck in haphazardly and it didn't take the whole way and Trump looks at him and was like disgusting.
He has the exact type of body that you can only get through like severe just being completely inert for years at a time.
Yes, this is what he looks like. Exactly. He's so perfect.
I was talking about Kalen Dorn, though.
Oh, I don't know that. His face looks the same upside down. What the fuck? Who thought of that? That's crazy.
I mean, they're right. Kalen Dorn, though, he's sort of like a BuzzFeed. He's like, his BuzzFeed Ben is Qui-Gon Jinn. He's the Obi-Wan. I would say.
Oh, I don't know who that one is. You know who I love though? There's another crazy freak. He's like Laura Loomer's second in command. He just looks like sickly. He looks diseased and so skinny. He kind of looks like a busted what's his name? The guy from the How Do You Do Fellow Kids meme.
Oh, Buscemi?
Yeah, he looks like a busted Steve Buscemi.
Wait, it's not Gateway Pundit, is it?
Or is he not? Is he not Laura Loomer's guy? I think.
I know Laura Loomer used to work for Gateway Pundit.
It could be. It could be Gateway Pundit guy.
Gateway Pundit is like old though.
Yeah. They got washed because like they were too ahead of the game.
Yeah, Gateway Pundit was one of the first guys to get banned like everywhere.
Yeah.
And he's also like one of the funniest jokes I've ever read. He was a big peacock guy, and his bio was so funny. It was like heart attack survivor, melanoma, blind in one eye. A tree fell on me. And I forget who said it. I think it's Stan Sullivan said it. God has been trying to kill this guy, and he's just ignoring the hints.
Oh, the guy. This is the guy, Charles Downs.
Oh, yeah. No, I know.
He's like, God. He is so strange looking.
How's it going, everyone?
And he sounds so weird.
How's it going, everyone?
And it's like, I feel like he doesn't like walk. He just kind of like, he does that like Russian dance maneuver where they just like glide. I feel like he just glides everywhere. He's like,
the moment that like Loomer leaves office, like okay.
Yeah, Loomer Unleashed. See, yeah, holding globalists accountable. Loomer Unleashed. Also, what do you mean holding globalists accountable and then at Loomer Unleashed? Is it like I thought when they said globalists they meant Jews, right? Like I thought that's what it was.
That's the funniest thing of like Loomer trying to thread that needle. Like, do you remember when her like being elevated to like real person status is so funny to me?
Yeah.
She used to be like the most widely like mocked woman in existence.
Yeah, no, she
other right-wing people hated her. But yeah, Charles Downs is like a real skinwalker.
Well, the media's gonna act like there was some major anti-Trump protest.
Well.
Sign language or something, Charles? Jesus.
No, I've never seen someone so hurt. Like everything about it looks wrong, man. You sound wrong, you look wrong. But yeah, no,
this is how I feel like I sound when I message someone for
Hey, how's it going?
But yeah,
he does. The E33 Lune glides everywhere. That's what it is. He's gliding. Look.
Like right behind. That will show that a lot of the anti-Trump protesters in D.C. were literally busted. You know, it's really funny.
Does he have like lockjaw?
I don't know why. Okay, was I wrong when I say he looks like a busted Steve Buscemi though? He's punished Buscemi.
Like, what the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. It's like, don't these guys have so much money that they can like, I don't know, hire better people for this job? But I guess like the more television-ready version of this is just like the Xavier guy.
Yeah.
Who's like so flashy.
I love him.
Yeah.
He's so funny.
And that's the T. That's the T on Israel, sis.
Israel is comfy, y'all.
Yeah.
So funny.
I love that.
We in the Knesset heard he's what a good ball.
Oh.
Like he said some of the worst things I've ever heard that I could never like. He's just such a throwback, you know, to like 2016 Trump when it's like we have all the cool gay guys.
Yeah.
We're actually the gayer.
They were though. They really were. Trump. People forget Donald Trump literally was pro-trans.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, he was pro-trans in 2016. It's so crazy. It feels like a lifetime ago.
That was one of the things that Ken Cuccinelli like hated about it. Before Ken Cuccinelli ended up working for.
Yeah. I mean, pure domination, utter domination on every aspect. Oh, speaking of domination, 88-year-old Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton is suffering from dementia, says police report filed after she was allegedly scammed out of $4,400.
Oh my God! Like, is Virginia Fox? That's the one who like she leaves urine stains everywhere. What? Have you ever? No, this is a real thing with like very old people. Very old.
That's crazy.
Very old people, and I'm talking like past 90, sometimes past 95. They like
a little bit of it out.
Yeah.
Everywhere they go.
I mean, when we say things break down in the body, like they literally like they cannot hold. They either can't hold urine in, or they'll fall to the floor and not be able to get up. They won't be able to make it to the bathroom. Like living past like a certain point is like torture. And apparently Virginia Fox, I think she's one of those 9-year-olds. Her office fucking stinks like urine. They said. Which is not surprising. You need full
maybe she has a piss cake.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought we were past that, Felix. We were not.
Dude,
That's a fetish, sweetie.
I always like to, my favorite thing to gross people out was when I was him and Diane Feinstein had like the cheated sex tape with just Moran.
With John Moran?
Yeah. I don't know why John Moran, because like the idea of those, like how would they meet? It was just so funny to me. But maybe, you know,
it was a meet cute.
He's passed on, and now John Moran is now dating Virginia Fox. They're doing this, right?
Yeah.
I hope John Moran never finds out I said that. That would be awful.
Oh, you fucked up. This is how he finds out.
What if I just accidentally guessed right?
I just
like, how did you know?
When I see stuff like this, I'm like, who cares about like the Grand Platinum stuff? Yeah, it's ridiculous, but also like this is also ridiculous.
Yeah.
And this is a direct vote, pro-Israel vote, usually every single time.
It's like, how do like none of this happen? Like none of them are willing to come out and be like, hey, so we're doing something really fucked up that I don't feel right about. Like none of them do that.
Well, they are Democrat Party staffers, so.
All of them do this. Like Virginia Fox is a Republican. Like they all fucking do it. That is one of the reasons I am in favor of it. I endorse it.
Oh,
100%.
yeah.
Did you read that thing about how she like dumped her husband?
Dumped mashed potatoes, boiled mashed potatoes on her husband's head.
When I read that, it's like, what are you, fucking Rockhorns?
I don't understand like why. I don't understand what happened there. Like, why is she like that? I just don't get it. I also will say I would fully endorse her and not give a shit about any of that if she was like pro-Medicare for all, fuck Israel.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
No.
If she came out and was like beating the doors off of her staffers, but then also was like, and this is how I want to deal with Israel, I'd be like,
yeah,
go right ahead, ma'am.
I really do not care what happens to congressional staffers. I really, like, short of, like, you know, Fetterman trying to control them in a car accident, I don't think you should do that. But I really, like, I have met a lot of those people, some of them are nice. The ones that are nice usually don't end up working for Katie Porter. But even then, it's like, what the fuck are... there were people trying to do a union drive for, like, congressional staff. It's like, what are we fucking doing here? Next, we're gonna unionize SEAL Team 6.
Well, they don't need it. They got Melon. They got Melon backing them up. Melon's on it. Dude, who wouldn't want to be Big Boss? Think about it. You get to be Big Boss for an hour. You get to be Big Boss for the day.
How much do you build out Mother Base and the pit?
Oh, not that much.
My last go around, I ended up going full obsessive like I did within a few years back. I bought every FOB I could, almost totally maxed out. I think the economy in the game is like off whack, but like in 1984, how much would it cost to like operate Mother Base for a year with like 2 FOBs? I think
it probably would be at least a bill.
In 1984?
I mean, I don't know. Like, no, more. I mean, it's definitely more than 130 million.
I honestly think in 1984 you could do it.
Really?
If it's already like built, yeah.
What was the entire military's cost in 1984?
A lot, but like not
what it is now, but
probably like a small fraction. I would. It's been a long time since I read that Jim Wright book, and that one takes place in the late 80s. So, I'm gonna go 200. 200 for 1984.
oh man. 800 billion, 239 billion.
Do it.
Curious Adam isn't here, hiding since he told Cuomo about you. Yo, that's why fucking Cuomo's constantly on my ass, bro. That's the millennial Jon Stewart is trying to take out the millennial Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan of the left. That's what it is. It's turf war. He keeps getting good media placements, and he hates it when the spotlight is on me. That's what it is. My dog in the fight, Zohran Mamdani, restoring the Islamic Caliphate, making New York the capital. His dog in the fight is losing. Think about it. He had Chris Murphy on a show. Wonder why he still hasn't. You know, Adam still hasn't endorsed Zohran. I didn't even realize. I'm gonna text him right now. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. You still haven't endorsed Zohran. His endorsement would be a real game changer? Yeah, he's waiting for Schumer. He's waiting. Oh my God, he's after Hakeem. No matter what happens. No matter what happens, he will always be past Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement. Think about that. Waiting for the boss call from Chuck. Cool Adam got fucking Chris Murphy on for an hour. What senator have you got on for more than 15 minutes? You're watching on Cool Adam Rises. Pretty sure I could get Chris Murphy for as long as I want to have him on my show. He'll gather at a show after canvassing the day before the primary and still didn't endorse. That's true. You can't hide it anymore. Honestly, Zohran could do a double appearance with you on CNN or something and you could tackle the Islamophobia thing together. Yeah, you're crazy. 79.4K one day. Early day voting is 4X. as 2021 for day one. 79,000 day one, 15,000 last election. This spry young lady definitely doesn't look like she pisses herself. That's why I said it's a piss game. Yeah, it's not incontinence, it's piss game. I'm telling you what it is. Latest delusion dropped in New York City. Oh, this was awesome. This is a, I gotta wait for Felix on this one. I saw this. Yeah, but it would hit the lines forward twice. Oh, he said he did. On your show, dumbass. Wait, that doesn't count. That's what he's saying. Adam is saying he endorsed him on my show.
Either ZOHRAN or FUNDAY.
On my, I said, you still haven't endorsed ZOHRAN. He sent me a question mark. I said, wait, have you? He said, I did. I said, oh, on your show, dumbass. I said, wait, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. It's like, that.
Well, I mean, like, for him. You know, like, you endorsed Cuomo on Newsnight.
I'm telling you, he's I think he's waiting for the box off with Chuck Schumer. And no matter what happens, he will be a later endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries. He did on Twitter, but that doesn't count either. That does not count either. Felix took this thread seriously. Oh, the anti-Semitism. Red handprints and footprints can have anti-Semitic connotations. Bit of an odd ongoing situation on the Upper West Side. People keep emailing that a popular bar has been defaced with anti-Semitic graffiti, but the business has repeatedly clarified it's just their Halloween decoration.
Well, if this guy's joking, it's a great guess. I don't think I fell for anything. That's the thing about posting a skill photo. You can't prove that I either fell for it or didn't fall for it. I just posted crocheting at his laptop.
Oh, he was gay? Oh, Charlie Kirk, 2018 was such a ride.
Yeah, them talking about Monster?
Yeah, Charlie went from knowing the difference between Jay-Z and Kanye to texting me like this on his daily runs. Everyone in politics was fake and gay, but at least we had hip-hop. Oh my god, Nicki's verse on that is the best. First thing first, I eat your brains. Yes, oh my god, this makes me so happy. Sasquatch, Godzilla, King Kong, Loch Ness, Goblin, Ghoul, a zombie with no conscience. When Nicki drops, I lose my mind. What?
Did you have the same reaction I did when you saw that, like, photo collage? That made me sadder than anything.
Oh yes, that was
really made me sad.
That was the Candace Owens was the only person who truly mourned Charlie Kirk.
Oh my god,
more than even Erica Kirk.
Yeah.
Like, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was like very clearly like they had a friendship.
They really did.
They had a real work-wife situation, I think.
They, like, you know how rare it is for people in Con Inc. to like become like they really like enjoyed each other's company.
He's hitting the sassy non-binary emoji too.
Why is he using that?
And it's like melanated too. It's not even like the white one.
Yeah.
Like, who is that? Who is that supposed to be? Is that him? Is that them? What's happening?
Fine. Like, the pictures where he's like sticking his like
that emoji was a little dark. Who was he feeling like? No, really?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, why did he choose that one? Because you pressed on it hard, and you purposely selected that one.
I've seen thousands of images of Joker in videos. I've never seen him look as happy as he does, as happy and comfortable as he does.
Around Candace Owens when he's like, when they're cleaning out. No, but it's like, well, there was one, I saw someone quote retweet this with like him reacting to Brad. And it's funny because it's like, him reacting to Brad is like, you can kind of tell like he gets it, but then he has to like turn it back on. Yeah. But it's just, that's gotta be the shittiest life to lead, man.
Yeah, I don't even think he was gay.
No,
I don't think he was gay. He was just like a Queenie straight guy.
Yeah, no, I wasn't implying he was gay at all. I'm just saying like, I'm just saying that like, you can't even enjoy shit. Oh yeah. Because of the audience expectation. Like, the audience capture is so severe. Yeah, you can't tell me he wasn't gagging it on. Yeah, he's like, oh God, it's like Ned Flanders. No!
I wish I was listening to 5 finger death punch. I hate this.
Yeah, no, jelly roll. Put jelly roll on. Wash this down real quick.
Close his eyes like remember Charlie earlier.
Okay, let's play couple. 40 seconds.
Oh man.
You can see the light come on for a brief moment, and he's just like, man, I wish I could just like dance to this.
You know, Servant of Falls ruined their life. Both of them. Him and Candace, they were supposed to work together in like a real estate firm. They're supposed to be real estate agents.
Yeah, work wife.
Yeah. They're supposed to be real estate agents together. Charlie is like the friend at work, and Candace's husband, like they might be gay, but isn't quite sure. There actually isn't anything going on. They're really good friends. They clean out together. They would have never talked about like the death house and all the shit.
Yeah. Or how scared he is when he sees a black pilot.
Yeah.
Like that's not, you're not a real person, brother. I'm sorry. Like that's not, I don't know, I'm sure there's some people who are that racist, but like when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, this has to be a lie. Yeah. Like, are you a child? Like, do you have a child's brain where you're like, oh yeah, when I see a black pilot, come on, who amongst us?
When you see a black pilot,
who amongst us would go, oh, I hope the plane doesn't fall down?
When you see a black pilot, like, how much are you so afraid that you need to take like an hour before you go to the monster?
Yeah.
You're like, what is the time gap between those two?
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous. This is making me sad. Why couldn't it have been Crowder? At least he was always in several.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can tell.
No, I mean
anything bad that has happened to anyone.
Yes, I do too.
Why? Charlie would never poison anyone's thought.
That's true.
There's no accusations of him saying.
Oh, you saw this? Dude, he's God, Curtis Lewa, man. He is. I saw someone was saying like he's like the perfect like puppet oppositional leader. Like that's the guy.
Oh yeah.
In the one-party system, in the one-party socialist communist system that we design in America, Curtis Lewa can be the puppet Republican leadership.
Well, my preferred guy for that role has always been Clay Higgins.
Oh yes.
I love Clay Higgins, but Curtis is like.
He can be there.
Just like a bit more likable than like
he can be there. They can infight, so that they don't actually build a robust movement ever.
That's a perfect infight because Clay Higgins is more of like the rural shit kicker type. He's like the urban Republican.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
They both want to brutalize minorities.
The Clay Higgins video at Auschwitz is
the best.
The funniest video ever.
This is why we need to fund the Department of Homeland Security.
I love when he just starts in his stupid big ass head. He's like, could be train tracks anyway. Well, these ones at Auschwitz. Is it like what a stupid thought? Like, oh, I bet you think these are normal train tracks, not leading to a death camp. Well, you'd be wrong.
Yeah, he's so dope. Curtis Lewa, hello Hasan. There's a non-zero chance that this is actually him. Like, this could be him.
I could see, I mean, like, his wife is an elder millennial. I think she's, like, barely tapped in.
Bro, have you seen this was, like, supposed to be this big banger off.
Oh, yeah.
Where it turns out his wife was, like, calling Israelis animals for bombing civilians.
Yeah, one of those, like, really pathetic, like, fourth-rate bar guys hyping that up. And it was like, this is it?
Yeah, it was that she posted. I mean, it was shocking because she did post a Noam Chomsky video talking about how it was apartheid on like October 11, 2023.
Yeah.
Which is kind of boss mode when you think about it, because like there is no one even remote, like a Democrat politician, no matter how progressive they are, if they had a significant other post that, they would have had to sacrifice their husband or wife.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They would have to be like, I'm sorry, I have to kill you.
Yeah. No. Yeah. We're doing internal exile. I forget what the deal with this wife is. One of his wives, I think the one before this one, I saw her this was like a big clip on the Ron Paul internet many years ago of Ron Paul on the Wolfie Downey Jr. show arguing against the war on drugs. And he's arguing against like her, I think his first or second wife. And she's obviously like, nah, we gotta clean up all the drugs. 1988. She, in that episode, some like fat guy starts yelling at Ron Paul, and Ron was like, I don't see why we have to get up. And Ron Paul goes, well, you're pretty fat. What if the government told you to stop eating? The crowd just but that wife was like more normal Republican when he was at like the peak of his fame. I don't know where he found this one. Does anyone ever explain their what circumstances they met under?
Who? Curtis Lewa and his latest wife?
Yeah.
Because his former wife, because I don't know if his current wife is Jewish, but his former wife was, and he used to talk about that when there were some anti-Semitism allegations coming his way as well for saying that like Hasidic Jews should learn how to read and write.
I don't like that. We all kind of think that. Like
no, that's like one of the only.
Yeah.
He is one of the only figures in New York politics that I've actually heard say those words.
Yeah. People get so mad at you when you're like, I think this is like fucked up to children. One guy yelled at me in Greece for like being kind of ignorant about it. This was during 2020, so I might have said something crazy. I just don't remember.
It was also peak woke though.
I didn't get yelled at.
Peak woke.
One of the biggest me getting yelled at episodes ever was making fun of we have to address anti-Semitism on the left thing. But me and Grace were talking about one of these guys who is just really into that sort of thing. I think oh yeah, well you know why they are illiterate and dress so stupidly? Because the Holocaust. It's like, yep, there's this only one. Yeah, you got it, man. I just like every other religious group of people is like take part in the thing. Like I'm not religious, but there are Mormons who they don't drink soda, they don't want to outlaw soda, but they think that the guys who like went to Mexico to marry a bunch of poor people. They think those guys
Mitt Romney's dad, George Romney.
They think those guys are crazy. Don't say it. They're millions and millions.
Or like even the Amish.
Yeah. Or like every group is like, yeah, I think this extremely like cloistered, insanely hierarchical, child abuse fucking ring is bad. I think that children should be taught how to read, etc., etc. Why is this the only one where it's like I'm an asshole for saying it? I mean, I guess they all have their defenders, but this is the only one where it's like, no, you are like invalidating the whole. How am I doing that?
I would rather people do that for that than to be like, no, Israel gets to be an apartheid state.
Between the two.
Yeah. If there were the two options, I'd be like, okay, you can have this. This is fine.
Yeah.
The other is ridiculous. Even more ridiculous.
I think if you're, I don't think like that the federal government should go in there and like be like, okay, like here, wear normal clothes, like make them, like, you know, put on boo-boo shirts and gun points. I don't think that. I don't even think.
I don't know. I'm trying to imagine what that would look like.
You know, it would be like the Elian Gonzalez photo, but he's like multiple users. Put this on. I don't know why they're doing. I don't know why they chose boo-boo, but they did. It's the Platter administration.
It's like the big, it's the Platter administration. Yeah, we found out that Totenkopf was real. He knew what it was actually. But he has a very specific type of anti-Semitic tendency.
We're going to a new camp I invented called the Fat Farm.
Yeah, he's like, no, we gotta make the Jews have drip.
Yeah. Drip from 40 years ago.
Yeah, Echo Unlimited.
Making all like if you're a rabbi, you get to wear a Davucci jacket. All this bullshit from like 1999.
Yeah. You can keep the hats. Those are cool. Yeah. I want one too for myself.
One of my best friends in high school, he had a Davucci jacket, and this is the funniest jacket I've ever seen in my entire life. It had the last scene of Scarface soaked in his bag.
Oh, that's amazing.
So funny.
Bro, I had the Echo Unlimited like dragon that just like crawled out of my ass. That's the one I had. I love those fucking pants, man. They were so cool. And I was doing this in Turkey, mind you, where there's no black culture was coming to Turkey, I would say like 10 years after the fact at that time. You know, this is when I was growing up, we still didn't get like the Harry Potter movies immediately on release in the theater at the same time back in the day.
There was like no subculture for it at all?
Not really, no. Like not even a little bit. I wore a Nelly Band-Aid under my eye one time to school, and people thought I was like hiding an acne or something. And then I took it quietly, I took it off, and I never wore it again. I was a real trendsetter. They just didn't know. I was too ahead of the game.
I was always on the verge of making choices like that, and I would either like get too anxious or like the worst thing that maybe ever happened in my life or anyone's life. I was like 14, and I was looking on eBay for like, like, you know how like all like cheesy like the games they would have like big like diamond rings, like shit. Oh god. I was like looking for those on eBay, and my mom like came into my room right as I had like, you know, 4 windows closed open.
That's when you have to tap into a porn site. Like this is better.
I would have so much rather than looking at porn. It was so fucking embarrassing.
No, I'm looking at porn. I'm sorry. I swear.
Oh my god, I would have given anything for that. It was so fucking humiliating. She was like, "What the fuck are you looking?" She didn't say it like that, but it was kind of that's how it felt. And I was like, oh my god, yeah. I'm glad that I wasn't more confident. There would be some terrible photos.
No, but that's the thing, like, I had that confidence, and then it got, you know, beaten out of me by being in Turkey, and it wasn't even like they knew what I was trying to do, they were just like so confused by it.
It's like, what the fuck is that?
So then for years I couldn't even wear like sunglasses, because I thought, I was so anxious that people would be like, why are you wearing sunglasses or a hat? That's how nervous I was. Like, who the fuck's gonna look at you and think that's so weird that you're wearing sunglasses? But I was thinking that in my head. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, I mean, there's like the overconfidence and obliviousness of you, but like the other spectrum where it manifests the exact same way is like spotlight syndrome, where you think everyone is looking at you at every moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had that when I was like 14, so I would wear like like what like a survey wore. Wear like a big T-shirt and like the shittiest, most nondescript like basketball shorts ever, and you just like look like you're like in prison.
Yeah, but that's coming back though. That's like when you're nonchalant now.
I don't know.
But my point is, Chad, there's a delicate balance. You don't have to document everything, okay? Because I made some fashion mistakes when I was really trying to become an influencer during the 2013 to 2019 era, let's say. And then after COVID, I just gave up entirely, and that was also bad. And now it's fine. I've found I've struck the balance.
When I was 2013 was a bad time for me for that too, because like I had just gotten into really good shape, and I remember like right as I was getting really cut, one of my friends was like getting fatter, perfectly like like this, and he had just come out like a year ago. My buddy Brandon, I actually just talked to him on the phone yesterday, and he gave me like, imagine the clothes that you wear in your first year of being gay if you grew up in a town of like 100 people in like way northern in Minnesota. He gave me like fucking the worst, I think the worst pants or shorts that I've ever worn in my life. What was your like worst fit? So I wore this to work one day when I was working as a bouncer. I just wore like the normal it was actually a really cool track jacket that they gave us as a child. I wish I still had it. But the pants I wore, they were like slightly long, not short. Oh. They went down to like mid-ankle, and they were like
the Israeli special.
Yeah, they were fucking camo patterned.
No.
yeah. No. And they had like fucking pirate tears at the end, and I was like, I was so excited about like being in good shape.
That is the most Tel Aviv ass fit I've ever heard.
Fucking dumb. And I was in the zone of like, well, I'm in shape. Like, not everything looks cool.
Oh my
God.
God.
And everyone laughed at it.
Yeah.
Everyone.
No. Well,
I was so lucky that like no one really came in that night.
You're lucky that you didn't put them on the internet for everyone to see forever.
That was like a year before I started posting pictures of myself on Twitter. So like, thank God.
Because, god damn it, I did do that, and oh my god, it's bad. It's like everybody loves bringing them up all the fucking time. All the time. Oh, also, here's some breaking news. Just in, Kamala Harris says she'd possibly run for president again. I am not done.
That sounds like what you say when you're done. You know?
It sounds like a threat. I'll do it again.
I'll lose again.
I'm not done. I think there is 0% she makes it out of a primary.
No, I agree.
No shot.
I agree. Yeah. One of my favorite things recently was the clip of like when the protesters were they came to one of her talks, and when she went, "I'm not president," and the crowd like burst into cheers. I'm cheering that she was like clapping back at the protesters, but it's funny to imagine they were like, "Yeah, you lost."
Yeah, no.
She seems like wasted at that one too.
She seems wasted all the time.
I mean, less people forget. The last time she ran in a fucking primary, she didn't even make it to voting.
Yeah, no, she dropped out super early.
Yeah, like, come on now.
Yeah, no, it's her time. She needs to do the Hillary reroute. You know, it's her time now.
She doesn't even have, like, that's what's so fucked up about her. Hillary had loyalists.
Yeah.
There's no, like, Kamala loyal. I mean, there are AI, but I mean, like, out of people who work in the Democratic system.
She has cycled through so many staffers that she couldn't even have, like, a loyal team to begin with, let alone establish, like, her own flank in the party in the way that, like, Obama did, or in the way that the Clintons did for a very long time.
Do you remember Ian
Yeah, there's no Kamalists.
She went to Ian Sam's. I don't even know. Ian Sam's is actually the only guy I remember. She's gone through like so many of them. Her 2019 campaign, that is. I wish I could read a book about it. I wish more people cared about it so I could it is the most interesting campaign today because it's such a time capsule.
Yeah. Like peak woke. Yeah. She was pro Medicare for all. Yeah. And a woke cop. Like she was not like a regular prosecutor. She basically ran the opposite of what she ran. Yeah. In the last election.
She was basically running as like Olivia Benson.
Yeah. It was so strange. Wait, she wrote a book about the 20.
No, I don't want to read her book about it. No, I want to read a book by like a journalist who's like, here's how fucking weird her 2019 campaign was.
Like, what were the instincts there? I just don't understand. We were so close. We were peak woke. I missed it.
I do too. I don't think. God, there was not a better period in my life.
Yeah,
it really was not.
We need to get back to peak woke.
I fucking miss it.
Where everyone was like constantly under the financial threat of like they can't say anything. They can't say anything even remotely off color because like every major corporate sponsor would pull their every major corporate sponsor was like, no, you're done. Like you're out.
I was against it, but I just mean like life was more fun.
Yeah. No, I hated it at the time. I yelled about it all the fucking time, but it does. I prefer that to opposite of what that is. For Target's like, if you don't say the R word 4 times today, we are canceling your activation.
That's how shitty things are now. Pretty much anyone was like, oh my god, they're gonna fucking, the ISPs are gonna go, what if ISPs go, we're not gonna host Patreon anymore because of your hate speech. But still, life was way more fun outside of that. I just, like, the Kamala campaign, people don't remember the official campaign logo. It looked the same color scheme as the cover for Transfer the Register. Like, it was so interesting. Like, Kamala and Beto, more so Beto, because Kamala at least pretended to be Medicare for all, but they both had this concept campaign of, like, total maximalist on social issues. Not even social issues, just like that.
Beto O'Rourke's like skyrocketing success was I'm a Texan man who is agnostic on Medicare for all, or like he didn't have like a healthcare plan or anything, but he was like, I want to take away every Texan's weapons.
And I want to we're gonna take all the guns and end tax breaks on churches. Yeah. Which is like, sure, but Beto, how are you gonna run in Texas again? He was like, watch me. He lost. Horribly. He was.
Yeah. But even then he like got fairly close.
He got close.
Which is indicative of like it should have been a telltale sign that like if he were to do like some left populist stuff and not just like full tilt, I guess like liberal Hitler.
That was he was like kind of, if he brought out the liberal, I would call him liberal Perone.
Okay.
If he did that now, there would be like a Democrat. There would be like quite a few people thrown in with it. I loved it so much because nothing grossed me out more than Kamala or Pedro and any of those people pretending that like, oh, I've always loved Medicare for all. Beto just being like, no, full like maximalist social liberalism. I don't even know how we're going to collect taxes. I haven't even thought about it.
Oh, by the way, Ron DeSantis is doing the exact opposite of that in Florida. Apparently, he is abolishing property taxes in its entirety. He said he wants to put it up as a ballot measure.
How the fuck are they gonna like do anything?
I don't know. I don't understand. Like, what's the funding vehicle for anything at that point?
Just like
no income tax, no property tax. what do you do? Are they just going, yeah, it's gonna be underwater anyway? Fuck it.
Like, they tried like something like that in Nevada like several years ago. And Nevada, like, I mean, both places rely on tourism, but I would wager Nevada, like, is a higher profit margin, fewer people, and it still like fucked their state up like pretty badly.
Yeah.
I imagine it'd be like way worse in Florida.
Like, what happens? You brought it up, but like, what happens to school?
Yeah.
Do you just not have? Do you abolish public schooling in its entirety at that point? Like, how do you fund?
Yeah. That's probably the plan. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess it's Florida and Nevada and Florida. You could get away with that. No one would know. Yeah, they stopped funding the schools actually 25 years ago.
Is there? I mean, I guess like tons of people move there, but like, yeah, what happens when those people like have kids? Like, if you have a kid in Florida, are you just like, yeah, my son commutes to high school in Georgia every day? What the fuck do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Rothbard baby marketplace. That's how you maximize baby efficiency.
That is really like
in the marketplace of babies.
That is really like classic Ron DeSantis shit.
Yeah.
Like at the height of like grotesque culture war. You're like, no, I remember when I got into this war. To make life unlivable.
But the thing, I always thought the major problem with Ron DeSantis was, well, one, he was no riz whatsoever.
One of the most charmless people ever.
Fucking awful. And he, for some weird reason, forgot that, like, you're not actually supposed to pass legislation that harms capital. The whole culture war stuff is supposed to be a distraction. That was his biggest misstep, when he, like, actually tried to punish Disney for culture war shit. Like, you're not supposed to actively go after the only thing that's keeping your state alive in terms of commerce and tourism because they're gay. You're supposed to let them be gay, or whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yeah, and it's also like, give it like a month. Give it a month after Trump wins, and then they'll be like, we're having a new Disney princess. It's really racist. Isn't this what you guys like?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would love a JD Vance versus Ron primary. It would be like
God.
The electoral equivalent.
Race to the bottom.
What a charisma supernova.
First of all, they wouldn't make it out because there would be a million Thomas Crooks that are trying to kill them everywhere they went. That would activate every Republican Thomas Crook style sleeper cell in the country.
It would be like, can you imagine like...
They'd be like, we have to call off the primaries. They're trying to kill us everywhere we go.
It costs more than like the annual budget of the Department of Defense to like pay for security.
Because everywhere we go, we have to have basically the military there. It's a military installation.
They need to like fly like 40 before hijacking jets.
I don't know. Like, I feel like that would really break people's brains completely. That I think, and people ask this all the time about, like, my thing is Tucker. Like, I think he's the spiritual successor. He's the only guy who has like Trump's ability, early 2016 style ability to read the room, lean into like some kind of populist sentiment in a way that's like convincing. He's also a rich asshole who can speak like the working class, and I do think this is an additional benefit. He has like weird kooky opinions on shit. Tucker Carlson sincerely believes that he was overtaken by spirit. Did you know this?
Oh yeah.
Like one night he woke up and he had scratch marks all over his back, and he like legitimately thinks that experience was like a spirit taking over his body.
And he has the same thing Trump does, which is he spent the early 2000s as like a leading acolyte of Trumpism, and now he's like, I hate that stuff.
Yeah.
I would like to. The only thing that makes me reticent about Tucker's chances is, and this is less so the case now that he's like just on Twitter, is if you're already a TV guy, why why go into the president? TV's already the prize. But if he's just like posting shit on Twitter, like, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, you can't. The president, I feel like, is the only time where you can make that work, like the way Trump is, because it's clear that if you have a job where you have to be halfway competent, they much prefer being the TV guy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, even with all the showboating that Pete Hegseth is doing, like, if he were to prefer being like a drunk rapist and still have his Fox News job, I suspect he would want like Brian Kilmeade's job as opposed to what he's doing now. And you can definitely see that with Kash Patel. Yeah. And I think Dan Bongino might have killed himself already because I haven't seen him at all.
You're right. I haven't seen him in weeks.
Because the last time I saw Dan Bongino on television, he was like basically on the verge of tears, talking about how difficult it is to be the deputy director of the FBI.
He was saying that like his marriage is failing.
Yeah, he's like, I come in here every day and Cash comes in even before me. We got very thin walls. I can hear everything he's doing in there. It's making me go crazy. It was awesome. Where is Dan Bongino?
We have not seen him for like over a month.
Yeah, I think he killed himself.
How funny would that be if they like if that happened and they're like, Cash, we have to announce it, and Cash is just like, we'll get to him when we get to him. And he's just lying to everyone. Yeah. Like no one knows but Cash.
Yeah, and no one cares.
And it doesn't even implicate Cash. He's just like such like a panicked shithead. Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna get blamed for it.
Yeah. They blame me for everything.
It's not my fault. That's the first thing he tells his wife when his wife finds out. Wait,
I didn't do it, I swear.
How long has my husband been dead? I had nothing to do with it. Just walk by my fingerprint.
Oh man.
I think though that like Ron versus JD would be what I've been waiting for my entire life, which is the electoral equivalent to Jake Shields versus Yushin O'Connell. My favorite MMA fight of all time.
They're both backed by the different flanks. Like one was that was such a funny failure for the institutional Republicans. That's when it was over, I think. When they did do you remember when they did the competing like CPAC versus like Trump doing another thing? When they thought they could like pull off the switcheroo for Trump voters. Yeah. That they would be fine with Ron DeSantis as opposed to Donald Trump, who was like a more controllable entity.
Yeah. The Ron DeSantis like campaign, that one of the most ill-fated like AstroTurf campaigns ever.
It was a failure from the start. Remember the Twitter Spaces talk?
Yeah.
And then Donald Trump made fun of them with
I'm Hitler.
Yeah. That was peak posting from Trump. I'll be real.
That like Ron was. I'm surprised he made it through. I mean, that's kind of probably what his entire life has been, just like gritting through the humiliation. But like, he had to believe like he was destined. Get it? Like, you're there for fucking January 6th. You see Trump sell out everyone who's there.
Yeah.
Just to be like, please let me on TV again. Please fucking let me on Facebook. And if you're Ron, you're like, okay, I've done everything right. I've ruined everything. They're gonna give it. Sorry, buddy.
But he had, like, if he had enough motion, he probably could have pulled it off. It's just, he was the exact opposite of Donald Trump. Yeah. Every time he was on television, his approvals went down. Every time. When people were like, for me, that's when I realized Joe Rogan was a full-blown Republican operative. Not because he endorsed Donald Trump, but when he said, I love Ron DeSantis. I think he's really a great Republican. A great politician. I was like, you're fucking insane for that.
Yeah, no. There is no, like, nonpartisan versus I drop what I'm doing to listen to Ron DeSantis.
Wait, Bill Maher endorsed Cuomo? Oh my god.
It's over. Pack up your Zohran.
No, now both of the candidates, both of the top candidates have a 9/11 guy on their side. Do you not know what Bill Maher said after 9/11?
Oh yeah. No, one of the many things that is maybe loyal to Bill Maher.
Yeah.
Why did Bill Maher wait till this long to do it?
Yeah.
It seems like Cuomo's like his perfect guy. Like he's
rapist.
Yeah. Hates Muslims.
Yeah.
Basically, like that's an anti-Trump Republican, sexual harasser, idiot. Like that's his guy.
Connor, Bill has seen enough, had to get involved. Yeah, what motivated him to do that right now?
It's so late.
Yeah.
Did he just like not look at it? Did he just assume like Zohran's a flash in the pan, like talk, and then he like looking to read more.
He's
like,
just,
oh shit.
He's so woke, it'll never work.
They're gonna vote for him, and he'll go, hey, those are my pronouns.
Oh man. Until today, he never looked at it. And Bill has no motion. How dare you say that? Again, like I said.
Club Random asshole.
Yeah. That's what will really do it. If he has Cuomo on Club Random. Oh my God, speaking of which, Cuomo went on Impulsive.
I saw that.
It got like 60,000 views.
That's the worst Impulsive has ever done.
Yeah, because why would 12-year-olds fucking watch Andrew Cuomo go on and on about Zohran wants to hurt billionaires?
Wait,
Zohran hates Israel.
I actually haven't watched it. Did Mike mostly conduct the interview?
No, he has a producer who like got real mad about Zohran Mamdani. He was like, these fucking assholes, they don't know how tough it is to walk a mile in New York without getting fucked. Like, it's like, bro, what are you doing that you're constantly under threat in New York City?
They gave over their show to their producer. Like, why even have Cuomo on then?
Where is it? And then the only media hit it got was Andrew Cuomo from New York Post torches Zohran Mamdani over lack of experience on Impulsive.
Like specifically his lack of experience of going on Impulsive.
Yeah. Wait, do you guys have the do you have the link, chat? With the Zohran, not Zohran, with the Cuomo. Impulsive doesn't even show up. Impersonator is the first thing that shows up when you type in Cuomo.
Every Impulsive gets like
maybe they're watched.
Exponentially more views.
Yeah, look, 75,000 views in 4 days. Let's look at their fucking metrics.
That's like what the Chavo used to do, and we are.
Oh my God! Millionaire Maker's harsh truths about making millions. 400,000 views. Camila Arao lost 400,000 views. Benny Safdie, only 107,000 views. Okay. Charlie Sheen, almost 1 million views.
Dana White, 1.4.
And then Andrew Cuomo, 75,000 views.
That's so fucking bad.
That's like embarrassing. That's so embarrassing you might delete it. Like that's like we might have to delete this.
I need to see this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Cuomo. Why would you want to be the mayor of New York? We are in
Yo, that's brilliant.
That's credit to Logan. That's a very good question.
Yeah, I love that. That is the lowest viewed video that they've ever had.
This is literally what our the chopping is.
Mamdani is a socialist, the child of wealth, never had to work, never managed anything.
Dude, I hate when he uses the nepotism argument because it's like, bitch, you have never had to work. Like, what do you mean? You became like the fucking HUD secretary at like, what, 40?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder how that happened. Like,
jobs for that were like working for his dad's campaign.
Yeah. Like, your last name is Cuomo. I know those two don't know what the fuck that means, and they don't have the knowledge of it, but like, that's what pissed me off.
So you're now.
Yeah. Also, look at the comments. Logan, what's the best pizza in New York City? 40 likes. Nobody responds.
Oh, God,
If
poor
Logan had
Logan.
the real balls, he would bring Mamdani next week. How can Cuomo attack Mamdani for being a rich Nepo baby when he was literally the son of a New York governor? Damn. The 14-year-olds have learned a lot.
They're getting educated on impulsive.
Yeah,
Impulsive is a
nightmare
joke.
blunt rotation. This guy killed my grandma with his policies. He's not beating Mamdani anyway law. One of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a minute.
These 7th graders hate this.
Yeah, I wonder how much billionaire Bill Ackman paid them for this promo. Dare you to bring Zohran Mamdani on, it's only fair. This is a violation. I'm bringing this up. I'm bringing this up to the regulators. You have to have equal time for Zohran Mamdani.
There was no one who's like, oh, this is kind of interesting. No one enjoyed this.
The people already voted against Cuomo. There should be between Zohran and Curtis. You gotta get Mamdani on too. Ansliwa, APAC money. I'm sorry, I can't listen to lifelong politicians saying government is bad while being government is entire life. Get Mamdani on, it's only fair. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is a revolt of Impulsive Nation.
Yeah, they did not fuck with this episode at all. 75,000, like that drop off is historic. They went from $500,000 to 75,000.
1.4 million with Dana White like 2 weeks ago.
If Mamdani is elected mayor, Trump will take over.
So why is Mamdani?
Why would he hate that? He loves Trump.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
And like
Logan Paul had Trump on the podcast. He loves Trump. Isn't that supposed to be a good thing?
And like, what would Cuomo do to stop that?
Yeah. Well, he already has his own DOJ investigation specifically for that reason, so he can have the same Eric Adams deal.
Yeah.
He has appealed with very simplistic solutions that would never work. Fast, free, bus.
Yeah, this really worked. Remember in 2016 when this was a banger? Yeah, this was so sick. He's doing the Hillary Rodham, a beloved figure, of course.
It's so weird. It's not just the Hillary Rodham, but like they're also doing like they're basically doing the Hillary campaign against Trump.
Yeah.
Every time they bring you up, it reminds me of like basketball horrible.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Did everyone want to fast bus? What do you want, slow bus?
To curb the
That's
rat
their
problem,
highlight.
Worsen has ever been
You're like,
before.
okay, shit.
Yeah, this guy, this is the producer who was real mad about like,
Okay, buddy.
how bad things are.
Buddy, don't you think that?
More rats than people?
Yeah. We're not scared.
They're not scared. They have that New York accent. They like that.
What did you order in a deli or big?
Being reckless, cream cheese and lots. Reckless. The cream cheese like 9 million calories.
Yeah.
And they give you that New York City cheese.
You had a good relationship with President Trump?
No, he puts his finger right in your chest. The only way to deal with it is put your finger back in his chest. And
Oh my God, he's doing the bars from the debate. Like this is. Now I'm realizing this was prepped. The finger thing. He did that at the debate too.
That's why we had fights. We had.
I want to ask
You've heard the rumor about him being sundowning, right?
I heard the rumors. I saw it when
Yeah.
he was fucking both of the debates, especially in the first one, he was really bad.
Yeah.
Where at least in the second one, like he had some like pre-canned lines that he could like deliver in sequence. But the first debate, they would be like, everyone name state your names for people that are watching and tuning in for the first time tonight. He'd be like, huh? What do you mean? Why are you asking me that? It was like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you so angry?
He is like, what? How old is he? Like, late 60s?
Oh, he's hurt for mid-late 60s. That's, I don't know how old he is. Let's see. Oh, people are saying 67. 67? 67.
What is 1957? Plus, I can kick his ass on any given day.
The fake, like, yeah, I hate that.
This is like, what would that look like?
Like, look at the Estique
Aesthetic for Governor Cuomo.
Do you think they made him? Yeah.
What do you?
They'll probably
would
kill
die.
him. Yeah,
He would
no,
die.
this is the end.
Yeah.
I would love to see their episode after they accidentally.
Presidential.
Logan Paul's suicide forest apology video round 2. I really fucked up, guys.
Guys, last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
kill one of your jets.
Yeah, it's just...
I would become a $5 subscriber. I would start a mutual trade between you and them.
Very sweet, but
yeah.
No, we got the top.
Very good.
I guess we're rolling. Is that true? Yeah. You know, just Mr. Cuomo, I just want to get this right. You know, I want to get it right. You're a very important person, very special guest. Thank you for joining us today.
You had Trump on. Does Logan think he's like a senator or like any? Does he think he's employed?
I don't.
Because he's not any of those things right now.
Jesus Christ. It's an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Cuomo. Man, how you feeling?
Well, I'm in the ring, right? Political ring, but it's like a boxing ring, wrestling ring. We're getting down to it. We have what they call early voting. In New York, we have a period of early voting before the election. So on one hand, you feel relieved that you're coming down to the end, right? Because it's a long process. On the other hand, you know, the anxiety goes up, the tension goes up, the intention goes up, and that's where we are now. A debate tomorrow, these 2 debates left. The debates are very important. People tend to start to focus the last couple of weeks, right? They watch the campaign with one eye as it drones on, but the last couple of weeks they start to focus. So this is an important period now.
Which is why I'm spending every day talking about how ZOHRAN wants to do jihad to New Yorkers. This is my moment to shine.
He just like, it really, I didn't think about this until this moment, but it's like,
Logan doesn't have any bothering on until they have a sexual harassment allegation. Yeah. What the fuck? What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, like, it doesn't feel like Cuomo is the one who made the decision to stay in the race. It feels like he's being piloted by, you know, vendors, people who are benefiting from this continuing idiotic enterprise.
Or almost, I mean, I guess it's the anti-Zoran.
Yeah.
They're really doing my boy Curtis dirty. Like, give Curtis a shot.
But it's so weird, though. I mean, to market yourself as, like, the anti-Zohran, a lot of the people that like Cuomo like Zohran, like a significant amount. There isn't a contingent of the electorate that's, like, big enough where they would go, okay, I was going to vote for Sleep. Like, it just does not make any sense. There's no route for that.
Yeah.
They have vape juice in there. I forgot to bring my refill. I would love if there was vape juice.
It's a weird hotel, but not that weird.
Yeah. You would only get that in, like, your eyes. I'll take a guess, yeah.
Rosemary. These are the greasiest couches I've ever had in my life.
Couches are supposed to be for
It's true.
Right? You're just out there touching as many people as you can as often as you can.
Doing podcasts with YouTubers.
Yes, sir.
I think we should set up a little bit of context here as well. Like this New York City mayoral race is highly contentious, highly
Not really.
talked about between you and Zoran.
It's a very contagious race.
It's like there's like 30 points between Zohran and Cuomo. It's not very.
I mean, I get what he's doing. I have been in Mike's shoes, where you kind of have to play it up. You're like, hey, it could go any way. You know, it's a heated race. You're talking to someone who's like 30.
Yeah.
That's such a long time. Say Mamdani And going into this election, I think, where are we at from at least a speculated polls standpoint right now?
You have 3 people in the race, so you're splitting the vote. Mamdani is the lead. I'm second. Here's a Republican candidate who's third.
Like, did you not look that up before the episode?
On a 3-person race, Mamdani.
Hey, you're running. What are the polls?
If the Republican drops out of the race or vote is compressed, gets a fairly minimal vote because people don't see him as a viable candidate, then we're looking at a head-to-head race.
And we did also just have Mayor Adams drop out, correct? Which, based on a potential endorsement in a direction, would also influence polling as well, correct?
That would also make it better. But you're right, Mayor Adams dropped out because he didn't want to be a spoiler.
Test for like both of them. What the fuck am I watching?
I can't believe that these guys interviewed the president.
Could you imagine if, like, we interviewed the three and we're like, okay, so what happens if, like, more people are running? Is it better if there are less people?
So, if you get more votes than your opposition, you win.
Is this one of those elections where it's better to have more or less? This is... I totally endorse what he's doing. He's wasting Cuomo's time. This is, you know, hours of the day Cuomo will not get back. He's in the twilight, he's in the winter of his years.
20 new viewership, 28 closely recom. There's got to be a real testament to my long-standing career success that this guy is celebrating a low viewership day and is still fucking one of the highest viewership having streams on the platform. You got it, Chatter.
For the race. This race is different, as you said, because, you know, elections are normally between 2 people, Jack and Jill. Who do you like better?
Haters on my way.
Democrat or Republican, even. This is a question of philosophy. Right? I am a Democrat. My father was a Democrat. I worked for Bill Clinton. I'm a lifelong Democrat. Mamdani is a socialist. They call themselves democratic socialists, but he's a socialist. And there's a National Socialist Organization, and he's a member of
Very clever, Andrew.
So it's a question of, are we a capitalist country, capitalist city, or a socialist
5 years ago, yeah, absolutely.
And that is night and day.
Although now I don't know.
Can you break that down, what that difference is for our audience who may not actually know the nuances of what that means?
Yeah. If you, by their policy,
we completely do.
They are heavily influenced that the state should control and basically equalize assets among people in society. So the government should control the means of production. All right? Not private sector. They're against private ownership of land. Government owns all the land and allocates land for
at least the second part of it is not.
The exact opposite of America, right? An American dream, I want to own my own home, my own backyard. No, government would own all the land. Very high taxes on the rich as a way to equalize income distribution. To try to get income equality by using the tax code. Government provides basic services to everyone, regardless of income. Government provides transportation, government provides child care, government runs food stores. So it's a government-driven society, as opposed to a private sector, entrepreneurial, capitalist
socialism and don't
society.
even know.
What is the benefit of having a private sector society as opposed to a state-driven society?
Private sector society is
like when babies inexplicably love like a video of Milton Freeman talking or something.
No, yeah. They're like cats to the salon, okay? They're gravitating towards his sexual charismatic pull.
They do seem like completely enthralled by him for whatever reason.
Mr. Cuomo, what do you... Private sector is important, right? Like, can you tell us why?
Why do they like him so much? So weird.
No.
I mean, there has to be some payola here, right? Like, Zach Fox is like, here, give them like $100,000.
Maybe they genuinely thought this would be like a Trump moment or something, but no.
Could they be that, like, dumb? That they're like, oh, maybe he's as big as Trump.
I didn't even ask. Wait, did I ask Mike? Let me see. I think I
They
texted.
cannot be that, like...
I texted him after. I told him we're off now. But...
They have to know that he's, like, not the Trump caliber figure, right? Oh, this Andrew guy is like one of the. I remember my sister said so funny. Probably 50% of the electorate thinks that Donald Trump and Hillary are married, and that's like that. This is the group of voters. But
yeah. Little lovers quarrel.
Society says government provides certain benefits to all, public education systems to all. Government will help you if you're really poor and you're really sick because we have compassion as a society. But your success is dependent on what you do. And we don't catch your success, you know. If you work really hard and you're really talented and you do really well, God bless you. There's no limit. We're not going to limit your success. That's the basic rule of capitalism.
So why is Mamdani currently leading the polls?
He does very well. Well, right now he's the Democratic nominee because he calls himself a Democratic socialist. He ran in the Democratic primary. He won in the Democratic primary. In this city,
who did he run
if you're
against?
a Democrat, you ought to...
Who did he run against in that primary? I know they don't know that.
Must have beaten a real loser.
Yeah. Oh, you don't understand. The reason why he's doing really well is because he's a Democrat. Unlike me, a fucking loser who couldn't win that title.
I love it. His explanation too is like, oh, you know, people just like these simple explanations. Not like me, where I'm like, I'm gonna beat Trump by poking him.
Also, the problem is, like, if that's the case, which it is, right, obviously, like, build the wall, simple message, people understand it, they want to vote for it, whatever. So it does work, you should use it. The problem is, these motherfuckers never even want to try, like, he just seems like he's angry all the time that they just won't let him be mayor, like,
yeah.
Like, it just comes across like, oh, why should I do anything?
From the moment that he announced he was doing it, it was clear to everyone that this is like a stepping stone for a disgraced guy who wants to claw his way back to the top. And no, even the people that like prefer him to ZOHRAN, no one wants to vote for a guy who's like, okay, this is my first, I need to fucking step all over your face to get to step 2 of my journey back.
Yeah.
No one wants to do that.
But also, he's not making any pleas as to why you should vote for him unless you are quite literally a fucking real estate developer.
Yes. Yes. No. The most honest pitch that he can give is, if you vote for me in 4 years, I'll have a better position to like run for governor for, and then I can finally run for president when I'm 79.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Where do I sign off?
Like, it's just, I mean, you just don't, I don't think you can get away with that. It seemingly is the proof. What's going on right now is the proof. You can't get away with it. You can't be like, Just come on, give me the position. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, no policies. What are some of Cuomo's policies? At least, like, some of the stuff they just totally stole from the ZOHRAN campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, the faster and freer buses. Sometimes.
Yeah. He threw in the thing, like a vague shot at, like, universal programs, which is, like, calls the question, how would you, like, means test, like, free buses?
Yeah, that's the problem. We can't do it, so we must not have it. No, wait. I think he did try to do a means-tested bus fare thing. Am I imagining that?
I mean, there is means testing with, like, transit systems where...
Yeah, there's, like, you get a different rate.
Right.
Or something.
Right. But there's no part of this campaign where, like if New York was obliterated by a meteor, you could just be like, okay, well, I guess I'm running to be mayor of Yonkers now. Next closest place.
Yeah. Means tested stabilization? No. That's not real.
No, he did. Yeah, he did. Because he said Mamdani is stealing from people by having a rent stabilized place.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to limit who can be in a rent stabilized apartment further. That's awesome.
Automatically get X percent of the vote because it's a 70% Democratic by enrollment. And there are people who, if you're a Democrat, you just vote Democrat. You're a Republican, you just vote
Lifelong blue voters.
Yeah.
And I think I'll be a devil's advocate on a lot of things today. I think one of the reasons why Mamdani is having the success he is, and you explain the difference between socialism and capitalism, but truthfully, the capitalistic approach in New York City lately has not been working. At least in the way the system has been set up. Rent prices are out of control. There's a lot of factors and a lot of things that are pushing people into the concept of looking in a new direction, and whatever that direction is. And
I'm so sad Felix is missing my boy Popov, my goat. I like that he said, I'm going to play devil's advocate, and then just said the truth about what's going on. like, he's just, I'm going to play devil's advocate. The real estate market is fucked.
Mayoral race, rent control, Rikers, there's a couple mainstay topics. Where do you differently on a policy like rent control? I know you wanted to freeze some of the stabilization. Where does your policy differ from this?
Yeah. Without getting into, first you're exactly. But it's not a New York phenomenon, it's a national.
Correct. Yep.
By the way, it's the phenomenon that Donald touched, right? You have a middle class in this country that feels trapped. You have a young generation that feels trapped, right? That they can't find a way to break through, they can't find a way to make it. I was told to go to college, I go to college, I have college debt. The job I get doesn't even cover the college debt.
Do you guys really need to chew into the microphone and talk with your mouth full every time you eat? Yeah. No, I have to. Like, I physically have to do that. I don't have the noise gate on because I only have one microphone. Unfortunately, chatter. Because I'm in fucking New York City and still offering you wall-to-wall coverage with banger content. Even though it's goddamn Saturday night, as a matter of fact. Actually, you missed it. Big Mike had a, what do you want? No, those are ice. That's ice. That's just ice. Here, grab one of those glasses, and here, there's water back there. No, there's water back there. Grab that.
Next year.
Yeah, there's water over there. There's water everywhere.
New York tap water is, I would say, the second best in America, though.
What's the first best? Chicago?
I would say Minnesota. Nevada.
If I'm ever going to get to where my parents were.
The rat race.
Right. And
Mike said, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Capitalism has failed people. Which was awesome. It's like rent is out of control. I'm sure there's many factors, but it kind of feels like a lot of people think it's capitalism.
What does he think devil's advocate is?
Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't think he understands how that works. Like, that's just...
Do you think that's just something you say to someone who, like, they're going to disagree with it?
Yeah, I think he just said that to just, like, softball it, you know, to be like, hey, listen, I'm not, like, super against you, but, like, shit's fucked up, man.
That alienates a whole sector of society.
Yeah.
And you have that in New York also. We call it the affordability crisis. If you are middle class, it is very, very hard to live in this city. Rents, number one.
Who could that be? It's a hotel, private hotel.
But everything is expensive, right? Restaurants are expensive. Food is expensive. Transportation is expensive. Everything is expensive. And you're...
No, they did not give a shit.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? They didn't even cut it? Yeah, it's the morality police, dude.
This is like we would cut this. Like, even if we did like a joke interview where we're just like wasting Cuomo time, we would be like, yeah, we should take that.
Yeah. That's crazy. I just noticed the product placement. Oh, dude, it's all over his head.
He has appealed to that need, to that feeling, with what I consider very simplistic solutions that would never work, but at least he's talking to them. He also...
It's just like such bad campaigning, because like negative campaigning like this doesn't work at all ever anyway, and it certainly doesn't work if you're trying to take down an objectively popular measure and you're also doing a shitty job lying about it. Because like the rent freeze thing is for rent stabilized apartments, and it literally is something that the mayor could do. Now obviously Mayor Adams apparently is trying to rat fuck ZOHRAN. Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
Like, dude, they're such pieces of shit, dude. I swear to fucking God. The fact that he apparently has waited out the appointment filing in an effort to ensure that like he puts in the 9 people that make this decision to make sure that there's like a majority that won't actually allow a rent freeze to take place is such a scumbag thing to do. But that's how that structure works. Like the mayor appoints people to the rent board, and they decide on what to do with the rent stabilized apartment. So he could literally freeze the rent for rent stabilized units, and it has been done before. So when he tries to fucking hit on that angle, not only is he attacking a popular policy, but he's also lying when he says it's like, oh, it's impossible, it's pie in the sky idealism. So stupid.
Was very good on social media.
He's very good on social media.
Yes.
He's basically a content creator.
Well, he's younger. He speaks very well. He's a likable enough guy. How old is he? 33?
33 years old.
Yeah,
his mother is a noted film director. Yeah. He was a rapper, artist, and he had very good social media presence. Captured the imagination.
No one knew. Yeah, young cardamom, they called him. Have you seen his music?
Like this idea that he was like...
Nani.
Yeah, this idea that he was like a celebrity before.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a YouTube video with 30,000 views.
I did not know who he was.
Yeah, I had no fucking idea.
I vaguely remember his run for state assembly.
When I had him on beforehand, I had Chiose on, and people were trying to get me to pull the Young Cardamom Nani music video, and I genuinely considered like, should this be the first introduction to this guy who I think has a good shot. Like, I was weighing the options. I still played it, but like, I thought maybe I shouldn't show this to people as their first introduction to Zohran Mamdani.
I think his voters are like that. He made that what, like 2012?
Yeah, something like that.
That was think about what was going on with that. You had like DOS races and shit.
Yeah.
That was like, if you were making socially conscious rap, well, the best time to be alive would be like 1994. The second best would be 2012.
Yeah. He also,
I think voters understand.
My first interaction with Zohran was before I knew who the fuck he was. He was just random dude in a Gravel Institute video about rent control in Vienna. Yeah, he did it. He's in an old ass Gravel Institute video but like back in the day, Gravel Institute was sometimes a banger. Okay, they had like the.
Can you believe that one of those fuckers works for fucking Palantir now? I think
that's the least surprising thing I've ever heard.
It's either Palantir or Andrews Kaporowicz. Which is it? Chad, someone should know.
They definitely know. There isn't fucking that the dude in Ukraine. He was a Gravel Institute kid too, no?
One of the Gravel kids.
No, they all went to do the craziest shit.
No, they all went on to do like weird
but
stuff.
One
of them did like even like he worked for Palantir.
Yeah, Dylan Burns. Yeah, the one that.
Dylan.
Yeah, this is me reacting to him talking about how socialists easily solved the housing crisis in Austria.
It saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich.
This is what I meant when I said I kind of gave up on the way I looked at that time. I was like growing my hair out, painting my nails, fucking wearing the ugliest shirt I've ever done seen. It was ass, dude.
Well, they're just like
profit.
Wow. Yeah, August 28th, 2021. Why did this happen to the Gravel staffers? I feel like it needs to be studied. I mean, it's politics.
Super, like, be aware of extremely precocious, very politicized, kids. Like, it's usually like, everyone likes to make fun of those posts, right? Where it's like a 19-year-old and they're like, my political journey. When I was 12, I was
oh yeah, I love those posts.
So they're so funny, but like, as part of it, like the extreme swings and the extremely short time frames, that is sort of a modern phenomenon. But kids are very precocious about politics and really into getting praise and like attention from adults for their how astute they are. Those are the people that like will always like undergo crazy and end out like just burning out and reverting to speed and like clawing at whatever amoral social mobility vehicle they can.
Okay, we just gotta pick a lane and stick to it, okay? If your Maoist our world is sorry, you're stuck. No more changes.
I'm not even against the idea of like everyone changes those, but like if you are 1 year okay, you're like I'm a Demstock, then the next year you're like
the crazy Calla Walsh, I think that's what you're talking about, right?
No, Calla Walsh is like the opposite.
Yeah,
she was like a Warren person.
Yeah,
now
she went from
like
Warren to like to. I mean, she does a lot of the I'm not gonna shit on her. I'm not gonna disparage her. She does more than I ever can and ever will. Even though there is that one video where she says like drones or something in the Iranian factory that lives in my mind, but I mean, that's the Warrenite in her. Is what I mean. You never take the Holocaust number tattoos off of your body. It stays with you.
Whatever. Like, I mean, like, she's got like a lot more balls to like most.
Yes.
people
No,
I will ever-
Cal Wash is
you know,
awesome.
like,
She's awesome. She is, for those who don't know, she used to be like a Warren campaign person, I think, and then like she was like a Warrenite, and then she became like a super anti-imperialist, direct action kind of person who like will, I think she was on Palestine Action, right?
Yeah.
Here in America, like when you see people like shut down Elbit Systems offices and stuff, like those are.
She got charged.
Yeah.
They're really trying to like string her up for like the direct action.
Allegedly, she did not do anything.
Right. I said they're trying to string her up. Like, jam her up. Fucking bullshit. But no, yeah. But I even that I think like my big swing. I mean like when you go okay. Like in 3 years, you somehow land on like 3 positions that are not even like adjacent to each other.
Yeah, big swing. Unless it's my goat, the Phalangist fucking Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
The Phalangist Hillary Clinton staffer to radical campus anti-imperialist pipeline.
You know what I was thinking about with Flatner? I was just thinking of this. How I actually like I feel like the positive guys, I feel like their heart was like generally in the right place with that. I don't feel like they are intense for political reasons. You know.
No, I think they're reading the room.
Right.
They're recognizing changes that are happening.
And I also I felt bad for them because it's like, you know, you've thrown in with this guy who turns out to be.
I'd rather they do this than fucking
right.
When this was Warren.
Yeah.
Birth release or something when they what was the suggestion where they were like
DNA.
DNA.
I mean, what I was thinking though is like they like it would be so much worse to like back off because that makes you look like untrustworthy and like insane if you just at the drop of the hat like fuck this guy. But I think it's tragic for them because you only pick up any degree of a sixth sense for realizing someone's like not like an op or like fucking anything like that, but just like when someone's like kind of nuts or stupid, where it's like you don't take one look at him and you're like, oh, I bet he has this fucking Totocop, but you're like, okay, I know like the type. I know this type of person. And because they didn't have that experience of life.
Bro, I don't
that we've had of like interviewing someone and then like a month later they're like, I'm Jesus Christ and I'm fucking
they're too far invested in the not even like the normal pipeline, but like very buttoned up pipeline. So they've never encountered a crank before.
Right.
And they've never encountered a genuine stupid before.
Yes.
Because like even the most genuine stupid, when they're like a mainline Democrat, they're so buttoned up to have gotten to that position, and they constantly got a bunch of stabbers up their ass that they don't understand how like real people in the real world are very unstable.
Yeah.
Like they can show you things that you could not imagine.
I will go one step further. I think, you know, there have been a ton of situations, not as like, you know, either funny, usually not as dramatic or as big a deal as the race Flatner is, right? But someone who's very good at like grabbing attention, actually, you know, pretty decent at holding a crowd's attention, and just like holding it like sort of creating a base of support out of nothing. A lot of times, the ability to do those things go hand in hand with being insane. And it's hard to fucking, you know, pick one out of the other. You only get any type of fear for it when you are unfortunate enough to like talk to so many insane people that end up like making, like just embarrassing you or doing something that you put together like a few of common threads there and hopefully, you know, you don't step in it. But for them, like, maybe that's what this is for them.
Sometimes students get surprised. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
My queen, my woke queen, Marjorie. She's I called this. That was one of my predictions for 2025. Was Marjorie Taylor Greene's gonna be like, she's gonna have like a principled Republican or like a woke turn.
That was a good prediction.
I said, but the inverse of that was gonna be Lobo, who was gonna go insane, like even more insane. Which is she even around? I haven't really heard from her at all.
She fell off.
Yeah, she did.
Marjorie Taylor Greene grabbed that her running, like starting a new car, like the car rental party. You can rent a car for free when we're in charge.
It exists. It's called the American Communist Party.
They never rent cars.
No.
Never seen one of those guys.
Also, put some respect. I'm putting some respect on ACP, okay? There's one of those dudes that's like hanging out with Maduro every day. And I don't know what that's about. And the other one, the Albanian one, went to fucking, he went to China, to the Peking Institute. Respect. He's living my dream right now.
Do you know if any of them have gotten to like, it'd be kind of ridiculous to let them fly it. I would never let anyone do this. But like, if they go on like a ride along, or at least like sit in the cockpit of like one of Venezuela's Su-30s.
Well,
that would be
they've
fun.
done the ride along in Ukraine, occupied Ukraine.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Insane.
I mean, I've always wanted to sit in the main battle tank, but the real prize is to sit. I wouldn't ask to sit in the J-20 because that's like national security stuff.
Yeah.
But like a Su-30, those have been around a while. Come on.
Didn't Steven Seagal do that? Yeah, Steven Seagal does whatever he wants.
That's different. That's different.
Yeah.
That's like, you know, a magician in your country.
Yeah. But I generally, one of the ACP guys is like straight up every day with Maduro. And like takes creep shots while Maduro's like delivering speeches to the generals and stuff. And I'm like, what is going on with this?
Yeah, they have.
Did they just give up on living in America? Is that what happened?
I think that has to be it.
Because like,
I think that has to be it because there's like no way you could, like you can come back, but your life is like fucked.
Because Haas did come back and they apprehended him at the border, which is obviously fucked up and most likely will happen to me as well when I go to China and come back. But like, you go to Venezuela, they're calling. You're next to the guy who has a $50 million bounty on his head. Unless they're trying to do like Stalin was doing robberies. He's trying to call for he's trying to get the American Communist Party funded by arresting Maduro. Oh.
Well, a really good friend of mine, she went to Cuba for like 2 weeks, a week or two. Like early mid 2016. And they really they kept her for like five, 6 fucking hours, pestering her when she re-entered at Jefferson Airport. And that was, like 9 years ago, very different administration. They've always been like, there's always like a guaranteed way, if you have any type of a profile in media to go to a country like that and re-enter, you will always get jammed up a little bit, but especially now. Especially now.
Oh yeah. But it's like crazy to do that with China, because it's, again, 30% of all of our trade. Like, what are you saying? Like, that's like businessmen travel freely in and out of China. Like, tourists go there all the time. It's not like the DPRK, you know what I mean?
It's so fucking weird. Everyone else on Earth, they have to think we're insane. That we take that kind of a posture. Because it is. It's fucking crazy. like, if it's that bad, where it's like, no, we have to apprehend everyone who re-enters from there. Okay, well, how, like, what are you doing? Are you doing anything to, like, I don't know, make it so that our country has no, fuck you!
It's
okay.
Like, what do you, like, it's so belligerent. Like, we're just, like, hurting ourselves. we just keep hitting ourselves in an effort to be like, yeah, we'll show China.
I love this.
This is gonna work.
I love this thing, like, the trade deficits that we have, they're, like, the fault of the people we're trading. What are they supposed, what is China supposed to do?
What is Cambodia supposed to do?
Here's some free stuff to offset the deficit.
Like, that's that was the craziest one where it was like, trade deficits are so bad. And it's like, and then you're bringing up like Laos. It's like, okay.
Yeah, no, they're clearly they're getting the better of this relationship.
Yeah, they really are fucking us.
Yeah.
By not purchasing Ford F-150 fleets.
Like, I get the like trade deficits are, they aren't quite what they characterize it as. So they aren't, you know, they're not always negligible, but like the way to solve them in so much as they can be solved is not to just like yell at the country who you have a trade deficit with. It's just so fucking weird.
Yeah.
It's basically, it's like, it's yelling at someone for selling you products that you are buying and you are continue to buy. I mean, it's the perfect, like, stupid American thing.
But it worked.
It worked.
Like, people still, even if the economy is not great as a direct consequence of this, it's crazy that people still think that that's like the smart thing to do. Because I feel like they have so much, I guess they had so much fatigue from like seemingly not moving the needle in any direction whatsoever with all the incremental changes that Biden couldn't even like present in a positive way because due to his age, that they were like, well, at least he's doing something.
Yeah.
Like that was the first like 3 months where he was just like literally molesting everything. Everyone would just go, well, hold on, he's really shaking things up, and it's like the way he's shaking things up is just like crippling the regulatory apparatus of the government, so you eat poisonous meat.
I mean, I am very curious to see what's going to happen in the next 18 months or so, because we already like kind of are in a little bit of a credit crunch. That were a while ago. I am curious as to what it's going to be like with just like no one like taking a mortgage. There's just like everything is just like totally inert. Is he gonna like yell at the big four banks?
Yeah. No.
Be like,
yeah, we have to do that. We have to lower the interest rates, no matter what.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm excited we get to see that.
I just don't understand where this goes, because it doesn't feel like Trump behaved like a man who is no longer worried about ever losing power.
Right.
Like, that is clear. And I think, like, you know, Steve Bannon talks a big game, usually overextends what limited privileges he has, or tries to hype himself up as though he's like a big partner in the coalition. But I don't think I think he's being honest when he says like, no, he's gonna be in there. He's gonna continue going. With the third term stuff. But I just don't know what the end goal is. Like, I don't understand.
Like, right. Because it's like, what is there like left to lose?
Yeah.
After all that.
It's also the same argument like with New York, right? When people say like, oh, billionaires gonna leave New York if they tax it. No, they're not, because it's fucking New York, okay? People already pay a higher tax to be here, and as a part of that, you get, you know, the benefits of being here. So I've always been of the mindset that like, I assume that millionaires and billionaires are gonna be like, well, we can't fucking destroy everything so bad that we don't have like the same quality of life. Like, it's gonna start impacting them as well.
Do you think that it'll be like it'll be one of those things where like at the last minute Capitol is like, oh wait, fuck. Oh, whoops.
Shit, I didn't realize we were gonna tweak it that hard.
Yeah.
We were just so short-term profit focused. The stock market was doing so well.
Because that is, I kind of see that happening. I don't know. Like, I legitimately have no idea what's gonna happen because it's like, it is such a, like, I mean, talk about a fucking zombie consensus. In so much as that you are capable of articulating this to a somewhat coherent political program, there really isn't like that much of a constituency for it left. There also really isn't an opposition.
No, this is the example that I was going to use with the lack of opposition. Trump made Congress's indifference to his Venezuela threats, and Trump mocks Congress's indifference to his Venezuela threats, and he's correct to do so because in his weeks of buildup, killings and authorizing the CIA for regime change jobs, the two most powerful Dems in the country, Schumer and Jeffries, haven't issued a single statement about it. He said the land is concerned because I told them that's going to be next. Trump rambled. You know, the land is going to be next, and we may go to the Senate, we may go to Congress and tell them about it, but I can't imagine they'd have any problem with it.
Yeah, no. It is.
How can you look at this and not see it as the logical conclusion of years and years of eroding what remained of like congressional powers and leaving this authorization with endless militancy, endless adventurism all around the fucking globe to, you know, like eventually someone was going to do this.
Yeah.
You know? Like, this is George W. Bush to Barack Obama expanding the permission for executive authority, which strikes extrajudicial killings of American citizens as well as non-citizens like foreigners. Every single president bombed Yemen. Every single one. Same with Donald Trump on his first term, and then Joe Biden, and then Donald Trump on his second term. It is a direct line of not a single president dialing it back or reining it in at any point. Everyone just goes, oh no, this is great, this is what we do now. And here we are.
It's like, I cannot imagine that Schumer might enjoy the job a little bit, but like, Jeffries,
he hates it. He looks like he hates it.
Why does he do this job? Like, why is he doing this? Like he could work at a white shoe law firm till the day he dies.
I don't know.
And
he was groomed by Nancy Pelosi. He's been the biggest disappointment so far.
I've always like known what the score is with the guy, but it's like,
well, I'm actually disappointed with Nancy Pelosi that like she thought he would be the Nancy Pelosi of the next generation.
I mean, well, like what, like 80 when she picked him? Yeah. I mean, Pelosi, isn't it like? You see her as an operator compared to fucking Jeffries, but you know, she is what Jeffries is to her. She is to like, you know, fucking Jim Wright. Same deal. Jim Wright is that to, you know, fucking Carl Albert or some shit. Also never underestimate the egotism. Because, you know, why did Joe pick Kamala besides his new business firing brain telling him this is concession to the left? You want your immediate successor, or what is supposed to be your immediate successor, to make you look good. You know, what did Theo Bunkler do? Someone who would make a Bunkler look great.
I know I didn't hear you talking shit about my operator Nancy Pelosi like that.
But it's like, it's not like Harry Reid, where like, Harry Reid also shitty Democrat, but like, Harry Reid legitimately can have parliamentary tricks and know-how. He knew more than your average bear. But Pelosi's just like, yeah, she's I guess, more competent than fucking, Chuck.
I mean, that's that's not a bar.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Nancy Pelosi was more competent than Chuck, and I think she did the reason why I always thought she was, like, decent at holding the coalition together was because of, like, the assurances that she gave to, like, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, AOC. Definitely, especially Ilhan Omar on, like, the Foreign Affairs Committee, like, that to me was like, I'm gonna play ball with you and you have to play ball with me. Yeah. Like that's gamesmanship that I don't think like Hakeem Jeffries does. Or
right,
he does do it and I don't know.
Right, Hakeem Jeffries trying to do that would be like, okay, I can the ADL's like next list of the 10 biggest anti-Semites in America. I can keep you in the bottom 5.
Yeah.
I can keep you out of the top 5. All you need to do is vote for me, vote with me, but 100% of the time.
Yeah, but to be fair, Nancy Pelosi also, like, not putting AOC at head of oversight was a major mistake. Like, even if you don't like AOC all that much or whatever, like, it literally doesn't make sense.
You think it's Jerry Connolly, one of the most insane, like,
yeah,
spiteful
it's like,
things.
she's young, she's vibrant, she's well liked by the liberal base. You can maintain some kind of, like, we are actually progressive posture in that situation. I think they genuinely watch a lot of, like, Republican TV shows and are just, like, fearful that everybody hates AOC when it's not the case, I don't think.
It's just, I mean, is that, or it's just like any barely functioning, anachronism where it is just like a system of favors and like, who owes what vendor which consultant's gonna get paid this way, and this fucking Jerry Connolly guy just happened to be there the longest. I don't even think they thought about it that much.
But when she was like obviously making a play for it, like Nancy Pelosi from the hospital bed in Europe because she broke her ass, literally stepped in and intervened to say, no, we got to put the cancer patient geriatric Jerry Connolly in this position.
Right. But I think she did that. She was so up in arms about it and so determined to do that because it's like
seniority, maintaining that.
Yeah, because not just seniority, it's also like whatever favors and payoffs and whatever other bullshit comes along with Connolly's like decades of service, like completely bloated and dying animal heartache.
Yeah, and then he died.
Yeah, it's so.
That was so crazy.
Nothing made me laugh harder than people were like, "Hey, what the fuck? This guy's dying," and then that like some VA. Some person from the VA Democratic Party was like,
oh, yelling at Ken Klippenstein.
Yeah, she was like, Jared's gonna kick cancer's ass, and he died like, oh, it's like, look.
Yeah, she like that lady got real mad at Ken. I remember.
Yeah.
She's like, fuck you or something.
Yeah,
like she
Jared's gonna destroy cancer.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't even know if I would call that a battle with cancer.
Yeah.
I would call that cancer performed an annexation.
At that
point.
It's just...
My grandfather had, he got like his cancer, just like rough lotion on. That's Jerry though. Jerry fought a battle that he lost.
Yeah.
My grandfather was, I think, older than
All right, well, I gotta head out because I gotta go to an event. But I was gonna do a much shorter stream today, but since Felix was here, we went on for a lot longer. Thank you, Felix, for coming on.
My pleasure.
Haven't done this in a minute because you fled the California Oblast.
Well,
you're not gonna be a part of Cascadia.
Well,
the Pacific Northwest and Southwest Coalition.
Well, my dream would be to live there from November to February to March every year.
Yeah.
I only need to make twice as much as I make now. So if you're a subscriber to Patreon, let's double that, okay?
Yeah. Keep subscribing. Steal your parents' credit card. And subscribe to the Chavo Patreon.
If you have a dead family member and their credit card is still active, sign them up. Hey, even if it expires in 2 years, I can use it for a down payment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like that. Is there anything else you want to promote? What are you guys working on?
We just came out with the first episode of our new D&D campaign based on Law & Order SVU. I think it's the funniest one of those we've ever done.
It's fucking awesome. I was listening to it on the airplane.
Columbot and Dutch are like, it made me laugh so fucking hard.
Oh, your Kirby character is great too.
I'm just doing Jeremy Irons from when he was on SVU, but like the scene where Will goes to the law office and does skeleton is so fucking fun. But all of it, we had so much fun making it, and I usually listen to stuff like once just to get an idea. Stuff that we do rather. I've listened to this twice because it was so fun to make, and I like going back to it.
Yeah, you're cooking me now. Everyone's like, why don't you do fun stuff like that for your podcast? I can't.
I mean, you could hire badges.
I can't. We've tried D&D campaigns in the past. I'm not creative enough.
I would live there for like a month to come with badges, and we would figure something out. If the mood ever strikes you.
To do a D&D campaign?
Yeah.
We also got Brandon Lee Mulligan that everybody always is trying to get me to go with. But in any case, thanks so much, Felix. And for tomorrow, I am going to be at the New Yorker Festival doing my rounds so that people stop yelling at me and calling me an anti-Semitic, Islamist fundamentalist, jihadist terrorist. And after that, I might make an appearance at the ZOHRAN AOC Bernie Sanders rally. I've decided to Bernie.
Oh yeah, we said I don't think I am what people call us on.
Oh no, that's the other one. That's the Axios one. That was actually interesting. I think
I might have thought about it.
No, I was talking about Tim Dillon when he goes, you can't have a nation without borders. And Trump's immigration agenda has been so much better than Biden's.
That's vulgar Bernieism.
Yeah.
That's Bernie 2016. That was, I remember 2016 Fox writers used to hate him because he said open borders is the Koch brothers thing.
But that was early, bro. That was 2012 Bernie repackaged in 2016.
And like 2015 Bernie did.
Yeah.
I mean, hey.
Yeah, they hit him with the woke rate. They forced him to take a different position on immigration, which he then also did go on to describe exactly what the problem is with the immigration structure that we currently have. But it was a very wild way to open it up by being like, Trump's immigration policies are better than Biden's.
Yeah. I remember he's kind of all over. Like, but I remember with Fox, they got mad at him for, he was talking about like racial, you know, like really everyone does. But they said, actually, like, this would impoverish everyone.
Oh yes, I remember that. That was my favorite. That was such a bar. I love that.
I think that was Bocamp actually.
Yes, the gross liberalism that dictates that. No, you don't understand. We're doing it for them.
Yeah.
We've uplifted the third world from the impoverished masses.
I mean, try selling that. These people love messaging and optics. Sell that to the average person.
Well, it's also fucking bullshit. The only country that was able to do that was like central planning. We are punishing right now. We're trying to punish and getting our ass beat for it. But like, there's literally like 2, maybe 3 countries that were able to take advantage of that foreign capital and then like recirculate it through its economy in a healthy way. And we hate them for it.
Oh yeah, that graph that people want to post.
Yeah.
That is, it's China.
Yeah.
It's like 2 other places.
Yeah, it's like, it's mostly just China, and then like the residual uplifting of other surrounding close allies.
People who benefit from like Chinese economic policy with 1,000 long.
It's so fucking annoying. They're like, I don't know. is it inappropriate? People get mad at me when I say this, but I feel like if Mao didn't win, right, and it was like a nationalist regime in China, I feel like it would resemble the conditions in India more so than when it became.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I mean, like, I don't know enough about Chinese history to tell you one way or the other, or Indian history, for that matter.
I mean, there's other issues in India as well, and they suffered super hard under British rule.
I will say, I mean, you probably read that thread too. The person talking about they were talking about how no women in their family has like ever been put through schooling, and then the central government modernized their and so definitely some credence to that, you know.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know enough about the history about the place at all.
I just think that like having they just prove central planning is the way to go.
Right.
And we have some semblance of that in the Western world as well. We just use it in the direction of profit accumulation, and it's utterly decentralized and decoupled from any sort of like interest in governance that improves people's material conditions. Like, it's just not invested in that at all.
We have central planning and severe protectionism towards the defense industry.
Yeah, it was I think it was Ryan Grimm who said something about that, where he was like, Donald Trump is intervening in like a media merger, but at the behest of like the Ellisons. To make sure that the Ellisons can actually secure the Warner Brothers contract as well as the Warner Brothers merger as well. And it's like, that is quite literally what the Chinese government would do in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
To be like, no, one fucking billionaire shouldn't have this much power over the media organs, no matter how loyal they might be to the party for now. And they would break that up in the interest of making sure that things remain stable. In America, we do that kind of intervention at the behest of billionaires directly.
Yeah. If anyone has lived for the last 20 or 30 years, and they just think they still think it's fucking the late 80s, and they can throw all their Thomas Sowell quotes at the central planning anymore, that is an insane person.
Yeah.
There's two countries. Between the two countries, which of them has like a mass shooting problem that can pretty much be attributed to this one group of like
manufacturers, domestic manufacturers?
No, not even the manufacturers part, but like of children basically exploited to the point of insanity and sociopathy by like a insane like a loosely connected like internet group.
Oh, you're talking about Order 9 Angles or whatever.
Well, 764.
Or 764, yeah.
But it's like, what? I'm sure China has social problems, and they probably have like fucked up things on the internet that manifest in real life. But between the two places, I very plainly, I think we are the ones making ourselves much more sick.
Oh yeah.
We've created a much more sick society. And it is because there's no even consideration. Okay, what is the barrier to that happening? Well, then it wouldn't be 100% completely unbridled pure profiteering every step of the way. Okay, fuck it, price for bang.
To Cloud District Enjoyer, to respond to your thing, China doesn't even really do central planning. They control the flows of capital, and they do central planning through that, rather than, you know, a like more direct. Yeah, they're not doing direct intervention of being like, this is what you're going to produce. But obviously, they've designed a more fluid structure by controlling flows of capital in whichever direction that they want the money to move in, and that's how they were able to deal with the real estate bubbles they had, and then move into different sectors, and we're able to almost magically overnight start pumping fucking electric vehicles out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Because everybody kind of understands exactly how, you know, when the government says this is what we're going to move in the direction of, everybody understands this is what we have to gear towards. Do you think we're better than China? Fuck no. What? That's not even a question. No.
At what?
Like what are, yeah, what are,
Prestige TV?
yeah, what are
sure.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
They're literally
For
buying,
now, yeah.
they're buying our fucking, like, they're buying our culture producers as well. Like, they're eventually gonna also beat our asses in that regard.
Can they clone David Milch? I would love that.
Yeah, I don't. No, dude, it's literally direct central planning that dictates the flows and expect the private individuals to follow it. Any variance is not tolerated. It belongs to central planning. I don't know what you're talking about. I am saying it's central planning. The other chatter is saying it's not. Alright, yeah, they got bone glue. They beat us at that, too.
They have bone glue? Like, every fucking week I see something like that. And it's not like... I'm not talking about, like, just the aggregator accounts where they're like, they made a bridge made out of fucking light. Like, actual incredible advancement every week. And then in America, it's like... Well, Jelly Roll is mad that they used one of the songs in a video of an Ice Age like stomping on a fucking head. Right?
Yeah, no, we found a way to break your brain with AI.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, no, every week, they're like, well, China just figured out how to, like, grow an ACL in like, a rooftop garden in one day. And in America, you know, Sora just announces that...
You can do porn now.
Yeah, Sora announces 4K child pornography.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, the water supply is gone. It's toast, and your energy prices are through the fucking roof. But hey, guess what, dude? Sora's advancement is gonna save all of us.
They're over there. They're going to, like, reverse it. They're going to basically finish melting. And we're over here. We can't even save people from seeing Jelly Roll. It's happened to people I know.
I hate it when I'm going about my day and then I see Jelly Roll.
A lot of people I know have seen, like, they were just bombarded with Jelly Roll.
It's a real big problem. Yeah. Alright, well, I said I was going to end it like 20 minutes ago. And that'll be all for today, folks.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Let's pull up the outro song. Oh, man. I haven't even seen the glorious outdoors in New York City yet. Basically fucking passed out, woke up, did my damn thing.
I bet it's always such a weird feeling when I like
all the shadows trickling
wake up at like 5.
Bye, everybody. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says the sun.